Chapter 4387. Duan Lingtian only regained his senses when Wang Yiyuan breathed his last and fell to the ground with a thud. At the same time, a complicated expression appeared on his face. Although he had lived for 1,000 years and was used to seeing life and death, he still felt a sense of helplessness in his heart at this moment. Would he really be able to escape and regain his freedom without being controlled by the Crimson Devil? Even he did not have absolute confidence that he would be able to do so. As for Wang Yiyuan, he did not know if he was trying to comfort himself before his death or if he really thought there was hope for him to escape, but he actually asked for a favor from him. It was something related to the clan behind him and the family behind him. If I die here or if I'm possessed by the Crimson Devil, I won't be able to help him even if I want to. At this moment, even Duan Lingtian felt that Wang Yiyuan seemed to have overestimated him. Why was he so confident in him? Perhaps it's not that he has confidence in me. He just wants to comfort himself before his death. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. Then, he raised his hand and the energy from the law of life swept out. Together with the energy from the divine tree of life, he repaired the hole in Wang Yiyuan's body before he put it away in Wang Yiyuan's spatial ring. If I can't leave, you can stay here forever. If I can, I'll bring you back to your clan and hand you over to the family you're worried about before your death. After putting Wang Yiyuan's body into the spatial ring left behind by Wang Yiyuan, Duan Lingtian continued to move forward. Of course, the spatial ring had already been claimed by him and belonged to him now. As for the thing Wang Yiyuan said he would be interested in, he could not tell what it was in such a short time. At the same time, he did not have time to study it, so he put it aside for the time being. He would study it after he left the secret land. When a man was about to die, his words were kind. Although he couldn't tell what it was for the time being, since Wang Yiyuan said so, it was enough to prove that it was mysterious. At the very least, Wang Yiyuan had not been able to figure it out after so many years. He did not think Wang Yiyuan had obtained it in the little world in the Crimson Devil's body. He must have obtained it outside. If he had obtained it in the little world, the Crimson Devil must have thought it was worthless. In that case, Wang Yiyuan would not treat it as a treasure. Duan Lingtian continued forward, heading towards the center of the circle. Although the difficulty of the trials was constantly increasing along the way, it was still not difficult for Duan Lingtian. If it was difficult for even him, he felt that the number of people who survived this trip to the secret realm opened by Crimson Demon would not exceed 5. Of course, the later stages were not all about brute force. Duan Lingtian also noticed this in the later stages. In the later stages, a lot of people had to rely on their ability to react on the spot and their intelligence. If a person wasn't smart enough or was a little slow, even if they didn't die in the later stages, they would at least be injured. What Duan Lingtian didn't know was that Crimson Demon had seen everything that happened after that. This Duan Lingtian is worthy of being called the most monstrous existence among all the young geniuses in my small world. His performance is flawless. Of course, I can't come to a final conclusion about the trial set by the secret realm this time. After all, there are a few other people in the trial this time, so there won't be too much pressure. I'll raise the difficulty of the next secret realm to the highest level. I'd like to see how many people can survive. If there's only one person, it'll be him. If there are a few people, I'll set another trial and choose the last person. If there are 2 or 3 people in the end with the same performance and no pressure and no choice, I'll choose this Duan Lingtian. Crimson Demon watched the group of young geniuses in the secret realm of his small world from a place where Duan Lingtian couldn't see. His eyes were focused on Duan Lingtian. The reason why he was more optimistic about Duan Lingtian was because Duan Lingtian had many gods accumulating springs. Secondly, Duan Lingtian was the youngest among the group of young geniuses. He was at most a medium ultimate god who was a little over 1,000 years old. Moreover, he also noticed that Duan Lingtian was not far from becoming a higher ultimate god based on his current cultivation level. If there were no accidents and he continued to grow smoothly, he would become a higher ultimate god before he was 2,000 years old. There's nothing else to see after this. I originally wanted to get some gods accumulating springs from Duan Ling Tian in this secret realm, but it seems like I can't directly increase the difficulty of the trial. That would undoubtedly make him more vigilant. Forget it. I'll just let go of this small profit. I don't want him to go to the extreme and destroy his spatial ring before I possess him. If that happens, I won't be able to get a single drop of God's accumulating springs. Crimson Demon previously had the idea of taking the God's accumulating springs from Duan Ling Tian because he wasn't sure if Duan Ling Tian would be the most suitable person for him to possess. After all, he had only seen Duan Ling Tian's strength and talent and knew nothing about Duan Ling Tian. However, while he was satisfied with Duan Ling Tian's performance as he continued to observe in the secret realm, he also realized that even if there were only 2 or 3 people who survived in the end, Duan Ling Tian would most likely be one of them. In fact, he had already decided that Duan Ling Tian would be the best person for him to possess. He just needed to go through the final process. After all, it would determine whether his possession would succeed. Their clan's possession technique was too heaven-defying. It could only be used once in a person's lifetime and the success rate was not 100%. Only by finding the most suitable body for possession would the success rate be higher. Duan Ling Tian did not know that he had escaped a calamity from Crimson Demon who wanted to steal the God's accumulating springs. He was now continuing to advance toward the center of the circle. Along the way, he met 2 other people, but he did not know them and ignored them. Those 2 people had seen Duan Ling Tian kill Peng Pusha with their own eyes and knew how powerful Duan Ling Tian was. Seeing that Duan Ling Tian did not intend to pay attention to them, they consciously did not disturb Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian is too strong. He's only a medium ultimate god, but he has the combat strength of a top-tier superior ultimate god. If he steps into the upper ultimate god realm, I'm afraid only those 2 people among us can compare to him, right? The 2 people Duan Ling Tian saw were now walking together and breaking through the layers of checkpoints that appeared later. It was possible to work together in the secret realm. However, when 2 people work together, the checkpoints they had to break through would overlap and be more difficult. When 2 people work together, their combined strength would be stronger. When faced with overlapping checkpoints, the difficulty of breaking through them was not much different from breaking through them alone. The reason these 2 people worked together was because they had been on good terms and trusted each other all these years. If Duan Ling Tian went to find someone to work with now, the other party might not be willing because they were worried that Duan Ling Tian would play dirty tricks behind their backs. Even if Duan Ling Tian did not directly attack them, as long as he held back, he could easily trick them. Because of that, in the secret realm of Crimson Demon's small world, it was impossible to work together if they did not trust each other enough. Do you think, if the 2 of us work together, we can beat him? One of them asked the other. You're too arrogant. If the 2 of us work together, even if we go against Ao Longyu and Tianhu, we're not 100% sure that we can beat them. At most, we can guarantee that we won't be at a disadvantage. Didn't you see that before he entered the secret realm, Ao Longyu and Tianhu were so scared that they went in next? The other person shook his head. When the first person heard that, he fell silent. I never thought that there would be a day when a medium ultimate god could make me so afraid. The young man who shook his head spoke again with a sigh. He's really a monster. Duan Ling Tian passed through all the levels and finally arrived at the center of the circle. The center of the circle was a large teleportation formation. When he arrived, he happened to see a person enter the teleportation formation before him. Then, the person disappeared in the teleportation formation's light. When the light dissipated, the person disappeared without a trace. Before the person disappeared, Duan Ling Tian saw his face clearly. It was a young man with a cold face wearing a long black robe. When he looked at the other person was also looking at him. He came earlier than me, and doesn't seem to have any traces of injury. This person should be the one that Wang Yuan mentioned earlier, one of the strongest few among the many young geniuses that were imprisoned by the Crimson Demon. In Crimson Demon's little world, there were a few young geniuses who had the combat strength of a peak high-level ultimate god. He had heard about this from Wang Yuan a few years ago. Of course, he did not think that he was weaker than the genius who had left the secret realm before him. After all, he had not borrowed the power of the 5 divine elements and the divine tree of life. Otherwise, he would have been faster. In addition, he had been delayed for some time in the process of meeting Wang Yuan. Let's go out first. The secret realm this time posed no difficulty to me at all. However, it might not be the same for the next secret realm. I wonder if Sister Shui and the divine tree of life have gained something this time. In fact, the last 2 levels were still a little difficult for Duan Lingtian. However, due to some plans, he did not borrow the power of the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements because they had their own things to do. Whether he could successfully escape from Crimson Demon's control was also an important factor. I hope they've gained something. That way, I'll have a better chance of escaping from Crimson Demon. Sister Shui also said that if I can enter the higher ultimate god stage here, I'll have a better chance of escaping from Crimson Demon's control. Originally, I only had a 50% chance of escaping. However, if I enter the higher ultimate god stage, I'll have a 70% chance of escaping. Chapter 4388. Duan Lingtian discovered he had left the secret realm that Crimson Demon had set up for them and returned to the area he was in before he entered the secret realm. At this moment, he could see the figure of the person who had left the secret realm was gradually disappearing into the distance. There was no one around him at all. Duan Lingtian did not stay long before he returned to the cave abode he had created for himself. The first thing he did when he returned to the cave abode was to ask the world-cleansing divine water in his little world. Sister Water, how did you and the divine tree of life gain from the trip to the secret realm set up by Crimson Demon? Although the divine tree of life had yet to communicate with him, he knew that the divine tree of life had its own life and consciousness. It was just that it had yet to recover to its peak state, so it was unable to communicate with him. Only the world-cleansing divine water, one of the 5 divine elements that had accompanied the divine tree of life for many years, could communicate with the divine tree of life. Naturally, if Duan Lingtian asked the divine tree of life for help, the divine tree of life would be able to sense his will and help him. However, there was no communication between them during this process. It's just as I've guessed. The so-called secret realm in Crimson Demon's little world is actually a secret realm formed by the divine tree of life in his little world. In other words, the energy that supports the secret realm's operation comes from the divine tree of life in Crimson Demon's little world. We've discussed this before. The best time for you to escape is when the secret realm opens again. Make the best use of your time to cultivate before the next secret realm opens. If you can become a higher ultimate god before you enter the secret realm, you'll have a higher chance of success. After listening to the world-cleansing divine water's words, Duan Lingtian realized the discovery of the world-cleansing divine water and the divine tree of life in the secret realm set up by Crimson Demon was just as they had guessed. After all, the divine tree of life in his body had once belonged to a supreme expert. The divine tree of life in his small world was well aware of what methods the supreme experts had, what they relied on, and what they needed to open the so-called secret realm in their small worlds. Even the world-cleansing divine water knew a lot about it. That was why they had guessed earlier and promised Duan Lingtian that there was a chance to help him escape the Crimson Demon's control and leave the Crimson Demon's small world. Upper-level ultimate god. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a burning yearning. At the same time, he took a deep breath and prepared to calm down and start cultivating. However, before he started cultivating, he couldn't help but take out the spatial ring that Wang Yuan had given him before his death and took out the thing that Wang Yuan had mentioned. It was a circular object that looked like a token. It was engraved with ancient and complicated patterns. At least, Duan Lingtian couldn't recognize what those patterns were. He didn't know if they were words or symbols. However, the material of the token was very strange. Duan Lingtian couldn't recognize what it was. Even when he activated the 7 orifices exquisite sword, he couldn't leave a mark on it. It wasn't that he didn't wonder if this was also a profound divine metal. After all, when he obtained the first form profound divine metal, it had the same characteristics. However, after he asked the profound divine metal, he was denied the possibility. "This is definitely not the profound divine metal," said the profound divine metal in Duan Ling Tian's small world. "Then what is it?" Duan Ling Tian was puzzled. "Little Tian, throw the token into your small world and place it under the divine tree of life." Just as Duan Ling Tian was puzzled, the world-cleansing divine water's voice sounded. Duan Ling Tian immediately realized that the world-cleansing divine water wanted the divine tree of life to take a look at the token. Upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's words, Duan Ling Tian immediately threw the token into his small world. A hint of anticipation could be seen in his eyes. "That's right. Why didn't I think of that? The divine tree of life used to be by the side of a supreme powerhouse. It's a powerful companion of the supreme powerhouse who's now dead. It must have been influenced by the supreme powerhouse. Wang Yiyuan and I can't recognize this token, but it doesn't mean it can't recognize it." Under Duan Lingtian's expectant gaze, the life energy on the divine tree of life suddenly surged in Duan Lingtian's small world. Then, a few of its branches shot out toward the token under the divine tree of life. Just as the tree branches were about to touch the circular token suddenly flickered with a faint life force, preventing the tree branches from approaching. Naturally, the life energy on the token was very weak. It was nothing compared to the life energy on the divine tree of life. In just a blink of an eye, it was destroyed. "What's that token? How can it extend the life energy?" Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised by the scene before his eyes. He could not figure out how a round token that was a dead object could emit such a pure life force. Although the life energy was not strong, it was very pure. It was no different from the life energy directly extended from the divine tree of life. At the very least, the life energy he displayed when he fused the law of life with his divine power was far from this pure. According to the world-cleansing divine water, if he wanted to refine his life energy to such a pure level, he would have to at least comprehend the law of life to the perfection stage. The perfection stage of the law of life was a qualitative leap. Under Duan Ling Tian's gaze, the branches of the divine tree of life wrapped around the circular token. Streams of gentle life energy continued to flow into the token. At first, Duan Ling Tian was somewhat puzzled by the divine tree of life's actions. However, after a while, Duan Ling Tian's eyes suddenly widened. This was because he discovered that the token was emitting a suction force that greedily devoured the life energy from the divine tree of life. The divine tree of life did not seem to reject this and continued to supply the token with life energy. "Sister Water, this is..." Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian could not help but ask the world-cleansing divine water about this. What was going on? What was the divine tree of life doing? Also, this round token, did it recognize what it was? Otherwise, why would it allow the divine tree of life to absorb its life energy? "I don't know either." The world-cleansing divine water quickly replied, "I've just asked it, but I don't think it has the time to reply. Let's wait patiently. Although I don't know what's going on, I can sense that it's not being forced. It's voluntarily supplying the token with its life energy. Although I don't know what it is, it's probably not something ordinary. Little Tian, where did you get that thing from?" The world-cleansing divine water asked curiously. Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian did not intend to hide it from the world-cleansing divine water. He told the world-cleansing divine water about Wang Yiyuan. Upon hearing this, the world-cleansing divine water could not help but sigh. "If that thing is really useful to you, it'll be a huge favor to you." "All right." Duan Ling Tian nodded. At the same time, his gaze was resolute. "Regardless of whether that thing is of great use to me or not, just based on the trust he has for me, I won't turn a blind eye to what he wants me to do if it's within my ability." "You're very responsible." The world-cleansing divine water praised Duan Ling Tian. Then, it waited with Duan Ling Tian for the divine tree of life's reply. However, 3 days and 3 nights passed in just a blink of an eye. After 3 days and 3 nights, the divine tree of life finally stopped supplying the token with life energy. At this time, it seemed to have dimmed slightly. It was obvious that it had consumed a lot of life energy. Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian was in no hurry to ask the world-cleansing divine water to ask the divine tree of life. After all, even a human would need some time to rest after 3 days and 3 nights. However, even though Duan Ling Tian did not ask, the world-cleansing divine water took the initiative to contact Duan Ling Tian. She said excitedly, "Little Tian, the thing that Wang Yuan gave you is not ordinary. In fact, it's a treasure to you." Duan Ling Tian was slightly taken aback when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words. Although he could tell that the thing was not ordinary from the way it acted in front of the divine tree of life, he did not have high hopes for it. Even if it was not ordinary, it might not be of much use to him. If it was something that leaned toward the law of life, he would not give up on the law of time and the law of space to focus on the law of life. Moreover, in his opinion, the law of space was more powerful than the law of life, and the law of time was more powerful than the law of space. Chapter 43-89. Sister Water, what is it? Although the world-cleansing divine water had said the item was a treasure to him, Duan Ling Tian did not let this surprise get to his head. After all, he would only know how useful it was to him if he had a better understanding of it. If it was something that could help him raise the level of the law of life, it might be a treasure to him. However, he was reluctant to convert his primary law of life to the law of life. Apart from his current attainments in the law of time and the law of space, he also possessed a supreme powerhouse godhead from the law of time and a supreme powerhouse godhead from the law of space. Both were treasures that could help him comprehend the law of life. Let alone the God-defying world, even in the outer realm, a supreme powerhouse godhead was a treasure. If that item is really something that can help me comprehend the law of life, is it more powerful than a supreme powerhouse godhead? Duan Ling Tian did not believe the world-cleansing divine water's words. Although Duan Ling Tian did not expect much from the world-cleansing divine water, he was still waiting for its reply. Perhaps, Sister Water would be able to bring him a pleasant surprise? Although Sister Shui wasn't completely clear about his current situation, she probably knew that he didn't have much hope for the law of life. "It's a key," the world-cleansing divine water said again. Duan Ling Tian was stunned when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words. A key? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was certain the key was not something that could help him comprehend the law of time. It must be a key to a certain place that contained many treasures. At the very least, it must be something useful to him. Otherwise, the world-cleansing divine water would not have told him the key was a treasure to him. Key? Where is the key to? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he regained his senses. A hint of anticipation could be seen on his face. The world-cleansing divine water did not keep Duan Ling Tian in suspense. She said bluntly, "According to the wood spirit, the key contains the aura of its former owner's idol. The idol of its former owner is also a supreme powerhouse. Moreover, he's much stronger than the wood spirit." The wood spirit said that there is a spirit within the key. It's a life form that was born out of thin air by that utmost powerhouse after he mastered the laws of life to the great perfection realm. That spirit said that after its master died, the meaning of its existence was to open the independent plane where the ultimate expert behind it hid his relics after he died for the person who obtained it. Whoever can reawaken it will be able to obtain all the treasures in the independent plane that it controls. The world-cleansing divine water paused for a moment before it continued. The wood spirit followed its previous master and saw it from afar before I entered its body. According to the wood spirit, its former master's idol, which is that ultimate powerhouse, is extremely powerful. Also, the wood spirit heard from its former master that his idol is an existence that can be ranked in the second tier even in the entire myriad worlds. The supreme experts in the first echelon of the 10,000 worlds are the 3 supreme existences in the 3 major domains. The second echelon below them are the supreme experts who are a grade lower. Among the myriad worlds, there are no more than 30 ultimate powerhouses who can be ranked in the second tier. At least, there were no more than 30 ultimate powerhouses back then. Perhaps, you don't know much about this. Let me give you a reference. Back then, there was only one ultimate powerhouse who could be ranked in the second tier in the myriad worlds Duan Ling Tian was shocked when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words. That round token was actually something left behind by a supreme being who was once recognized as one of the second echelons of the myriad worlds. Moreover, it could open the independent space he left behind. Moreover, that supreme powerhouse was the idol of the former master of the divine tree of life in his little world. The wood spirit was the name of the divine tree of life in Duan Lingtian's little world. Duan Lingtian had learned about the name of the divine tree of life not long ago. After all, the original master of the divine tree of life in his little world was also a supreme powerhouse. One could only imagine how powerful that supreme powerhouse was to be idolized. However, the circular token he obtained was left behind by that supreme powerhouse. Moreover, according to the world-cleansing divine water, the token was left behind. Moreover, the circular token was the key to opening the independent space left behind by that supreme powerhouse. Whoever obtained the circular token and awakened the spirit inside would be able to obtain all the treasures in the independent space left behind by that supreme powerhouse. Sister Water, that supreme powerhouse. Did he not have any descendants? Did he not have any disciples? After a brief moment of shock and excitement, Duan Lingtian calmed down. The wood spirit said that the supreme expert did not belong to any of the realms. He was a wandering cultivator who roamed the myriad of realms and the lands beyond them. In fact, many people said that he was a native of the lands beyond the realm. The outer land is located outside the myriad worlds. It's also the hub of the myriad worlds. Many living beings have been born there over the years. Some are strong, some are weak. Among them, there are many who have grown to the level of a supreme powerhouse. The wood spirit said that the supreme powerhouse was a rogue cultivator in the past. After he died, he hid his life savings in an independent space and waited for a fated person. It's normal for him to do that. The world-cleansing divine water paused for a moment before it continued. The wood spirit said that you can obtain it now and drip a drop of blood on it to make it acknowledge you as its master. Although the wood spirit was the one who awakened it, since you're its new master, its awakening is equivalent to your awakening. Upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's words, Duan Lingtian no longer cared about the confusion in his heart. He immediately pulled the circular token out of his little world before he pricked his finger and dripped a drop of blood on it. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian felt as though he had formed a strange connection with a living being. Your divine tree of life has awakened me. You're the fated person that Master spoke of. When you become stronger, I'll bring you to the bottomless abyss that Master left behind so you can inherit Master's legacy. As the circular token trembled slightly, a young voice suddenly appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian saw the round command token suddenly transform into a flowing light that entered his body before appearing near his soul, and it terrified him to the point his face couldn't help but go pale. Don't worry. The young voice sounded again. You're the fated person that Master spoke of. I won't harm you. I'll stay near your soul and protect it at critical moments. It's a good thing for you. However, my abilities are limited. I'm only good at defending against soul attacks. You don't have to look for me for help with other matters. Even if you look for me, I won't be able to help. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the young voice's words. At the same time, he recalled something and could not help but ask, you said that I can only go to the bottomless abyss that Master left behind after I become stronger. How strong do I have to become? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. If he could go to the bottomless abyss after he became a higher ultimate god, it would undoubtedly be a great thing for him. However, the young voice's reply completely dispelled his delusion. Supreme Expert. Chapter 4390. Ultimate Expert. Duan Lingtian felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head when he heard the words of the spirit in the circular token. The excitement that rose from the depths of his heart instantly vanished. Ultimate Expert, that was too far away from him now. His current goal was still to become a higher ultimate god, after stepping into the higher ultimate God realm, there was still a very, very long way to go before he could become an ultimate expert. He knew very well that the reason he was able to step into the medium ultimate God realm from the lower ultimate God realm so quickly and even consolidate his cultivation base, getting closer and closer to the higher ultimate God realm. All of this was because he had soaked in the divine corrupting spring and absorbed a huge amount of divine corrupting spring. And that kind of opportunity only came once. Now, even if he still had a lot of divine corrupting spring in his hands, even if he used all of it, it would at most help him walk a small part of the path to becoming a higher ultimate God. Even if he stepped into the higher ultimate God realm now, it would be difficult for him to completely consolidate his cultivation base with the divine corrupting spring in his hands, let alone use the divine corrupting spring to become an ultimate expert. What a pity. I have to step into the ultimate expert realm to be able to enter the ultimate God realm left behind by that powerful ultimate expert. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. He did not expect that he would be able to enter the ultimate God realm left behind by that ultimate expert as a medium ultimate God. However, he was hoping that he would be able to enter that place as a higher ultimate God. However, now that he heard the words of the spirit of the ultimate key, Duan Lingtian completely dispelled the delusion in his heart. I originally thought that if I could enter as a higher ultimate God, I might be able to use the resources inside to quickly improve my strength and speed up my path to becoming an ultimate expert. After sighing in his heart again, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses and did not continue to dwell on this matter. At the same time, he remembered that the ultimate key left behind by the ultimate expert was given to him by Wang Yuan before he died. If I can leave this place alive, I will definitely do what you asked of me. Thinking of Wang Yuan's last words, Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn. Even if Wang Yuan had already fallen and it was impossible to know if he would fulfill his promise, he had never thought of going back on his word. I'll focus on my cultivation first. I'll strive to become a high-level ultimate God before the next secret territory opens. Duan Lingtian knew that the next time the secret realm opened, it would be a turning point for him. Whether or not he could leave the small world in the Crimson Demon's body and escape the Crimson Demon's control would depend on whether everything went smoothly the next time the secret realm opened. Right now, he wasn't sure either. According to the world-cleansing divine water, if Duan Lingtian did not make a breakthrough, he would only have a 50% chance of escaping alive. However, if he made a breakthrough, his chances would be even higher. However, no matter how confident he was, there was still a risk. There was no 100% chance of success. Even if it was 99%, there was still a chance of failure. No matter what, it's better to have a higher chance of survival. The higher the chance of survival, the higher the chance of survival. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian tried his best to calm himself down. Then, he took out the God-corrupting spring water to help with his cultivation as he tried to break through to the high-level ultimate God stage. He had completely forgotten about time and everything else as he cultivated. He was only focused on breaking through. While Duan Lingtian was resting after leaving the secret realm, in the Crimson Demon's small world, many people who had entered the secret realm also came out one after another after Duan Lingtian. However, unlike Duan Lingtian who came out unscathed, these people were more or less injured. Some of them were even severely injured. Poof! Another figure came out from the secret realm. As soon as he came out, his body swayed, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Then, his face became extremely pale, like a sheet of white paper hanging on his face. After spitting out the blood, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked around to make sure there was no one around before he heaved a sigh of relief. If I had known, I wouldn't have provoked Duan Lingtian. I really didn't expect him to be so powerful. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would be able to recognize this person with just a glance. This person was one of the two people who wanted to join forces with Peng Pu-sha to deal with him before he entered the secret realm. Ao Longyu. At this time, Ao Longyu was no longer as high-spirited as he was in front of Duan Lingtian. He looked a little tired and dispirited. Moreover, although he had successfully come out of the secret realm alive, he was not relaxed at all. First of all, he was seriously injured this time. the next trip to the secret realm would not bode well for him. Second, he was afraid that before the next trip to the secret realm, Duan Lingtian, who he had provoked before, would come looking for trouble with him and even kill him. Even if he was at his peak, he was no match for him, let alone now. Let's follow the agreement I made with Tian Hu before we entered the secret realm. After we come out, we'll look for someone to protect us. Duan Lingtian is powerful. However, there are still a few people in Crimson Devil's little world who are not afraid of him. Ao Longyu muttered to himself. He did not return to his place of cultivation. Instead, he headed in another direction. While Ao Longyu was making his move, Ao Longyu's companion, Tian Hu, was giving away a spatial ring in a cave abode in a mountain range in the distance. Tian Hu, what's the meaning of this? A handsome young man dressed in white sat in front of a stone table in the cave dwelling. He was drinking tea at a leisurely pace. He looked calm and had an extraordinary aura. Young Master Jun, I'm willing to use more than half of my life savings to seek your protection. Tian Hu said sincerely with a solemn expression. Seek protection? The white-clad young man was stunned when he heard Tian Hu's words. Then, he laughed self-mockingly. I'm the same as you. We're both caged beasts in Crimson Devil's cage. I'm afraid you're asking the wrong person to seek protection from me. You should seek protection from Crimson Devil. Young Master Jun, Tian Hu continued to say, I'm asking for your protection. As long as you protect me until the next time the secret realm opens and we enter the secret realm. After that, young Master Jun won't have to protect me anymore. A hint of hope rose in Tian Hu's eyes as soon as he finished speaking. If he died in the next secret realm, he would accept it. However, if he was killed by Duan Lingtian before entering the secret realm, he would feel wronged. Naturally, most importantly, he wanted to take a gamble and increase his strength before the next secret realm opened. That way, he might not die in the next secret realm. Moreover, if he became stronger and joined forces with Ao Longyu, he might not be afraid of Duan Lingtian anymore. If there were no accidents, Ao Longyu would definitely have a breakthrough before the next secret realm opened. He was seeking protection to stall for time. He felt that he and Ao Longyu might not be afraid of Duan Lingtian after a few more years. However, even if they joined forces now, they were still no match for Duan Lingtian. You're worried that the newcomer will attack you? The white-clad young man asked with a faint smile as he looked at Tian Hu. Tian Hu took a deep breath when he heard that. At this point, I don't intend to hide it from young Master Jun. Ao Longyu and I are indeed worried that he'll attack us. I'm seeking protection from young Master Jun because I'm guarding against him. I'm sure he won't dare to act recklessly with me around, young Master Jun. Based on Tian Hu's words, it was obvious that he trusted the white-clad young man. In other words, he trusted the white-clad young man's strength. The white-clad young man's name was Shengguan Jun. In terms of strength, he was one of the strongest people in Crimson Demon's little world. Even among the superior ultimate gods, he was one of the best. At the very least, Tian Hu felt that if Duan Lingtian were to fight with Shengguan Jun, it would be difficult for him to defeat Shengguan Jun even if he was undefeated. It's not a problem to protect you. Shengguan Jun glanced at Tian Hu nonchalantly before he looked at the spatial ring that Tian Hu handed over. However, I want to confirm if your sincerity is worthy of my protection. If I don't like you, you can leave and look for someone else. In Crimson Demon's little world, I'm not the only one who has the ability to protect you. Shengguan Jun said. Young Master Jun, please check it. Tian Hu bowed slightly and handed over the spatial ring. Shengguan Jun casually took the spatial ring. After the spatial ring ownership claim was made, he took a look inside. At first, his eyes were calm. However, after a while, his eyes suddenly lit up like the bright stars in the night sky. Even his breathing became slightly disordered. After taking a deep breath, Shengguan Jun regained his senses and looked deeply at Tian Hu. You're really generous. That thing makes it impossible for me to reject you. Alright, I'll do it. He's just a newcomer. If we were in the outside world, I wouldn't easily make an enemy out of him because of his talent and future. However, in Crimson Demon's little world, everyone is going to die. Why should I be afraid of him? Shang Guanjun paused for a moment before he said to Tian Hu, until the next time the secret land opens, you will cultivate in my cave mansion. If Duan Ling Tian really comes looking for me, I'll stop him. Thank you, young Master Jun. Tianhu had been waiting for Shang Guanjun to say this. Until now, his restless heart had finally calmed down. After Tianhu obtained the protection of Shang Guanjun, one of the strongest geniuses in Crimson Demon's little world, Ao Longyu arrived at the cave abode of another genius who was as famous as Shang Guanjun in Crimson Demon's little world. After a series of respectful greetings, Ao Longyu entered the cave mansion of the other party. At the same time, Ao Longyu stated his request and offered a treasure that the other party could not reject. With this, Ao Longyu and Tianhu found protection one after another. After the news spread, the young geniuses who survived the secret land could understand Ao Longyu and Tianhu's choice. If they were in the same situation as the two of them, they would most likely make the same choice. Ao Longyu and Tianhu are protected by Sun Jiao and Shang Guanjun. I'm afraid it's impossible for Duan Lingtian to touch them. Chapter 4391. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not know that Ao Longyu and Tianhu had each found a top young genius in Crimson Demon's small world and paid a huge price to seek protection from him. Now, he was fully focused on his cultivation. He had forgotten about time and everything else while he was cultivating. With the help of the divine corrupting spring, his cultivation base increased rapidly and he was getting closer and closer to becoming a higher ultimate god. Even Crimson Demon, who occasionally paid attention to Duan Lingtian, could clearly feel the improvement and change in Duan Lingtian's cultivation base. This kid's cultivation speed is really fast. I originally planned to open the next secret territory in a few years. It seems like I'll have to postpone it. I'll wait until he becomes a higher ultimate god before opening the secret territory. At that time, I'll directly open the next secret territory and make it the last one. Only one person will survive. The secret territory opened early the last time. This time, I'll open it later to give them more time to breathe. Originally, the dozen young geniuses who were lucky enough to survive in Crimson Demon's small world thought that since the secret territory opened early the last time, the next secret territory would only open a few years later. However, after a few years, they realized that the secret territory did not open. Even after a few more years, the secret territory still did not open. Could it be that the secret territory is going to be opened by the same number of years? Many people thought so. However, when the secret territory still did not open after the previous secret territory opened the next time, the group of people was puzzled. What's going on? Why hasn't the secret territory opened yet? That's right. No newcomers have entered. Why is the opening of the secret territory delayed? Could it be that the secret territory opened early the last time, so it's delayed this time? Something doesn't feel right. Although the dozen young geniuses who were lucky enough to survive in Crimson Demon's small world were puzzled, they also knew that they could not change anything. Everything here was under the control of the ultimate god, Crimson Demon. Among them, there were even quite a few direct descendants of supreme experts, the kind where the supreme experts were even willing to fight for them. However, within the small world within the Crimson Devil's body, they had no way of asking for help from the supreme experts behind them. Among the dozen or so people, several of them had tokens from supreme experts. Usually, when they were outside the realm, they could use the tokens from supreme experts to contact the supreme experts. However, the small world within Crimson Demon's body completely isolated all of this. You want to tip them off? Impossible. The Crimson Demon had already calculated everything. What's the situation? The secret realm hasn't opened yet? Even Ao Longyu and Tianhu had mostly recovered from their injuries. They had thought that they would only be able to enter the next secret realm with injuries. Who would have thought that they would have time to recover from so many injuries? This is a good thing for me. It seems like I'll be able to fully recover from my injuries before the next secret realm opens. Perhaps, before the next time the secret realm opens, my strength will be able to improve further. Tianhu's eyes shone brightly as he muttered to himself. On the other hand, Ao Longyu's eyes shone brightly. Now that my strength has improved, even if I'm not a match for Duan Lingtian, if Tianhu and I join forces, it'll be difficult for him to kill us. If Tianhu and I join forces, the most we'll be able to do is to fight him to a standstill. This time, the secret realm hasn't opened yet. I'll use the remaining time to recover from my injuries. I'll quickly recover from my injuries. At that time, I'll have more strength to protect myself. If there was anyone who did not pay attention to the next secret realm opening, it would be Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was focused on his cultivation, leaving his back to the 5 divine elements. If anything happened, the 5 divine elements would immediately alert him. As for the opening of the secret realm, there was no need for the 5 divine elements to alert him. Crimson Demon's voice was enough to wake him up. For this reason, he was not worried he would miss the next secret realm. Duan Lingtian had completely forgotten about time as he cultivated. Drops of divine corrupting spring water were consumed by him as though they were free. They became a part of his divine energy. His divine power continued to rise, and rise again. It was only when he had a breakthrough in his cultivation base that Duan Lingtian opened his eyes. His eyes shone brightly before they dimmed again. How long have I been cultivating? I feel like I've depleted more than half of the divine corrupting spring water in my possession. Now, I'm only left with less than half. Duan Lingtian looked at the divine corrupting spring in his spatial ring and discovered that the divine corrupting spring in his spatial ring had decreased by 3/5 compared to before he went into closed-door cultivation. Only 2/5 was left. Sister Water, how long have I been cultivating? Duan Lingtian asked the world-cleansing divine water as his eyes narrowed slightly when he saw the rate of depletion of the divine corrupting spring water. The world-cleansing divine water immediately replied, "You've been cultivating for 32 years, 32 years." Duan Lingtian's expression changed slightly. That long? In the next instant, he thought of something else. But why hasn't the secret realm opened yet? Crimson Demon hasn't notified me either. What's going on? It can't be that I missed Crimson Demon's notification while I was cultivating, right? That can't be right. If I didn't enter the secret realm, Crimson Demon wouldn't have let me go. Could it be that the secret realm hasn't opened yet? At this moment, a voice suddenly rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. The secret realm will open in 3 months. Crimson Demon's notification of the secret realm's opening came just as Duan Lingtian had successfully broken through to the upper ultimate god stage. This caused Duan Lingtian to fall into a daze for a long time. It was obvious the secret realm's opening had been delayed. However, if the opening was delayed, so be it. The timing of the opening was too coincidental. It opened right after he had broken through to the upper ultimate god stage. Sister Shui, do you think that Crimson Demon would be able to find out about my breakthrough as well? After all, this is the little world in Crimson Demon's body. Duan Lingtian could not help but ask the world-cleansing divine water. The world-cleansing divine water quickly gave him an answer. As long as he's paying attention to you, he'll naturally know about your breakthrough. Why are you suddenly asking this? The world-cleansing divine water felt Duan Lingtian would not have asked this out of the blue. There must be a reason for him to ask this question. Duan Lingtian immediately told the world-cleansing divine water that the secret realm would open in 3 months. The secret realm's opening was announced just a few breaths after you had broken through. The interval between the opening of the secret realm. This should be the longest one. The world-cleansing divine water was silent for a while after hearing this from Duan Lingtian. Then, it continued, if I'm not mistaken, he's probably waiting for you to break through to the upper ultimate god stage and become a upper ultimate god. As for the reason, it's because he values you. Moreover, he's likely to choose the most suitable body for him to possess in the secret realm this time. The world-cleansing divine water's words made Duan Lingtian realize his guess was correct. However, Duan Lingtian did not expect the Crimson Demon to choose the most suitable body for him in the secret realm this time. Sister Water, why did you say the Crimson Demon would choose the most suitable body for him in the secret realm this time? Even if half of the people were eliminated in the previous secret realm, there would still be more than a dozen people left. More than a dozen people, and only one person will be chosen? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. The world-cleansing divine water said, my guess is based on evidence. Previously, you told me the Crimson Demon's death rate has increased recently when he opened the secret realm. From this, it's clear he's in a hurry. It's obvious he can't hold on for too long. He doesn't even plan to face the 10,000 years heavenly tribulation. His 10,000 years heavenly tribulation should be coming soon. Therefore, he wants to possess a new body before that and use his clan's secret technique to conceal himself from the heavenly tribulation. Duan Lingtian agreed with the world-cleansing divine water's analysis. Based on the world-cleansing divine water's analysis, Duan Lingtian found it logical. For a moment, his expression couldn't help but turn solemn. Little Tian, you don't have to worry too much. Upon seeing Duan Lingtian's grave expression, the world-cleansing divine water said, you originally planned to escape from his control when the secret realm opens this time. If you can escape successfully, it won't affect you even if it's the last time you enter the secret realm. However, if you fail, you won't be in a good situation even if it's the last time you enter the secret realm. Upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's words, Duan Lingtian's expression softened. Moreover, the world-cleansing divine water continued to say, this time, if he's waiting for you to become a higher ultimate god before he opens the secret realm, it'll be a great help to you. Now that you've become a higher ultimate god, we'll have a higher chance of helping you escape. Upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's words, a hint of a smile finally appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. When Duan Lingtian learned that the secret realm would open in 3 months, the other young geniuses in the Crimson Demon's little world also received the news. For a moment, their hearts were all shaken. It's finally here. They had been waiting for a long time for the secret realm to open. They did not expect it would only open after 32 years. Some of the people who had been seriously injured had also successfully recovered from their injuries in these 32 years. Ao Longyu and Tianhu had also fully recovered from their injuries. In fact, not only had they recovered from their injuries, they had also improved over the years and become even more powerful. Now, the two of them had joined forces. With the tacit understanding between them, their combined strength was not inferior to the young geniuses that they had found to protect them. Chapter 4392. However, although Ao Longyu and Tianhu had both made breakthroughs and were stronger than the two young geniuses they had found to protect them, their combined strength was no weaker than the two young geniuses they had found to protect them. However, they did not intend to leave the young geniuses who had promised to protect them. After all, they had paid a huge price to find this protection umbrella. Before they could make full use of it, it was better not to exhaust their strength. After all, they still had to enter the secret realm to seek survival. If they were injured in a conflict with the Duan Lingtian, it would not be worth it. The secret realm will open in 3 months. You and I will meet up at the entrance of the secret realm under their protection. There's no need for us to meet up before that. Ao Longyu sent a voice transmission to Tianhu. It's impossible for the two of them to leave for us. If one of us chooses to leave, we'll have one less person to protect us. What Ao Longyu meant was that they should continue to enjoy the protection of the people they had found. If they took the initiative to leave, it would only benefit the other party. That's what I think too. Tianhu agreed with Ao Longyu's suggestion. It was obvious that Tianhu had the same thoughts as well. However, Ao Longyu continued. At this moment, Ao Longyu continued to say, Duan Lingtian hasn't come to look for us for more than 30 years. I don't think he'll come to look for us in the last 3 months. However, it's better to be safe than sorry. To be on the safe side, we can't let our guard down. Tianhu agreed with Ao Longyu's words once again. The two of them decided that 3 months later, they would head to the location of the next secret realm that Crimson Demon would open under the protection of the umbrella that they had found. However, they did not know that a purple figure was flying in the air from a valley in the little world of the Crimson Demon's body. He was heading toward the cave abode they had created for themselves. This is where Ao Longyu and Tianhu's cave abodes are. Duan Ling Tian had come here after asking someone about the location of Ao Longyu and Tianhu's cave abodes. However, when he arrived, he found that there was no one inside. Could it be that they died in the last mystic realm? Duan Ling Tian frowned slightly. Or perhaps, the person I asked earlier lied to me? Thinking of this, Duan Ling Tian turned to look at a young man not far behind him. It was this young man who had told him the location of Ao Longyu and Tianhu's cave residences. At this moment, the young man seemed to have seen through Duan Ling Tian's doubts and smiled faintly. What you asked me was the location of their cave abodes. And this is where their cave abodes are located. Now, are you going to ask me where they are now? There was a faint smile on the young man's face. He had been like this since the beginning when Duan Ling Tian approached him. It was as if he was not afraid of Duan Ling Tian's extraordinary strength at all. Since the last time the secret realm opened, Duan Ling Tian had killed Peng Pusha at the entrance of the secret realm. Everyone in the Crimson Demon's small world knew about him. Everyone knew that a new genius had arrived. Although he was only a medium ultimate god, his strength was comparable to a superior ultimate god's. You know? This time, Duan Ling Tian looked at the young man with a hint of surprise. He originally thought that the young man was just a friendly person, but now it seemed that he was not that simple. If it was an ordinary person, they would not be so perfunctory and would not follow him. I know. The young man nodded. Both of them were seriously injured after coming out of the secret realm last time. Therefore, each of them paid a certain price to seek protection from the other two. Those two people are also two of the strongest people among the people here. If you come to seek revenge now, I'm afraid that the people they found to protect them will not stand by and do nothing. As he finished speaking, the young man glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian. Oh. Upon hearing the young man's words, Duan Ling Tian raised his eyebrows. He did not expect Ao Longyu and Tianhu to be so vigilant after coming out of the secret realm last time. However, he had to kill these two people. Last time, if it wasn't for his strength, he might have been tricked by these two and Peng Pusha and died at that time. Duan Ling Tian was a person who clearly distinguished between kindness and hatred. He would repay kindness with kindness and revenge with revenge. As for the two people who sought protection from Ao Longyu and Tianhu, two of the strongest people in Crimson Demon's small world. Superior ultimate gods. Duan Ling Tian's eyes were filled with a burning desire to fight. He had just entered the upper ultimate god realm and urgently needed a battle to familiarize himself with the qualitative change in his divine power. Although entering the upper ultimate god realm meant that he was still far from completely stabilizing his cultivation base, his divine power had undergone a qualitative change and was incomparable to a medium ultimate god's divine power. Duan Ling Tian also wanted to know how much his strength had increased after entering the upper ultimate god realm. Of course, it was not that he did not feel anything. However, he would be able to feel how much his strength had increased through actual combat. Your Excellency, can you tell me the location of the cave residence of the person they sought protection from? Duan Ling Tian looked at the young man again and asked politely. The young man did not waste any time and directly led him around and pointed out the location of two cave residences at the same time. These two cave residences. The one in front is the cave residence of the person Tianhu sought protection from. The one on the left is the cave residence of the person Ao Longyu sought protection from. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man did not seem to be interested in watching the show and directly turned to leave. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian looked at the departing figure and thanked him. At the same time, he felt that the young man was somewhat mysterious. Moreover, he gave him the feeling that he was somewhat unfathomable. Could this person also be one of the strongest young geniuses in Crimson Demon's small world? Duan Lingtian could not help but have this thought. However, as soon as this thought came to his mind, he saw the young man's back disappear before his eyes. At this moment, Duan Lingtian heard whispers in his ears. Who was the person who came with Duan Lingtian just now? I've never seen him before. He should be someone who doesn't usually show up. I think I've seen most of the people here since I came in, even Duan Lingtian is no exception. I've never seen that person before. The whispers that entered his ears came from 4 people. Among these 4 people, 2 of them hovered in the air as they looked at Duan Lingtian from afar. They had all heard the commotion caused by Duan Lingtian and the young man and came out of their cave residences to join in the fun. These people don't know that young man? At this moment, even Duan Lingtian could not help but frown slightly when he heard the whispers of the 4 people. While Duan Lingtian was frowning, the figure of the young man who had long disappeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes gradually turned into nothingness, leaving only a faint voice. I wonder if this young man will be a match for those 2 after entering the upper ultimate god realm. If Duan Lingtian was there and heard this voice, he would definitely recognize it as the voice of the supreme expert who had imprisoned him, Crimson Demon. Obviously. The young man who had shown Duan Lingtian the way was the young man that Crimson Demon had transformed into. He had transformed into such a person to show Duan Lingtian the way. Although he did not know much about Duan Lingtian, he also knew that any normal person would not let Ao Longyu and Tianhu off so easily after what had happened to Duan Lingtian, unless the 2 of them had died in the secret realm previously. After Duan Lingtian walked out of his cave residence, the first thing he asked Crimson Demon was if Ao Longyu and Tianhu had walked out of the secret realm alive. It should be Crimson Demon's transformation. After frowning for a moment, Duan Lingtian vaguely guessed who the young man was. He was obviously not a person who lived in seclusion. Otherwise, he would not be so familiar with Ao Longyu and Tianhu's situation. If he was not a person who lived in seclusion, it was impossible for him not to know the 4 people in front of him. Therefore, there was only one explanation: that young man was Crimson Demon's transformation. As for the purpose, it was obvious that he wanted to see him fight with the 2 young geniuses who had protected Ao Longyu and Tianhu to see his strength after his breakthrough. This Crimson Demon really thinks highly of me. When I had just broken through, he said that he wanted to open the secret realm. When I walked out of the cave residence, he transformed into a person and led the way for me. Even Duan Lingtian could feel how highly Crimson Demon thought of him at this moment. It was obvious that he really thought of him as one of the most suitable targets for possession. Now, it's time to find the 2 of them and settle the old score. After a few moments, Duan Lingtian regained his senses. His eyes gleamed fiercely as he disappeared from his original spot. When he reappeared, he had already teleported to the cave abode of the young genius who was protecting Ao Longyu. Duan Lingtian stood in the air and looked down at the cave residence below him. He said indifferently, Ao Longyu, are you coming out yourself, or do you want me to drag you out? Although Duan Lingtian's tone was indifferent and his voice was not loud, it contained divine power and was extremely penetrating. In the blink of an eye, it covered a large area around him. There were more than 10 young geniuses in Crimson Demon's small world who had cultivated in this area. Therefore, almost everyone heard Duan Lingtian's voice. Duan Lingtian? Tianhu, who was cultivating, instantly woke up when he heard the voice. His face darkened slightly as he walked out of the cave residence's stone room and headed outside. Tianhu. At this moment, a cold voice was heard from another stone room in the cave residence. Duan Lingtian has now stepped into the upper ultimate god realm. Tianhu's face changed drastically when he heard this and he instantly stopped in his tracks. At the same time, a figure slowly walked out from the stone room where the voice came from. It was the young man who had accepted Tianhu's storage ring and promised to protect him. The young man was also recognized as one of the strongest young geniuses in Crimson Demon's small world. The young man had also walked out of the secret realm unscathed previously. He had also come out before Duan Lingtian. End of chapter. Chapter 4393. A higher ultimate god. Tianhu had never imagined that the middle-level ultimate god who had scared him and Ao Longyu away 30 years ago would be a high-level ultimate god now. Before Shangguanjun spoke, he was confident that he would not be afraid of Duan Lingtian if he teamed up with Ao Longyu. However, when he heard Shangguanjun say that Duan Lingtian had become a higher ultimate god, his expression changed and his heart trembled. Even his body that was leaning forward stiffened. When he heard Duan Lingtian's voice earlier, he could not help but feel excited. He did not even notice the fluctuation of divine power when the voice spread out. Now that he felt the faint fluctuation of divine power left behind by the voice, he was certain of one thing. Duan Lingtian had indeed made a breakthrough. Young Master Jun, Tianhu looked at Shangguanjun with an unpleasant expression. If he can deal with Ao Longyu and Sun Jiao, he will definitely come to me. At that time, Shangguanjun snorted coldly. If I knew he would make a breakthrough, I wouldn't have accepted your gift. Come with me to find Ao Longyu and Sun Jiao. Although Shangguanjun was confident in his own strength, he did not dare to underestimate Duan Lingtian. Even if Duan Lingtian was not as strong as him, he was not far away from him. Now that Duan Lingtian had made a breakthrough and stepped into the higher ultimate god realm, even if he had not consolidated his cultivation base, the qualitative change in his divine power had made Duan Lingtian even more terrifying. If Shangguanjun were to fight Duan Lingtian now, he would not have much confidence in defeating him. Although he was one of the strongest among the group of young geniuses in Crimson Demon's little world and was not weaker than the others, however, among the top higher ultimate gods, he was only in the second tier. Now that Duan Lingtian has made a breakthrough, even if his strength is not in the first tier, I'm afraid he's not far away. If I were to fight him, not only would I have no chance of winning, I might even be defeated after a stalemate. Shangguanjun looked calm on the surface, but he could not help but feel anxious. If he had known that Duan Lingtian would make a breakthrough so quickly, he would not have agreed to protect Tianhu 30 years ago. Because he knew Duan Lingtian was not to be trifled with, Shangguanjun did not want to wait for Duan Lingtian to come to him. He brought Tianhu with him to find Sun Jiao and Ao Longyu. Sun Jiao was the young genius that Ao Longyu had paid a great price to find to protect him. In the small world within Crimson Demon's body, Sun Jiao was a character on par with Shangguanjun. Swoosh. Swoosh. When Shangguanjun and Tianhu arrived outside Sun Jiao's cave, Sun Jiao was also coming out with Ao Longyu. When they saw Shangguanjun and Tianhu, although the four of them didn't communicate, they still tacitly gathered together. Swoosh. 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 At the same time, figures began to gather from all directions. Apart from Duan Lingtian, Ao Longyu, and the other three who were standing in the air facing him, there were a total of 11 people. These 11 people, including Duan Lingtian and the other four, were the remaining young geniuses in Crimson Demon's little world. The others had all perished in the last secret realm that had been opened. You too, are you planning to protect them? Duan Lingtian and Ao Longyu stood facing each other and calmly looked at them. At the same time, his gaze fell on Shangguanjun and Sun Jiao. He had some impression of these two people. The last time he entered the secret realm, they were also nearby when he fought with Peng Pusha. Of course, at that time, he didn't know that these two people were two of the strongest young geniuses in Crimson Demon's little world. Facing Duan Lingtian's gaze, Shangguanjun frowned slightly, then relaxed. Duan Lingtian, before the secret realm opens in 3 months, I won't allow you to touch Tianhu. If you want to touch him, wait until the next secret realm ends. I can promise you that if he comes out alive the next time, I won't protect him, no matter how much he has to pay. Shangguanjun's words were very sincere. That's what I meant. Before Duan Lingtian could speak, Sun Jiao, a young man in blue with an ordinary appearance, spoke first, echoing Shangguanjun's words. And the one he was protecting wasn't Tianhu, but Ao Longyu. At this time, Ao Longyu and Tianhu's expressions weren't too good. Previously, when they came out injured and asked for Shangguanjun and Sun Jiao's protection, they were not confident that they would come out alive the next time they entered the secret realm because of their serious injuries. It was also because of this that they didn't expect Shang Guanjun and Sun Jiao to protect them after the next secret realm. However, what they didn't expect was that the next time the mystic realm opened, it would take so long. In the past 30 years, they had completely recovered from their injuries. At this time, their mentality was completely different from 30 years ago. Young Master Jun. Brother Sun. Tianhu and Ao Longyu looked at each other and communicated with each other through voice transmission for a moment. Then, they sent voice transmissions to Shang Guanjun and Sun Jiao, saying that as long as the two continued to protect them in the next secret realm, they were willing to give up everything except death. However, this time, whether it was Shang Guanjun or Sun Jiao, they ignored them. Let alone agree. They were not stupid. It would have been fine if Duan Tian was still a medium ultimate god. However, now that Duan Tian had become a high-level ultimate god, his strength might even be stronger than theirs. Under such circumstances, offending Duan Tian was undoubtedly an act of humiliation. Of course, from their point of view, they had already given Duan Tian a lot of face by saying those words in front of Duan Tian. At this moment, Tianhu and Ao Longyu panicked when faced with Shang Guanjun and Sun Jiao's disregard. They didn't want to face Duan Tian, who had stepped into the high-level ultimate god realm. Even if they could come out alive the next secret realm, they would definitely be seriously injured. At that time, how could they resist the threat from Duan Tian? Although they might not be the last ones to survive in the Crimson Demon's small dimension, and even if they did, they would be possessed by the Crimson Demon. However, even if they knew this, they still hoped to live a little longer. No one wanted to die. Moreover, no one dared to say that the Crimson Demon would not let them go after finding the most suitable body for him to possess. As long as they cooperated, the Crimson Demon, as a supreme expert, could still easily erase their recent memories. Under such circumstances, the Crimson Demon did not have to worry about them spreading the news of what had happened here. No one wanted to die. Now, the dozen or so people present all wanted to live. They even hoped that one day they could leave the Crimson Demon's small dimension and regain their freedom. It's obvious that Shang Guanjun and Sun Jiao are planning to join forces. It looks like Duan Tian's ascension to the high-level ultimate god realm has put a lot of pressure on them. The onlookers already knew that Duan Tian had become a high-level ultimate god. It wasn't difficult to guess the current state of Shang Guanjun and Sun Jiao from their whispers. Although the two of them did not say that they would join forces to deal with Duan Tian, Sun Jiao's agreement with Shang Guanjun's words clearly showed that she would stand on the same side as Shang Guanjun. It's really unbelievable. A newcomer who's only been here for a few decades can have such a great deterrent force. I wonder how strong he has become after entering the high-level ultimate god realm. Maybe he's already the strongest among us. As the crowd whispered, their gazes fell on Duan Tian. They were curious about Duan Tian's reaction. Of course, most people felt that Duan Tian would choose to give in for the time being. After all, if Duan Tian decided to make things difficult for them, he would not only have to face Sun Jiao and Shang Guanjun, but both of them as well. In addition, if there was a chance, whether it was Ao Longyu or Tianhu, they would definitely not miss the opportunity to kill Duan Tian. Everyone's eyes were focused on Duan Tian at this moment. Duan Tian stared calmly at Shang Guanjun and Sun Jiao and said indifferently, "If I want to kill the two of them, I'm afraid you won't be able to stop me." His words immediately caused an uproar among the crowd. What arrogance! This was the first thought that rose in everyone's mind. How arrogant! Shang Guanjun laughed in anger. You can try. Sun Jiao was also a little angry. This time, Duan Tian did not speak again. His body swayed and two law avatars charged out with swords. They were his law of space and law of time avatars. These two law avatars were also the strongest among all of his law avatars. However, when the two law avatars charged out to meet Shang Guanjun and Sun Jiao, who had also attacked, they did not fight them head-on. Instead, they used the law of time and law of space to restrain them. In terms of strength, they were only law avatars. Naturally, they were no match for Sheng Guanjun and Sun Jiao. However, Duan Lingtian's law avatars were not going to defeat or even kill the two of them. He only needed the two law avatars to restrain the two of them. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's original body sent a voice transmission to Sheng Guanjun and Sun Jiao. His tone was extremely calm. Gentlemen, as long as you don't defeat my law avatars, I can continue to coexist peacefully with the two of you. If my law avatars are defeated, I won't hold back if I meet the two of you in the secret realm 3 months from now. As soon as Sheng Guanjun and Sun Jiao regained their senses, their expressions darkened. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian's divine energy surged, and the law of time began to circulate at an even faster speed. At the same time, the energy from the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements surged out of his body. Swoosh! Duan Ling Tian turned his body into a sword. A huge, dazzling rainbow sword ray with seemingly endless vitality and the mysterious 5 divine elements shot toward Ao Longyu and Tianhu. Boom! Rumble. As soon as the sword appeared, the wind and clouds stirred. Terrifying waves of air swept out, causing the onlookers to instinctively retreat a little. Bang! Whoosh! The originally perfect scenery beneath their feet instantly turned into a huge pit. Sand and stones flew everywhere, and the ground was devastated. Hold on for a while. Wait for young Master Jun and the others to defeat his law avatars. Tianhu roared. After greeting Ao Longyu, he also mobilized the divine power that he had been accumulating for a long time. The power of law roared, and the divine weapon shone brightly as it met the huge sword ray head-on. Ao Longyu also had a fierce look on his face. He followed Tianhu and attacked together with him. He knew that he had no other choice now. Chapter 43-94. Whether it was Tianhu or Ao Longyu, they did not think that they would be a match for Duan Ling Tian if they joined forces with Sun Ziyuan and Shang Guanjuan. Therefore, although Sun Ziyuan and Shang Guanjuan were being held back by Duan Lingtian's avatars, they were not discouraged. They felt that as long as they could hold on for a while, Sun Ziyuan and Shang Guanjuan would be able to defeat Duan Lingtian's avatars and come to their aid. Whoosh! A gigantic 7-colored sword ray streaked across the sky, seemingly covering the sky and the sun. The rising power made everyone present feel a chill run down their spines. Duan Ling Tian is too scary. Duan Ling Tian's current strength is definitely the strongest among us. It was unwise of Ao Longyu and Tianhu to offend him. Last time, although I didn't like Duan Ling Tian, I didn't want to provoke him. Now that I think about it, I'm really scared. If they had really offended him, I'm afraid Ao Longyu and Tianhu would not be the only ones who would be in trouble today. Looking at Sun Ziyuan and Shang Guanjuan's previous statements, it's obvious that they don't intend to protect Tianhu and Ao Longyu after this secret territory. The dozen or so onlookers whispered to each other. Now, their thoughts were similar to Tianhu and Ao Longyu's. They felt that Sun Ziyuan and Shang Guanjuan would soon defeat Duan Lingtian's avatars and join forces with Tianhu and Ao Longyu to deal with Duan Ling Tian. However, what happened next was beyond everyone's expectations. Faced with the menacing Duan Ling Tian, Ao Longyu and Tianhu were still suppressed by Duan Ling Tian even though they did not dare to hold back. Duan Ling Tian's sword ray that covered the sky easily crushed Ao Longyu and Tianhu's attacks again and again. Although their attacks were not weak, they only managed to slow down the speed of Duan Ling Tian's sword ray. The sword ray's strength did not seem to be depleted. What are they doing? After a while, both Ao Longyu and Tianhu could not help but panic. This was because they realized that while they were resisting Duan Ling Tian's attacks with all their might, Sun Ziyuan and Shang Guanjuan were still being held back by Duan Ling Tian's avatars. They did not think that Duan Ling Tian's avatars could really hold them back for long. Holding them back for a while was already the limit. It was impossible to hold them back for so long. Are you waiting for Sun and Shang Guanjuan? Duan Ling Tian's avatars. Duan Lingtian and Shang Guanjuan and Shang Guanjuans and Shang Guanjuan and Shang Guanjuan. If they dare destroy my Guanjuan, I will not show mercy if I meet them in the next time I meet them in the secret territory. If you are waiting for them to come to your aid, I'm afraid you will be waiting in vain. Although Duan Lingtian's voice was calm and did not contain any unusual emotions, when it reached Ao Longyu and Tianhu's ears, it was no different from a bolt from the blue. At this moment, the confusion in their hearts was completely resolved. It turned out that Duan Lingtian had secretly threatened Sun Ziyuan and Shang Guanjuan. Moreover, seeing how Sun Ziyuan and Shang Guanjuan were slacking off, it was obvious that Duan Lingtian's threat had taken effect. At that moment, when they thought of the benefits they had given Sun Ziyuan and Shang Guanjuan, they were so angry that they almost vomited blood. Under such circumstances, how could they fight against Duan Lingtian? Ao Longyu and Shang Guanjuan, who were not Duan Lingtian's match to begin with, had a mental breakdown. Even their resistance against Duan Lingtian's attacks had slowed down and completely lost their balance. Under such circumstances, Duan Lingtian's attacks had completely crushed their attacks and swept them away. In the next moment, the two figures were completely annihilated. Two high-level ultimate gods, both of whom were powerful, had been completely obliterated by Duan Lingtian in the blink of an eye, leaving no trace behind. If there were any traces left behind, it would be the divine tools and storage rings that they had left behind. Two upper-level ultimate gods had fallen. The group of onlookers also fell silent at this time. The two people who were still alive just a moment ago were gone in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's nomological avatars also retreated and returned to Duan Lingtian's body. Shang Guanjuan and Sun Ziyuan also stopped their acting at this time. They glanced at Duan Lingtian at the same time. After a flash of unwillingness in their eyes, they did not say anything and directly turned to return to their cave abodes. Today, it could be said that they had lost all face. The people whom they had promised to protect had all died in front of their eyes. Moreover, they also knew that the people present could see that they had gone easy on Duan Lingtian in the end. It was also because of this that they felt particularly ashamed. After Shang Guanjuan and Sun Ziyuan left, Duan Lingtian did not intend to argue with them and directly turned to return to his cave abode. This time, he came out to settle the score with Ao Longyu and Tianhu. Now that he had achieved his goal, there was naturally no need for him to hang around outside. Now, the most important thing for him was to further improve his strength so that he could have a chance to escape from the small world in the Crimson Demon's body and even escape from the Crimson Demon's control. After Duan Lingtian left, the remaining people could not help but sigh. Ao Longyu and Tianhu are too unlucky. I didn't expect Shang Guanjuan and Sun Ziyuan to give up on Ao Longyu and Tianhu in the end. They are not very kind. These two aren't good people either. All in all, their credibility is now zero. Everyone, be careful. If you meet them in the secret realm, even if you want to cooperate, you have to be wary of them. Transmigration Realm. Luo Territory, one of the upper three regions. Sun Family. As one of the top three forces in the upper three regions of the Transmigration Realm, the Sun Family had an ultimate powerhouse. It was publicly recognized as a first-class clan in the Transmigration Realm. Every time the ultimate powerhouse of the Sun Family returned to the Sun Family, the people of the Sun Family would welcome him back as if he was a saint. The entire process was very grand. In the eyes of the ordinary disciples of the Sun Family, the ultimate powerhouse ancestor was the Sun Family's god. He was high and mighty and could not be profaned. This time, the return of the ultimate powerhouse of the Sun Family gave the Sun Family a feeling that a storm was coming. One of the most outstanding people of the Sun Family's younger generation, Sun Yuqian, was kneeling in the Sun Family's main hall. Beside him, there was a middle-aged man kneeling there. At this moment, Sun Yuqian's face was filled with disbelief, while Sun Long's face was filled with helplessness and regret. Tell me every detail of your encounter with him. In the Sun Family's main hall, the person sitting was not the current patriarch of the Sun Family, but the pillar of the Sun Family, the only ultimate powerhouse of the Sun family. Sun Pingyun. Sun Pingyun did not return to the Sun family frequently. If there was nothing important, he would not return to the Sun family. This time, he returned to the Sun family for only one thing. A few decades ago, the middle-level supreme god who left the reincarnation realm's stronghold in the outer land right under his nose and left the Sun family's side was most likely the strongest among the younger generation in the god-defying world, Duan Lingtian. Now, not only did he know about this matter, but the other ultimate powerhouses in the reincarnation realm also knew about it. One by one, they came to ask him for the divine corporeal spring. This was because in the eyes of these ultimate powerhouses, Duan Lingtian was able to leave under Sun Pingyun's nose. Sun Pingyun and even the Sun family behind him must have received benefits from Duan Lingtian. However, only Sun Pingyun knew that he did not receive any benefits at all. In fact, he did not even know that the middle-level supreme god who went to the reincarnation realm's stronghold in the outer land through the Sun family's teleportation formation was Duan Lingtian from the outer land. Therefore, after confirming this matter, he left behind a group of ultimate powerhouses who came to find him and returned to the Sun family as soon as possible. He also confirmed who Duan Lingtian used the Sun family's teleportation formation in the outer land through the Sun family. Sun Yuqian was the key figure. When Sun Yuqian and Duan Lingtian met and got to know each other, Sun Long was also next to them. Chapter 4395. Sun Yuqian knelt on the ground with a look of disbelief on his face. He never thought that big brother Li Feng, who saved him in the past, would be the peerless genius of the god-defying world, Duan Lingtian. In fact, he had heard of Duan Lingtian's name. After all, he was the outstanding genius of the younger generation of the Luo region's Sun clan in the upper three regions of the world of reincarnation. Usually, he would talk to the upper echelons of the Sun clan directly. Occasionally, he would hear all kinds of rumors about Duan Lingtian. He was a real monster. He was born in the lowest realm of the god-defying world and rose rapidly. At just a little over 1,000 years old, he had strength that was not weaker than most of the upper ultimate gods. He even had a heaven-defying opportunity and had the ultimate treasure, the divine corrupting spring, that many supreme experts would kill for. Sun Yuqian was stunned. Sun Long, who was next to him, told the Sun clan's supreme expert, Sun Pingyun, about how they met Duan Lingtian in full detail. Hearing what you said, he saved Yuqian's life. Sun Pingyun's gaze quickly fell on Sun Yuqian. He also paid some attention to the most outstanding young genius of the Sun clan's younger generation. However, Sun Pingyun paused. Speaking of this, Sun Pingyun paused for a moment, and his gaze became much sharper. I have a feeling that there is no such coincidence in this world. He saved Yuqian, and our Sun clan has the transportation formation that he needs to go to the outer realm. Even if he said that he didn't plan to come to our Sun clan. Who knows if that was a smoke bomb he set up. Sun Pingyun was the only supreme expert of the Sun clan. At the same time, he was also the one who had lived the longest in the Sun clan. After living for a long time, his horizons were naturally wider. In fact, what Sun Pingyun said was also what Sun Yuqian was thinking. In the past, he had never suspected that his encounter with his savior, Li Feng, was a meticulous plan. However, now that he heard the supreme expert of the Sun clan say so, he felt that there were many suspicious points. Firstly, the other party had concealed his identity. Secondly, the other party was from the god-defying realm. When they came to the world of reincarnation, they happened to save him, the most outstanding disciple of the Sun family's younger generation. Moreover, through him, they used the Sun family's teleportation array to go to the outer realm. It had to be known that that person, in the god-defying realm, did not dare to rashly pass through the teleportation array of the outer realm to the outer realm. The reason for that was because that person possessed something that would cause even the eyes of the utmost experts to turn red. God-corrupting spring. Patriarch. Sun Yuqian took a deep breath, buried his head on the ground, and said in a heavy tone, "This matter is my fault from the beginning to the end. It has nothing to do with second uncle. Ancestor, if you have any punishment, just give it to me. Please do not punish second uncle. Sun Yuqian had taken all the blame. Yuqian. Sun Long's expression changed when he heard Sun Yuqian's words. If this nephew of his took all the blame, as long as the old ancestor gave the word, his nephew would have no chance of becoming the Sun family's patriarch. Humph. Sun Pingyun snorted. You're quite loyal. Since you want to take all the blame, I'll fulfill your wish. From today onwards, you, Sun Yuqian, are removed from the direct line of disciples. When you become an upper ultimate god, you can enter the direct line of disciples. Sun Pingyun's words caused Sun Long's expression to change drastically. It also caused the group of Sun family's higher-ups who valued Sun Yuqian and had always supported Sun Yuqian to change their expressions. Patriarch. Sun Long took the lead to stand up. I didn't do a good job in this matter. Yuqian is a junior and has little experience in dealing with people. That's why he made such a mistake. In the end, it's because I, as an elder, did not supervise him well. Sun Long was really anxious. Once his nephew was kicked out of the Sun family's direct line of disciples, it also meant that his disciple would have no chance of becoming the patriarch before he became an upper ultimate god. And before that, his nephew's competitor would have already become the new patriarch. The Sun family's patriarch was not completely determined by strength. In addition, once a new patriarch was elected, as long as the new patriarch did not break the family's rules, he would basically be the patriarch for 10,000 years. The Sun family's patriarch position had always been changed once every 10,000 years. If there was a suitable candidate, it would be changed once every 10,000 years. If there was no suitable candidate at the moment, it would be postponed until there was a suitable candidate. It had always been like this. Patriarch. After Sun Long, many higher-ups of the Sun family also spoke up for Sun Yuqian. However, as Sun Pingyun's cold gaze swept across them, under the pressure of an ultimate expert, these people all shut their mouths and did not dare to say a word. Even Sun Long was the same. This matter is settled, Sun Pingyun said calmly. Sun Pingyun said indifferently, from now on, this matter is over. Now, although Sun Pingyun's expression was calm, he was still a little depressed in his heart. He did not get any benefits and was misunderstood to have gotten a lot of benefits. Next, he still had to deal with those troublesome people. Duan Lingtian naturally did not know that his identity had been exposed in the reincarnation realm. Moreover, the experts in the reincarnation realm also knew that he had gone to the outer realm through the Sun family's outer realm teleportation formation. After this news spread in the reincarnation realm, it quickly spread back to the god-defying realm. In the endless void. On a small floating island in the endless void, in a pavilion, a middle-aged man stood respectfully to the side and reported to the young man inside. Master, Duan Lingtian has now reached the outer realm. Hearing the report, the young man inside only responded faintly. Master, such a genius is only a medium ultimate god. Letting him enter the outer realm. Isn't it a little too cruel? In fact, as long as you say it, no one in the god-defying realm would dare to have any ideas about him. The middle-aged man obviously hesitated for a while before saying this. Why? Are you worried that he will die halfway? The young man asked faintly. The middle-aged man was silent for a moment and nodded. A little. Although in his opinion, the little fellow's experiences along the way could be said to be legendary, it was in the god-defying realm after all. Once he left the god-defying realm and arrived at the outer world, he would face an even more dangerous test. In the history of the god-defying realm, there were many peerless geniuses who went smoothly in the god-defying realm. However, when they walked out of the god-defying realm and went to the outer realm, they died not long after. Even if he dies, it's his own fate. The young man continued, moreover, his strength is enough to survive in the outer realm in a low-key manner. If he is too arrogant and gets killed, it can only be said that he is stupid. Although he also valued Duan Lingtian very much and knew that he was a rare genius in the god-defying realm for many years. However, he also knew that if such a genius did not make a name for himself, even if he was a genius now, it would be difficult for him to have greater achievements in the future. Perhaps he would only become an ordinary existence among the supreme experts. In the God-defying realm, there was no lack of such existences. The God-defying realm. Since Master's death, there has been no supreme expert who can rank in the top 30 in the myriad worlds. Now, the God-defying realm is peaceful, mostly because of Master's deterrence. If they confirm that Master is no longer here, the God-defying realm won't be so peaceful anymore. This was the young man's sigh in his heart. The middle-aged man could not hear his sigh. "All right, if there's nothing else, you may leave." As the young man spoke, the middle-aged man responded respectfully and left. After the middle-aged man left, the young man looked at the endless void in front of him and sighed. "That step is too difficult. The two senior uncles have placed their hopes on me. They think too highly of me. Although I've reached the same level of strength as them and am only a step away from the Universe Master stage, it's more difficult than ascending to the heavens to take a step further and step into the Universe Master stage." Throughout the history of the myriad worlds, there were no more than 40 Universe Masters at their peak. Now, there are less than 30 Universe Masters. And this is including Master. In the myriad worlds, there are at least 800 if not 1,000 existences like me and my two senior uncles. The young man's sigh was filled with helplessness. Duan Lingtian's innate talent and comprehension are amazing. However, if I personally nurture him, I'm afraid he'll at most be like my two senior uncles and won't be able to enter the Universe Master stage for the rest of his life. Throughout the myriad worlds, none of the powerhouses who can enter the Universe Master stage are flowers in a greenhouse. Without exception, they all relied on themselves to fight and grow in the outer realm. The outer realm is the best training ground and whetstone. In the outer realm. Near the Crimson Demon Ridge. In the little world in the Crimson Demon's body. Duan Lingtian naturally did not know that the supreme experts in the God-defying realm had high expectations of him. Currently, he was focused on improving his cultivation base before the next secret realm in the little world in the Crimson Demon's inner realm opened. Even if he could not completely consolidate his cultivation base in such a short time, as long as he improved, the chances of him escaping from the little world in the Crimson Demon's inner realm would be higher. Finally, 3 months had passed. The secret realm in the little world in the Crimson Demon's inner realm had officially opened. Swoosh! After Duan Lingtian left his cave, he walked toward the entrance of the secret realm. When he arrived at the entrance of the secret realm, it was not difficult to see that there were already a few people standing there and talking to each other. When they saw Duan Lingtian, they stopped talking and even greeted Duan Lingtian enthusiastically. "Brother Lingtian, are you ready to enter the secret realm? Brother Lingtian, if we meet in the secret realm, please take care of me." Brother Lingtian, these people had not interacted with Duan Lingtian before, but now, they took the initiative to greet Duan Lingtian and build a relationship with Duan Lingtian. If it was the Duan Lingtian of the past, naturally, he would not let them do so. After all, the few of them were able to survive until now because they were really capable. Even if they were not as good as Sun Jiao and Sheng Wanjun, in terms of individual strength, they were not weaker than Ao Longyu and Tian Hu. In the battle 3 months ago, Duan Lingtian's strength had completely made them lose their temper. Chapter 4396. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled in response to their enthusiasm. He did not have any conflicts with these people. Since they had taken the initiative to greet him, he could not ignore them. At the same time, he sighed in his heart and grieved for them. It would be great if he could succeed this time. If he failed, his ending would be no different from theirs. Duan Lingtian did not linger at the entrance of the secret realm and flew into the secret realm. Next, it's up to the Divine Tree of Life and Sister Shui. Although he had to contribute to the escape plan this time, the Divine Tree of Life and the 5 Divine Elements were the main leaders. The key was still the Divine Tree of Life. This was because their plan was targeted at the divine tree of life in the Crimson Demon's small world. It could be said that both Duan Lingtian and the 5 divine elements were only the assistants of the divine tree of life in Duan Lingtian's small world. What they needed to do was to help Duan Lingtian escape from the Crimson Demon's small world through the divine tree of life in the Crimson Demon's small world. Before Duan Lingtian stepped into the intermediate ultimate god realm, the divine tree of life had told the world-cleansing divine water that there was a 50% chance of success. It had also said that if Duan Lingtian could become a higher ultimate god, the chances of success would increase to more than 80%. An 80% chance of success. In fact, it was considered very likely. However, Duan Lingtian was not happy about it. After all, even if there was an 80% chance of success, there was still a 20% chance of failure. In other words, even if there was a 1% difference between a 99% chance of success and a 100% chance of success, if there was a 1% chance of success, it would mean certain death. I'm in. After entering the secret realm, Duan Lingtian discovered that he had appeared in the sky above an ocean. The ocean was so vast that he could not see the end of it. As for him, he needed to find the correct direction to reach the center of the circle from here. The rules of the secret realm in the Crimson Demon's small world were the same. It was a big circle. Everyone was distributed on the edge of the big circle. They would then find their way to the center of the circle. Once one reached the center of the circle, one would be considered to have successfully entered the secret realm. However, although the rules were the same, the environment and scenery after entering the secret realm were constantly changing. It was not a fixed place. For example, when Duan Lingtian came in last time, he appeared in a forest. This time, they were in the sky above a sea. The sky above the sea was calm and tranquil. Duan Lingtian stood in midair as he surveyed the surroundings and observed all the movements in his surroundings. What he needed to do now was to find the direction of the center of the circle. At the same time, he contacted the world-cleansing divine water. Sister Water, how should I cooperate with you and Senior Wood Spirit? Wood Spirit was the name of the divine tree of life in Duan Lingtian's small world. The world-cleansing divine water quickly replied, now, you just have to look for the direction of the central area and make your way there. While you're making your way through the trials, the Wood Spirit will look for the divine tree of life in the little world in the Crimson Devil's body. Once it's confirmed that it has found the divine tree of life, we'll transfer energy to it and help it temporarily control the divine tree of life. The divine tree of life in a supreme powerhouse's small world is usually in a dormant state since they have nothing to do. Therefore, Wood Spirit will have a chance to control it at a critical moment. Naturally, the stronger the energy Wood Spirit has, the higher the chance of controlling the divine tree of life in a short period of time. In the past, the world-cleansing divine water had not told Duan Lingtian about Wood Spirit's plan. It was only now that he knew what Wood Spirit's plan was. As it turned out, Wood Spirit wanted to control the divine tree of life in the Crimson Demon's small world temporarily. If it succeeded, Duan Lingtian was certain Wood Spirit would be able to help him leave the small world in the Crimson Demon's small world and escape from his control. If the small world in the Crimson Demon's small world was still in his body, it would not be easy to escape. However, the small world in the Crimson Demon's small world was not in his body. It was placed near the Crimson Demon Ridge by the Crimson Demon. Although he could monitor it from a distance, if Wood Spirit controlled the divine tree of life in his small world for a short period of time, it would definitely be able to escape his detection. Sister Water, feel free to let me know when you need me to help. Duan Lingtian said to the world-cleansing divine water. His tone was no longer calm as he spoke. After all, this matter would determine whether he would be able to regain his freedom. Although he had not stopped cultivating in the small world in the Crimson Demon's small world in the past few decades, this was not a suitable place for cultivation. He could be possessed by the Crimson Demon at any time. If that happened, it would be no different from death. Now that he had a chance to escape, he naturally would not miss this opportunity. In the worst-case scenario, he would be discovered by the Crimson Demon. The Crimson Demon would either kill him immediately or monitor him closely until there was only one person left. Now, what I need to do is to find the center of the area. That's where the center of the circle is located. In the secret realm, Duan Lingtian found the path to the center of the circle through the trees in the forest. This time, he looked around for a while but couldn't find anything that he could use as a comparison. This was because the sea beneath his feet was extremely calm. It was as though there were no living creatures in the sea. The surface of the sea is calm. Then, in this calm sea, I'll search for some clues that might be guidance and head in that direction. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian became even more focused. A quarter of an hour passed, and he did not find anything. Half an hour passed, and there was still no sign of him. After about 4 hours had passed, Duan Lingtian finally discovered some subtle clues in one direction. It was also the clues that he had discovered with his divine consciousness. There was a slight movement in the sea in that direction. If not for Duan Lingtian's full concentration, he would not have noticed it. Go this way. After confirming the difference, Duan Lingtian directly flew in that direction, traversing the boundless sea. About a quarter of an hour later, the first test appeared. Bang! 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 The calm surface of the sea was suddenly broken by deafening noises that sounded like thunder. Huge figures broke out of the sea. They were powerful demonic beasts that emitted terrifying auras from head to toe. These demon beasts all had different shapes. Some were extremely similar to birds, some were extremely similar to beasts, and some were extremely similar to snakes and pythons. The only thing they had in common was that their entire bodies were pitch black, and they were covered in sharp scales. Their eyes were all scarlet red, and they were like bloodthirsty frenzied demons. Whoosh! 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 After more than 20 great demons broke out of the sea, they fixed their eyes on Duan Lingtian and charged toward Duan Lingtian in a frenzy. It was as though they saw Duan Lingtian as their sworn enemy. Duan Lingtian took out the 7 orifices exquisite sword and was about to make his move. At this moment, the world-cleansing divine water's voice rang in his ears. There's no need to make a move. The wood spirit will deal with them. Upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's words, Duan Lingtian froze in his tracks. But in the next moment, he saw a scene that shocked him. End of chapter. Chapter 4397. Under Duan Lingtian's gaze, the scene before his eyes suddenly shook. In the next moment, he saw another him appearing. He was certain it was not his law clone. Moreover, he could sense that the other him had no connection with him at all. Then, he saw the other him in his eyes fighting fiercely with the great demons that broke out of the sea. Everything before him felt like a scene from a television. It was getting further and further away. This is the tree of life that the wood spirit used to invade the crimson demon's little world. With our help, it used the tree of life to cast the illusory crimson demon. The reason why it said this was because it was worried that the crimson demon was watching you from the beginning. If that happened, you wouldn't be able to do anything. You wouldn't be able to make any moves then, the world-cleansing divine water said, allowing Duan Lingtian to understand everything before him. As it turned out, the wood spirit was controlling everything before him. Those great demons, however, when he recalled the strength that the great demons had displayed earlier, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel puzzled. If everything before him was just an illusion, where had the great demons gone? The crimson demon used the divine tree of life to control the main island through the divine tree of life. Normally, even if the divine tree of life is in a deep slumber, it can still be controlled by the crimson demon. However, the crimson demon also has to use the divine tree of life to control it. The divine tree of life is even more powerful than its master, the crimson demon. Therefore, when the wood spirit temporarily controlled the divine tree of life in the crimson demon's body, it also controlled the great demons to return to the sea. Of course, if the crimson demon was watching, he would have seen everything before you. This is an illusion created by the wood spirit through the power of the divine tree of life in the crimson demon's body. Now, let's hurry up and get down to business. You, follow my instructions and instill energy into the wood spirit so that it can further control the divine tree of life in the crimson demon's body. Then, before the crimson demon can react, help you escape from the little world in the crimson demon's body and completely escape from its pursuit. Upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's final words, Duan Lingtian felt his blood boil. It was obvious. If that crimson demon discovered that he had escaped, he would definitely chase after him. At this time, whether or not they could escape the pursuit of the scarlet demon was very important and crucial. Begin. Not long after Duan Lingtian thought about it, the world-cleansing divine water's voice rang in his ears, waking him up completely. At the same time, he quickly cleared his mind and listened to the world-cleansing divine water's instructions. He channeled power to the tree spirit of the god of life in his own small world. At the same time, he could sense that the tree spirit of the divine tree of life in his small world was extending a burst of power that was endlessly fusing into the secret realm he was in. Then, it entered the void and disappeared. It was as if the void was a bottomless pit, and the power of the wood spirits was continuously flowing into it, but it was unable to fill it up. Regardless of whether it was Duan Lingtian or the world-cleansing divine water, it was only a guess that the scarlet demon might be monitoring Duan Lingtian. What they did not expect was that the moment Duan Lingtian entered the secret realm, Crimson Demon had been constantly monitoring him. As for the others, they only glanced at him occasionally. However, after observing Duan Lingtian for a while, the scarlet demon felt that something was amiss. Logically speaking, with this brat's strength, it's impossible for him to waste so much time in the first trial. What's he doing? The scarlet demon who was in the Scarlet Demon Ridge could see everything that was happening in the secret realm through the divine tree of life that was in a deep slumber in his small world. In his eyes, Duan Lingtian and the group of great demons were evenly matched. It was difficult to determine the victor. During this process, he could also see that Duan Lingtian was not using his full strength. Could it be? Could it be that he wants to rely on these great demons to comprehend something? Or could it be that he's not lacking in manpower? Could it be that the direction he chose earlier is the correct one? Could it be that he wants to see if there's any guidance in the battle with these great demons? When the Scarlet Demon thought of this, he felt relieved. If that was the case, everything could be explained. Immediately after, the Scarlet Demon's attention fell on the others. Currently, apart from Duan Lingtian, more than 10 other young geniuses, including Sun Jiao and Sheng Wanjun, had entered the secret realm one after another. They also appeared in the sky above a sea. Moreover, some of them had not found the direction they were heading in. Only a few of them had confirmed the direction they were heading in and had begun to move forward. Of course, among these few people, 2 of them had taken the wrong path. If Duan Lingtian saw the 2 people who had taken the wrong path, he would definitely recognize one of them as one of the few people who had greeted him before he entered the secret realm. After taking the wrong path, this young genius barely passed the first trial and killed many great demons. At the same time, he was injured. In the second trial, he was first severely injured and then killed. I'm not satisfied. Before he died, he let out a sorrowful cry, but he immediately became food in the great demon's stomach. Not long after this young genius died, another young genius died as well. That's how it should be. The Scarlet Demon looked at everything indifferently. This time, I'll choose the body most suitable for me. I only hope that Duan Lingtian won't disappoint me. Until now, the person that the Scarlet Demon valued the most was still Duan Lingtian. If not for the ancestral teachings of his clan, he would have chosen Duan Lingtian as his new body to be on the safe side. It was also because he had decided on Duan Lingtian that he paid special attention to Duan Lingtian. However, as time passed, he discovered something that made him feel that something was amiss. When the other people that were lucky enough to survive had walked halfway and passed through half of the trials, Duan Lingtian was still entangled with the greater demon at the first trial. It was still a draw. What's going on? This shouldn't be. What exactly is he doing? In his confusion, the Scarlet Demon began to stare at every detail of Duan Lingtian's trial. He was no longer like before when he only glanced at him casually, and with this look, he finally saw that something was wrong. An illusion? After observing for a while, the Scarlet Demon's expression changed drastically. At the same time, he roared, "Idiot!" Following Crimson Demon's explosive roar, the entire Crimson Demon Ridge heard his voice. From his personal demon guards to the Centurions and Decurions, all of their expressions changed as they trembled in fear. "Lord Scarlet Demon, who are you scolding?" This was the same thought in their minds. At the same time, they felt that the person who was scolded by Lord Scarlet Demon was most likely going to be in trouble. Ever since they were controlled by the Scarlet Demon, this was the first time they had seen the Scarlet Demon so angry and lost his composure. Whoosh! In the Scarlet Demon Ridge, a figure shot out like a beam of light and left the Scarlet Demon Ridge. At the same time, it left a long trail in the air before it disappeared. It was clear that the figure's speed was ridiculously fast. At the same time, near the Scarlet Demon Ridge, in the little world inside the Scarlet Demon's body, an angry and old voice sounded. "Which scoundrel dares to forcefully control my body while I'm asleep? Damn it! Don't even think about escaping." Chapter 4398. Duan Lingtian was moving forward with all his might. His speed was ridiculously fast, and he was using all his strength. Just now, the divine tree of life in his small world finally found an opportunity to control the divine tree of life in the Crimson Demon's small world and opened a hole to leave the Crimson Demon's small world. Moreover, after that, the divine tree of life in the Crimson Demon's small world held on for a period of time before its power dissipated. Duan Lingtian knew clearly in his heart that the Crimson Devil had most likely noticed him now. However, he did not have time to worry about anything. He was only focused on escaping. Rip! The space tore open, and Duan Lingtian flew out. After a while, he was back in the outer realm. The Crimson Demon's small world was actually still in the outer realm. After breaking open the space crack and escaping from it, he naturally returned to the outer realm. However, after returning to the outer realm, Duan Lingtian did not dare to stay in the same place and quickly fled. Whether or not I can escape the Crimson Demon's pursuit depends on now. Now, Duan Lingtian only had one thought left in his mind. Escape. Day after day, Duan Lingtian continued to flee forward as if his life depended on it. When his divine power was exhausted, he quickly consumed divine pills to recover. There was no pause in the entire process. He knew that the Crimson Demon had not caught up with him for several days. He had most likely lost track of him and could not find him. However, he still did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. He was deeply afraid that he would once again fall into the Crimson Demon's clutches. This time, if he did not escape and was caught by the Crimson Demon again, it would be almost impossible for him to escape again. If that really happened, there were only two paths waiting for him. Either he died, or he was possessed by the Crimson Demon and became the Crimson Demon's new body. During the few days when Duan Lingtian was fleeing for his life, the Crimson Demon did not actually idle around. Not long after Duan Lingtian escaped, he did not even have time to reprimand the divine tree of life in his small world before he chased in the direction that the divine tree of life told him that Duan Lingtian had escaped. This chase went on for a few days. However, after a few days, he did not find any trace of Duan Lingtian. It was as if he had completely erased all traces of Duan Lingtian. Although he was a supreme master and his divine sense was very powerful, he did not dare to use his divine sense recklessly in the outer realm. If he provoked another supreme master, it would not be a good thing for him. During the last 10,000 years heavenly tribulation, he was injured and had yet to fully recover. He didn't even have the confidence to survive the next 10,000 years heavenly tribulation, therefore, he was eager to find a new body that was suitable for him. If he were to fight with another supreme master at this time, it was very likely that his injuries would worsen and even affect his next plan of possession. Count yourself lucky. A few days later, the Crimson Demon stopped pursuing Duan Lingtian because he knew that even if he continued to pursue Duan Lingtian, there would most likely be no results. It was obvious that Duan Lingtian had been planning this for a long time. However, he never thought that Duan Lingtian would have such a method. I'm curious how he escaped. Because he was only focused on pursuing Duan Lingtian, the Crimson Demon did not even communicate with the sacred tree of life in his small world after the incident. He was not too clear about the details of Duan Lingtian's escape. Now, after giving up on pursuing Duan Lingtian, he returned to the vicinity of the Crimson Demon Ridge and returned to his small world. However, the first thing he did was to find the sacred tree of life. Shouldn't you give me a reasonable explanation for this matter? The Crimson Demon's tone was very unfriendly. It was not difficult to see that he was furious. I had been in a deep sleep to recuperate. When I woke up and discovered them, it was already too late. Cough cough, an ancient voice sounded. In a place in the Crimson Demon's small world where the group of young geniuses imprisoned by the Crimson Demon could not reach, a towering tree stood there. It was very majestic, as if it could support the heavens and the earth. If Duan Lingtian saw this towering tree now, he would feel that the sacred tree of life in his small world was only a small and insignificant tree in front of it. I also made a move as soon as I woke up, but it was still too late. I did not dare to use too much power, afraid that it would affect your possession. The owner of the ancient voice was the sacred tree of life in the Crimson Demon's small world. At this moment, the vitality around the sacred tree of life was clearly somewhat dim, giving off a feeling that it had exhausted too much. There were even cracks on the tree trunk, and if one looked closely, one could see that it was covered in scars. As the sacred tree of life in the Crimson Demon's small world, it would usually lend a helping hand when the Crimson Demon faced enemies and needed help. However, the injuries on its body did not come from the battle between the Crimson Demon and the other supreme powerhouses. Instead, it came from the last 10,000 years' heavenly tribulation that the Crimson Demon faced. At that time, if it had not acted in time and endured the heavenly tribulation as the Crimson Demon would have died under that heavenly tribulation. Hearing the sacred tree of life's words and feeling the extremely weak aura of the sacred tree of life, the Crimson Demon's expression changed. In the end, he let out a long sigh. Perhaps, this is the legendary peerless monster, I should have been more careful. Looking at the history of the myriad of worlds, the more monstrous an existence is, the more difficult it is to kill and the harder it is to suffer a tribulation. I was muddle-headed for a moment. You can't be blamed for this matter. You need to sleep to recover from your previous injuries. It's already difficult for you to support the operation of the secret realm to deal with them. The Crimson Demon sighed. Among the remaining people, choose the most suitable one for you. Success or failure will depend on this one move. My remaining strength and the burning of my original body should be enough to support you to complete the possession. I was born in your small world, and I see you as my father and mother. I'm willing to give up everything for you. The old voice continued. As the sacred tree of life in the Crimson Demon's small world, it naturally had to contribute in the process of the Crimson Demon's possession. Moreover, it was responsible for a very important part. For this reason, not only did it have to exhaust its strength, but it also had to burn its original body to prolong the Crimson Demon's life and possession. After that, although it would not disappear, it would consume 80 to 90% of its strength and fall into a deep sleep for a long time. Only when the Crimson Demon, who had possessed a new body, became a sovereign again would there be hope for it to awaken again. Of course. Once the Crimson Demon's possession failed, it would also collapse along with the Crimson Demon's death. Not every divine tree of life could survive the fall of its owner. Only those sacred trees of life that had been closely intertwined with the power of the realm for a long time would be able to survive after their master died. If they were lucky, they might even be able to regain their vitality. For example, the wood spirit, the sacred tree of life in Duan Lingtian's small world, was one of these sacred trees of life. In the past, the Wood Spirit was the master of one of the 18 realms of gods in the Divine Defying Realm. He was one of the frontline guardians of the Divine Defying Realm. The little world in his small world was one of the realms of gods in the Divine Defying Realm at that time. It had intersected with the realm energy of the Divine Defying Realm and protected it for many years, allowing the sacred tree of life to absorb a large amount of the realm energy of the Divine Defying Realm. It was for this reason that the sacred tree of life in his small world did not die after the Wood Spirit died. The reason the sacred tree of life was able to survive until Duan Lingtian found it was because it had one of the 5 divine elements, the world-cleansing divine water, which provided it with a large amount of nourishment. Naturally, if Duan Lingtian did not find it, it would not have been able to survive even with the help of the world-cleansing divine water. This was because the nourishment provided by the world-cleansing divine water was not equal to the nourishment it consumed. The nourishment it consumed was greater than the nourishment provided by the world-cleansing divine water. It was not until Duan Lingtian found it and gathered the 5 divine elements to help it recover that it became as strong as it was today. I understand. Upon hearing the sacred tree of life's words, Crimson Demon nodded. I'll increase the difficulty of the secret realm this time. Only one of them will survive. Humph. That Duan Lingtian better not let me see him again. Otherwise, I'll kill him even if I don't have the chance to possess him again. How dare he run away? How dare he defy me? Damn it. Duan Lingtian was unaware that Crimson Demon was infuriated by his escape. Crimson Demon was even shouting that he would kill Duan Lingtian if he encountered him again after he successfully possessed Duan Lingtian's body. Naturally, this was also because Duan Lingtian did not know about this. If he knew, not only would he not be afraid, but he would also be looking forward to Crimson Demon coming to find him. That would be a good opportunity for him to avenge being imprisoned by Crimson Demon and almost dying. I should be safe now, right? After running for a month, Duan Lingtian finally stopped running for his life. Although it seemed like he was running around recklessly, he was actually avoiding the territories of various forces. He was afraid that he would accidentally enter the territory of a supreme powerhouse like he did when he entered Crimson Demon Ridge. It would be fine if the supreme powerhouse was easy to talk to. However, if the supreme powerhouse was similar to Crimson Demon, he would be like a lamb in a tiger's den again. Along the way, I've seen a few dilapidated cities. There are many living beings in those cities. There are humans and great demons. There are great demons who have taken human forms, and there are also great demons who are in their true forms. There are even some plant-type great demons. Along the way, Duan Lingtian had seen the splendor of many places. He knew that even in the outer realm, there were places for people to exchange and trade. There's a city in front as well. I'll go in and take a look. I'll also find out where in the outer realm this is. Duan Lingtian looked at the dilapidated city in front of him. It could even be said that it was half in ruins. He flew closer. At the same time, he could also see many figures entering and leaving the dilapidated city. Chapter 4399. When Duan Lingtian entered the dilapidated city, no one paid any attention to him. This was because there were many young people like him who entered and exited the city every day. If one did not use their divine consciousness to probe deeper, it would be difficult to tell how old a person was. Many old antiques who had lived for tens of thousands of years also liked to appear young in front of others. Therefore, no one would think that anyone who looked young was really young, and no one would think that someone who looked young was easy to bully. Perhaps some people were really young and easy to bully, but there were also some people who were not really young. Once they were provoked, it would be like kicking an iron plate and inviting disaster. This place, as Duan Lingtian walked into the dilapidated city, he could see people gathered in groups of 2 or 3. Some people had taken out some items and placed them in the void in front of them, waiting for others to inquire about the price. These people were all people who wanted to barter. They were using treasures that they did not need or did not need for the time being to exchange for treasures that they needed. Of course, those who had the courage to show off their treasures here were basically people who were confident in their own strength. Moreover, most people who dared to show off their treasures in public would not easily take out treasures that would interest someone more powerful than them. This was because no one wanted to bring about a fatal disaster just because of one or two treasures. Some people were better off, as they would spare your life after stealing your treasures. However, there were also people who would take your life after taking your treasures. This was called cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots. After walking around, Duan Lingtian saw some things that were useful to him. He also asked the other party about it. However, he did not have what the other party wanted. As for the most precious item in his possession, it should be the divine containment spring. Of course, he could not take out the divine corrupting spring. That was something that even immortals would kill for. Once he took it out, it would be extremely difficult for him to obtain it. He was not afraid of those who were not immortals. However, what if an immortal attacked him? When he thought about the immortal Crimson Demon, Duan Lingtian only felt powerless. An immortal is too strong. Unless one is an immortal, it's impossible to fight against him. At this time, Duan Lingtian also thought of the reason why he was in such a hurry to leave the god-defying realm. It was Yin Qinyan, who had become one with a supreme expert. Now, even if the other party appeared before him, there was nothing he could do. However, even though he couldn't take out the god-accumulating spring water, the divine pills in Duan Lingtian's hands could still attract some people to barter for them. Through this, Duan Lingtian was able to obtain some things he needed. Now that he had just entered the upper ultimate god realm, the most urgent thing for him was to completely consolidate his cultivation base. The things he exchanged for were basically all beneficial to this. After he was done exchanging, Duan Lingtian walked around the city that was in ruins. He noticed that there wasn't a single building that was still intact, and there wasn't a single person living here. The people here were all passers-by or people who had specially come here to trade. According to what the senior from the Xia family said, not every place in the outer realm is a pile of ruined cities. There are also some intact cities in the hands of some powerful forces. There are more people in those cities. The area I'm in is considered a remote area in the outer realm. After walking around the city, he found many things that he wanted. He tried to exchange for them one by one. During this process, he also found that more and more people were staring at him. Some of them did not even try to hide the greed in their eyes. It was as if they wanted to rob him of everything. However, he did not care about this. Currently, in the outer realm, there were not many people among the upper divine clans who could make him afraid as long as the supreme experts did not make a move. Although most of these people were upper ultimate gods, he was not afraid of them. It's fine if they don't provoke me. If they come knocking on my door, they can only blame themselves for being unlucky. After exchanging for some things, Duan Lingtian left the ruined city. As soon as he left, he discovered that there were more than a dozen little tails behind him. Among them, there were a few groups of people who followed him in groups. Duan Lingtian simply turned around after flying for a distance and looked indifferently at the more than 10 figures in the distance who had stopped as well. His eyes flashed with a bright light. These dozen or so people would never have thought that after discovering that they were following him, not only did he not continue to flee, he even stopped. Was he planning to give up resisting and obediently hand over the things? If anyone continues to follow me, I'll kill him. Duan Lingtian's cold eyes swept across the dozen people in front of him as he spoke. His voice was cold and intimidating. As soon as Duan Lingtian spoke, more than half of them sneered. A guy who has just entered the upper divine master realm. How arrogant. He probably thinks that we haven't seen through his cultivation level. A few of them sneered. Duan Lingtian turned a deaf ear to these sneers and continued on his way. The dozen people behind him continued to follow. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian stopped again and teleported to the dozen people at the same time. The 7 orifices exquisite sword appeared in his hand and a 7-colored sword light whizzed out. Duan Lingtian did not even need the help of the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements. Duanling Tian only needed to use the law of space and his sword Dao to create a terrifying spatial storm to kill the three people in front of him. A three-man team did not even have time to react before they were killed by Duanling Tian. The moment Duanling Tian made his move, it shocked the others as well. At the same time, they realized what Duanling Tian said earlier was not a lie. He really had the ability to kill them. They were only ordinary higher ultimate gods. Even if they had completely consolidated their cultivation bases, their strength was still limited. They were powerless against some of the strongest higher ultimate gods, let alone a freakishly talented higher ultimate god like Duanling Tian. Run! We're no match for him. Oh my god. How can an upper divine master who hasn't consolidated his cultivation level be so strong? The remaining people were not fools and were ready to flee. At this moment, two figures flew out of Duanling Tian's body. The law of time and the law of space worked together with Duanling Tian as they split into three different directions. In just 10 breaths, they managed to kill all of them. More than a dozen people who were chasing after Duanling Tian were all killed. After killing more than 10 people, Duanling Tian glanced into the distance before he turned around and left. After Duanling Tian turned and left, more than a dozen figures appeared in the forest in the distance. However, at this time, all of them had a lingering fear on their faces. Fortunately, we didn't impulsively get so close. Otherwise, we would have been among the people who died just now. It's so scary. His strength is so strong. He hasn't consolidated his cultivation level yet and already has such terrifying combat power. He must have a good background. No wonder he could take out so many rare divine elixirs. In fact, Duanling Tian had also noticed these people. However, he did not make a fuss about it because they did not follow him too closely. At the same time, no one was chasing after Duanling Tian anymore. Now, I'll go to Dancing Sun City first and see if I can find any clues about Wang Yuan's family. Then, I'll complete his last request and return the favor. Wang Yuan was a young genius that Duanling Tian had encountered in the little world inside the Crimson Demon's body. Although his strength was extraordinary, he had died in the secret realm inside the little world inside the Crimson Demon's body. Before he died, he gave Duanling Tian a spatial ring that removed the ownership of the ring. There was a circular token in the ring. It was a key left behind by a powerful supreme powerhouse. As for Dancing Sun City, it was the closest non-ruined city that Duanling Tian had heard about when he was trading with the people in the ruined city. Dancing Sun City was prosperous and peaceful. There were a total of 5 forces that controlled Dancing Sun City at the same time. Moreover, each of the 5 forces had supreme powerhouses behind them. Chapter 4400. In the outer realm, the races of the myriad worlds gathered. In the beginning, no one knew if there were any living beings in the outer realm. They only knew that many people from the myriad worlds would settle down in the outer realm after leaving their homeworld and even pass down their bloodlines. It was precisely because of this that the ancestors of most of the natives in the outer realm came from the myriad realms. However, some clans only knew that their ancestors came from the myriad worlds due to their long history, but they didn't know which realm they came from. In the outer realm, even the strongest powerhouses from the myriad worlds didn't dare to act as casually as they did in their homeworld. This was because there might be stronger powerhouses in the outer realm. The waters in the outer realm were very deep. Duanling Tian had heard about this from the supreme powerhouse ancestor of the Xia clan when he was still in the divine offering land. Therefore, he was mentally prepared for this. According to the ancestor of the Xia family, even the most powerful existences in the top 3 strongest realms in the myriad worlds might not be able to do as they please in the outer land. This was because the Xia clan's ancestor had heard 2 rumors when he was traveling in the outer realm. They were both about the hidden powerhouses in the outer realm. It was said that 2 hidden powerhouses had fought with 2 of the top existences in 2 of the 3 strongest realms in the myriad worlds and even repelled them. Some people also said that the 2 hidden powerhouses were actually the same person. In any case, the natives of the Outer Realm were not to be underestimated. This was a publicly acknowledged fact. Now, the Dancing Sun City that Duan Lingtian was going to was a city controlled by the 5 native forces in the Outer Realm. All the rules in the city were set by the 5 forces. It could be said that they were the rulers of the Dancing Sun City. The rules were set by them, and the ones who maintained the rules were naturally their people. Is the Dancing Sun City in front? Duan Lingtian rushed for a while. Finally, after many days, he saw a huge city leaning on the side of a continuous mountain range. This city wasn't on a plain. It was a mountain city, and half of the city was built in the mountains. Of course, even if it was built in the mountains, it was still surrounded by walls. As for the other half of the Dancing Sun City, it was not open to the public. In fact, it was forbidden for outsiders to approach because it was where the 5 great clans that controlled the Dancing Sun City were located. This place was also known as the inner city of the Dancing Sun City. Of course, in the inner city, not all of the 5 great clans were stationed there. There were also some markets for doing business, as well as practice grounds for sparring. These were all shared by the 5 great clans who controlled the city. The inner city's market square was the internal market square of the 5 great clans. As for the outer city, it didn't refuse anyone. No matter where you came from, they wouldn't stop you from coming. However, since they were here, they had to abide by the rules. If you don't follow the rules, the Dancing Sun City's law enforcement team will punish you. The law enforcement team was jointly managed by the 5 great clans of the Dancing Sun City. They were a team formed by all 5 clans. Among them, the captain's strength was extremely tyrannical. Under the realm of utmost powerful warriors, they could suppress more than 99% of the people. If they really encountered someone who couldn't be suppressed, the law enforcement team would send a message back to the inner city, and there would immediately be a supreme expert who would personally suppress the intruder. Because of this, the law and order in the Dancing Sun City was very good. At least, Duan Lingtian had this feeling when he walked into the Dancing Sun City. In the Dancing Sun City, everything was orderly. The people who came and went were all very well-mannered. Even if there were occasionally people who saw people on the road, they would take the initiative to avoid them. In addition, there was no sign of the law enforcement team. Looks like it's just as they said. The law enforcement team of a city like the Dancing Sun City is usually hidden in the dark. Unless something happens, they won't come out. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The Dancing Sun City occupied a large area. It was not inferior to any of the cities that Duan Lingtian had seen in the God-defying realm. Of course, this included the inner city. Although looking in from the sky outside the Dancing Sun City, the inner city was shrouded in fog, and it was impossible to see the situation inside. However, the outline of the inner city's walls could be seen clearly. As for why there was such a dense fog in the sky above the inner city, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess. It was definitely because the 5 great clans had set up a formation to conceal everything inside. Regarding this, he was not surprised at all. Not to mention the outer realm, even in the God-defying realm, those powerful forces that were stationed in the city would do the same. There were even some city leaders who directly prohibited people from flying into the city. In the Dancing Sun City, there were no restrictions on flying. Even if you flew over the inner city, as long as you did not have any ill intentions, no one would care about you. Of course, if you were to cause trouble in the sky above the inner city, then the law enforcement team of the Dancing Sun City would not be pushovers. I came this time, in addition to inquiring about the outer realm and understanding the outer realm further. I also want to inquire about the city behind Wang Yuan's family and see if I can find out. If I can find out, then I'll make a trip there and solve his request. With my current strength, it won't be difficult to complete his request. This time, Duan Lingtian had always remembered his purpose for coming to the Dancing Sun City. Although he had heard about the outer realm before leaving the God-defying realm, it was only a small part of the outer realm. There were more things in the outer realm that he still needed to understand and come into contact with on his own. He did not plan to stay in the Dancing Sun City for long. However, sometimes, there were many things that were out of one's control. After staying in the Dancing Sun City for a few days to understand the outer realm further and find out the approximate location of the city where Wang Yiyuan's family was located, Duan Lingtian, who was preparing to leave the next day, was alarmed the night before. He stayed in an inn, which was also the property of one of the 5 great families in the Dancing Sun City. The environment was not bad. Duan Lingtian had just returned and sat cross-legged on the bed in the guest room when he heard a loud sound coming from outside. The sound seemed to be far away, but it was very ear-piercing, like a clap of thunder. Then, there was a commotion outside. When Duan Lingtian heard the sound, he immediately walked out of the guest room. Soon, he heard a series of anxious exclamations. "I heard that a demon venerable is leading demons to attack the Dancing Sun City. Oh no! The Dancing Sun City has been surrounded. What's the rush? The Dancing Sun City is protected by the 5 great beings. Even if a demon venerable dares to invade, he'll be crippled if not killed. The one who came seems to be the one from the Qi Ming Mountain. What? Is it true? It's really the one from the Qi Ming Mountain? Oh my God! How did the Dancing Sun City offend that person?" The exclamations caused Duan Lingtian's expression to turn slightly solemn. At the same time, he felt that he was slightly unlucky. He had just arrived in the outer realm not long ago, and he had already encountered trouble time and time again. When he had just arrived, he had appeared in an ocean and had to fight with a great demon. Then, he had mistakenly entered the Crimson Devil Ridge and was imprisoned by the Crimson Devil. He had narrowly escaped with his life. Now, he had finally escaped the Crimson Devil's control and successfully arrived at the Dancing Sun City that was said to be very safe. However, he encountered a demon venerable leading demons to attack the Dancing Sun City. Duan Lingtian naturally knew what a demon venerable meant. It meant that the demon venerable was the strongest among the great demons. It's just a demon venerable. There are 5 great beings guarding the Dancing Sun City. Why would they be afraid of a mere great demon? However, they don't seem to think that the 5 great beings would be able to defeat the demon venerable. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn when he saw this. Chapter 4401. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew that there was a difference in strength between supreme experts. And now, according to the surrounding crowd, the demon sovereign of the Qi Ming Mountain, that omnipotent great demon, was obviously much stronger than the 5 omnipotent great demons of the 5 great clans in the Dancing Sun City. But, even if the 5 supreme experts join forces, they still can't beat it? Seeing the fear in the people around him, Duan Lingtian's face became very serious. How powerful was the supreme expert of the great demon that it was not afraid of the 5 supreme experts joining forces? A woo, roar. 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 Before Duan Lingtian could recover from the shock in his heart, the roars of the demonic beasts entered his ears like thunder. These sounds were getting closer and closer. In addition, he could hear the rumbling of buildings being flattened. The great demon of the dark Qi Mountain is coming. Run. Run. People around him jumped into the air and fled in all directions. Bang! A loud sound rang out as an ape-type great demon suddenly appeared in the sky above the inn. Its huge body seemed to blot out the sky as it stomped down on the 2 of them. During this process, a terrifying force swept the 2 people and exploded them into a bloody mist. Humans are too weak. After the giant ape stomped the 2 people to death, its huge foot sank into the courtyard at the side of the inn. At the same time, it casually threw out 2 punches. The terrifying fist force wreaked havoc, killing the fleeing figures one after another. Of course, there were also some people who escaped because they were stronger. In the inn, sand and stones were flying everywhere. Everyone was fleeing. However, not long after, some people let out desperate cries. Then, there were loud sounds coming from the surroundings. Obviously, there were other great demons around. This is just an ordinary great demon of the dark Qi mountain. Looking at the giant ape in front of him, Duan Lingtian seemed to be calm, but in fact, his heart was in turmoil. Although this giant ape was not as strong as the great demons of the sea that he met when he came to the outer world, it was not far away. Moreover, this was only one of the greater demons that had attacked the Dancing Sun City this time. In the eyes of the giant ape, the humans in front of it were its prey. Any human who saw it would flee in all directions, and it enjoyed the pleasure of an eagle catching a chick. However, a moment later, he discovered that in this huge human courtyard, there was a human standing there motionlessly as if he was possessed. Scared silly by me? The giant ape subconsciously thought so. However, this human gigolo is really an eyesore standing there. The one targeted by the giant ape was none other than Duan Lingtian. From the beginning to the end, Duan Lingtian stood in the same place and did not move at all. The giant ape in front of him was not a threat to him. I can smash such a gigolo human to death with one punch. With that thought in mind, the huge ape casually threw a punch at Duan Lingtian. Immediately, lightning shot out in all directions. The huge ape was proficient in the law of lightning. At the same time, the heavenly anomaly of 1,000 miles of weak light appeared. In the outer world, the heavenly anomaly of 1,000 miles of weak light was equivalent to the heavenly anomaly of 1,000,000 miles of light in the reverse God realm battlefield. Such a level of law was considered good even among upper-level ultimate gods. The giant ape was also a upper ultimate god great demon. In the face of the giant ape's punch, Duan Lingtian did not meet it head-on nor did he dodge. He just waved his hand and the power of the law of space swept out and directly dissolved the force of the giant ape's punch. The entire process was understated. The giant ape's pupils shrank sharply at this moment. This human is so strong. The giant ape's heart trembled and he did not dare to be careless. Blood chi surrounded his body as he used his trump card, the power of blood of his clan. A moment later, blood energy appeared around the giant ape's body and intertwined with the lightning. It looked like blood-colored lightning. Then, the giant ape charged at Duan Lingtian again. This time, he was completely serious. However, in the face of the giant ape's all-out attack, Duan Lingtian waved his hand again and directly sent the giant ape flying. With a loud thud, the giant ape landed in a corner of the inn and crushed a large number of buildings. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian teleported closer. The sword in his hand flashed as he condensed his divine power into a sword. He placed it in front of the giant ape's huge head and pointed it between its eyebrows. "You're no match for me," Duan Lingtian said as he glanced at the giant ape indifferently. Although he easily crushed the giant ape, Duan Lingtian did not intend to kill the giant ape. He did not even intend to let the giant ape see blood. What a joke! This giant ape was only one of the many great demons in the Qi Ming Mountain. If he killed or seriously injured this great demon, he might attract a group of great demons to besiege him. At that time, even if he could fight against all the demons alone, he would become the target of everyone. He might even be targeted by the demon venerable of the Qi Ming Mountain. Once he was targeted by that supreme great demon, he would definitely die. "Human, why don't you kill me?" The giant ape struggled to get up and looked at the pretty boy in front of him blankly. For the first time, it felt that this pretty boy was quite pleasing to the eye. In the face of the giant ape's question, Duan Lingtian ignored it and flew away in a flash. This was because he had already spread out his divine consciousness and found that several great demons were rushing in his direction. It was as if they had sensed the giant ape's danger. This giant ape is popular. No, it's popular. Demonic fate is not bad. In just a short while, there are already other great demons rushing over. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he flew away. After leaving the inn, Duan Lingtian moved like a loach in the middle of the battle between the great demons and humans. Occasionally, some great demons would attack him, but he would easily avoid them. With his strength, as long as the supreme great demon of the Qi Ming Mountain did not attack him personally, he could definitely protect himself in front of the other great demons of the Qi Ming Mountain. That human is very strong. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian did not know that he had been targeted by several extremely powerful great demons. In the void, there were 3 great demons gathered together. One was a flying great demon, one was a walking great demon, and one was a scaled great demon. At this moment, they were staring at Duan Ling Tian. The one who spoke first was the walking great demon of the 3 demons. This walking great demon had a body as large as a mountain. It looked like a tiger or leopard, but its head was like a deer. It also had 3 antlers on its head. If there was a human or great demon familiar with the Qi Ming Mountain here, they would definitely be shocked when they saw these 3 demons. This was because these were the 3 demons of the Qi Ming Mountain, second only to the Demon Master. They were the best of the best among the superior ultimate gods. Ta Yu, your adopted son was almost killed by him just now. You really can sit still. The flying great demon chuckled as if he wanted to see the world in chaos. Ha! Ta Yu must have noticed that the human did not intend to kill him. Otherwise, how could he sit still? The scaled great demon laughed and said, however, that human strength is indeed very strong. Even we may not be his match if we don't use the supreme divine weapon given by the Demon Master. Such a strong human. Could he be from the 5 great clans? Not necessarily. If he was from the 5 great clans, he would have already gone to the inner city. Why would he run in the opposite direction? At this moment, the direction Duan Ling Tian was heading in was the opposite direction of the outer city wall. He did not want to stay in this place any longer. He wanted to leave. He did not kill a single demon of the Qi Ming Mountain, so he did not really offend the Qi Ming Mountain. Even if the supreme great demon of the Qi Ming Mountain found out that he wanted to leave, he might not have the time to stop him personally. As for the other demons, he was not afraid at all. Those great demons would not be able to stop him. Just as Duan Ling Tian was getting closer and closer to the city wall and evading many great demons along the way, Qi Ming Demon Master, are you provoking the 5 of us? A loud and heavy voice came from the inner city of Dancing Sun City. The voice was thunderous and filled with anger. In the blink of an eye, the voice spread throughout Dancing Sun City. End of chapter. Chapter 4402. Humph. Before Duan Ling Tian could react, he heard a thunderous snort above his head. Zhong Yuanjue, you're getting worse and worse. How can you ask such a stupid question? Today, I, Qi Ming, am not only going to provoke all of you, but I'm going to kill all of you and annihilate the 5 great clans. As soon as the voice left his mouth, Duan Ling Tian, who had just arrived near the city wall, saw beams of light emitting a terrifying aura descending from the sky and surrounding the entire Dancing Sun City like a cage. The walls of the Dancing Sun City were completely surrounded. Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat when he saw the light beam that easily vaporized the city wall. At the same time, the world-cleansing divine waters warning rang in his little world. Little Tian, this supreme powerhouse has sealed off the entire city. His energy has shrouded the entire area. Don't act recklessly. If you forcefully attack the light beam, you'll suffer a backlash. If you haven't comprehended the law to the perfection stage, you'll definitely die. Although your sword Dao is strong, it'll only lead to a greater backlash. The world-cleansing divine water's voice was extremely solemn. Along the way, Duan Ling Tian had not completely sealed off the little world in his body. Instead, he would occasionally open a crack so that the world-cleansing divine water could monitor the situation in the outside world. If he had allowed the world-cleansing divine water to monitor the surroundings in advance, he would not have entered the Crimson Devil Ridge. This time, the divine tree of life had expended a lot of energy to help him escape from the little world in the Crimson Devil Ridge. The 5 divine elements had also expended a lot of energy. However, since Duan Ling Tian needed the world-cleansing divine water, the other 4 divine elements were willing to bear the burden as well. For this reason, the other 4 divine elements had expended a lot more energy than the world-cleansing divine water, causing them to fall into a deep sleep again. The world-cleansing divine water, on the other hand, did not need to fall into a deep sleep again. What should I do now? Duan Lingtian asked. At this moment, his heart could not help but race. He could not help but feel nervous. After all, this was a battle between supreme powerhouses. They could easily destroy an entire city and kill him as well. Don't leave this city by force. The world-cleansing divine water said in a deep voice, for now, it's best for them to mingle with the Qi Ming Mountain's high-level ultimate gods. The Qi Ming Mountain Supreme Expert will take their safety into consideration even if he's fighting the 5 Supreme Experts in Dancing Sun City. Correspondingly, the 5 Supreme Experts of the Dancing Sun City will also consider the safety of their juniors. Although you can also sneak into the 5 great clans. I have a feeling that this person from the Qi Ming Mountain will win this battle. If you sneak into the 5 great clans of the Dancing Sun City, and this man from the Qi Ming Mountain wins, I'm afraid you won't be able to escape death. Upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but frown. Choice. Another choice. He realized that ever since he arrived in the outer realm, he had been making a choice, and it was a choice between life and death. In fact, with his current strength, he could not be considered weak even in the outer realm. Apart from the supreme experts, it would be difficult to find a peak high-level ultimate god who had comprehended the laws to the perfection stage who could stop him. Sister Water, do you think I should choose to mingle with the Qi Ming Mountain's great demons? Duan Lingtian asked the world-cleansing divine water. But, Sister Water, I'm human after all. They're demons. Will they be willing to coexist peacefully with me? Why should we coexist peacefully? The world-cleansing divine water said indifferently, you should follow them wherever they gather. If they attack you, all you have to do is defend yourself. Do you think they have the ability to kill you? Moreover, in my opinion, you should follow the giant monkey who attacked you earlier. You spared his life earlier. Based on their character, they won't bite the hand that feeds them. Based on the world-cleansing divine water's words, it was clear that it had recognized the giant monkey. Sister Water, are you that pessimistic about the 5 great clans of Dancing Sun City? Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. He kept having the feeling that it was slightly rash to entrust his life to a supreme expert of the Nether Qi Mountain. That's not the case. The world-cleansing divine water said, since the supreme expert of the Qi Ming Mountain dares to come here so openly, it means he's confident. The 5 supreme experts of the 5 great clans of Dancing Sun City might have some trump cards up their sleeves as well. The choice I'm giving you is actually the safest choice. Think about it. If you mingle with the people of the 5 great clans and the supreme expert of the Qi Ming Mountain wins, do you think he'll spare a human like you? If you mingle with the supreme experts of the Qi Ming Mountain, even if the supreme expert of the Qi Ming Mountain loses, the supreme experts of the 5 great clans won't kill a human like you. At that time, you can just choose a few supreme experts and kill them. At that time, the people of the 5 great clans might have a good impression of you and might even invite you to join their clans. There are only a handful of higher ultimate gods like you even in the 5 major clans. Duan Lingtian finally understood the world-cleansing divine water's intentions after listening to its words. At the same time, he realized the world-cleansing divine water had chosen the safest path for him. Whoosh! With that thought in mind, Duan Lingtian's figure flashed as he began to travel through the Dancing Sun City. At this moment, Dancing Sun City was filled with broken walls. The originally bustling streets were now in ruins along with the collapse of the roadside houses. It felt as though the end of the world had arrived. Moreover, along the way, Duan Lingtian could see blood everywhere. In some places, the blood seemed to have transformed into a small stream that flowed endlessly through the ruins. Many people were still trying to escape, but they were all killed by the supreme experts. Occasionally, a few of the stronger ones would be besieged by the supreme experts. Although the 5 great clans' businesses were located in the outer city of the Dancing Sun City, the people of the 5 great clans who were in the businesses immediately returned to the inner city when the incident happened in the city. The Dancing Sun City's law enforcement team had also returned to the 5 great clans. They could usually do whatever they wanted in the Dancing Sun City and maintain the law and order of the city because the people they had to deal with were limited in strength. Moreover, they were backed by the 5 great clans. But this time, the ones who had barged into the Dancing Sun City were a group of demonic beasts led by an extremely powerful great demon. They were not something the enforcers could contend against. They even received a message from their clans asking them to return to their clans as soon as possible to avoid unnecessary casualties. As for those who were not from the 5 great clans, they were naturally abandoned. Found it. Soon, Duan Lingtian found the giant ape who attacked the inn and was defeated by him. At this moment, the giant ape was no longer alone. There were 2 other beasts beside him. One of the beasts was a flying beast. Its body was covered in golden feathers that shone with a sharp luster. The other beast was also a flying beast. Its body was black and looked like a bat. There were dark green lines on its body. Vaguely, one could see blood vessels crisscrossing on them. It looked very horrifying. Whoosh! In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian appeared near the giant ape and the other 2 great demons. At this moment, the 3 great demons had joined forces to destroy a towering building. Moreover, they were killing those who were trying to escape. Many people begged for mercy, but it was no use. Corpses were everywhere and wails were everywhere. It's you. Finally, the giant ape noticed Duan Lingtian. Its pupils shrank and its huge body seemed to be frightened. It staggered back a few steps. At this moment, the other 2 great demons had also regained their senses. They no longer continued to chase after the person who had fled. Instead, they shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian in unison. What are you going to do? The giant ape looked at Duan Lingtian with a gaze filled with fear. Chapter 4403. Although the giant ape did not have any ill feelings towards the human in front of it, since the human had the ability to kill it, he had spared its life. Although humans and demons were different, it did not stop it from remembering the human's kindness of sparing its life. Their tribe had always been straightforward and did not have any tricks up their sleeves. Now that the human had appeared again, the first thought that appeared in its mind was whether the human had changed his mind and came back to kill it. Nothing much. Faced with the giant ape's vigilance, Duan Lingtian merely smiled. I just saw that the battle between the ultimate powerhouses is about to begin, so I wanted to find someone to watch and chat with. I've just arrived in Dancing Sun City, and I don't know anyone, so I wanted to find you to watch and chat with. That's all? The giant ape frowned. It was obvious that it did not believe Duan Lingtian's words. He still remembered that his foster father had told him that humans were very cunning. Before Duan Lingtian could speak, the 2 flying demons beside him turned their sharp gazes to Duan Lingtian. Tumeng Sha, you know this human? He's the human who defeated me earlier. The giant ape stared at Duan Lingtian as it replied to its companion in a deep voice. So, it's him. When the 2 flying demons heard this, they looked at Duan Lingtian again with a hint of fear. After all, their strength was only on par with the giant ape and Tumeng Sha. Human. After a while, the big demon that looked like a bat stared at Duan Lingtian. Its eyes shone with wisdom as it said in a deep voice, "We owe you a favor for sparing Tumeng Sha earlier. We'll repay you for sparing his life. Now that you're here, I don't think it's as simple as watching the battle between the ultimate powerhouses, right? You want to use this as an excuse to escape, right? If I'm not wrong, you're definitely not from the 5 great clans of Dancing Sun City. Also, you chose to look for Tumeng Sha again. I'm sure you think that you can stay out of this battle, regardless of whether the 5 great clans of Dancing Sun City win or the demon sovereign of Mount Galloping Underworld wins." Although Duan Ling Tian maintained a calm expression on his face, he could not help but feel waves of shock surging in his heart when the avian great demon finished speaking. When he looked at the other party once more, his gaze was filled with surprise. He had never expected that this bat demon, who looked so unassuming and even a little intimidating, would be so meticulous and see through what he wanted to do with just a few words. What happened? Unlike the bat great demon, the ape Tameng Shah and the other avian great demon looked at the bat great demon with curiosity in their eyes. The bat great demon immediately said, "This human came to find Tameng Shah because he wanted to use the favor he had shown Tameng Shah in order to help Tameng Shah survive the calamity of Dancing Sun City. Of course, he's not sure if the 5 great clans of Dancing Sun City or the demon sovereign of Mount Galloping Underworld will win. However, he's here. No matter who wins, he'll most likely be able to escape unscathed." As the bat demon's words hit the nail on the head, both the other bird demon and the giant ape Tameng Shah came to a realization. Humans are indeed cunning. Tameng Shah's gaze turned hostile when he looked at Duan Ling Tian again. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was looking at the bat demon. He could not help but shake his head and sigh. "I really didn't expect you to see through my intentions. I thought great demons were all simple-minded and well-developed. I didn't expect there to be a great demon as intelligent as you." Now, Duan Ling Tian was speaking from the bottom of his heart. He had no intention of hiding anything. Moreover, there was no point in hiding anything. He might as well be frank and honest. He just wanted to survive. Human. The giant ape Tameng Shah looked at Duan Ling Tian and said in a deep voice, "I'll cooperate with you in whatever you want to do. However, after this, we'll be even. I, Tameng Shah, no longer owe you anything." Unlike the bat demon that was intelligent, Tameng Shah was a lot simpler. He spoke in a straightforward manner without any sloppiness. "Of course." Duan Ling Tian smiled. He had been waiting for Tameng Shah to say this. After reaching a consensus, Duan Ling Tian and the 3 great demons stayed together. The 3 great demons did not continue hunting the human cultivators in Dancing Sun City. Instead, they looked up at the sky with Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, a 3-meter-tall muscular figure appeared in the sky above Dancing Sun City. His face was as sharp as a knife, and he was extremely resolute. His entire body exuded a masculine aura. This 3-meter-tall muscular man in a gray robe was currently looking in the direction of the inner city. Over there, 5 figures gradually appeared. Behind the 3-meter-tall muscular man, 3 great demons also appeared. They were a flying great demon, a walking great demon, and a scaly great demon. These 3 great demons are the 3 strongest great demons under Demon Honorable Crimson Light? Duan Ling Tian did not know much about the Qi Ming Mountain in the past. He had never even heard of it. However, he had clearly heard the discussions and exclamations of the group of people in the inn earlier. Because of that, he had learned some information about the Qi Ming Mountain from those people. He knew that there were 3 great demons under the Qi Ming Mountain's strongest great demon. They were the cream of the crop among the top high-level supreme gods. Each of them had comprehended the law to the small perfection realm. In the outer realm, the power of law would appear and there would be a heaven and earth vision that illuminated 100,000 miles. In the realm battlefield of the god-defying realm, there would be a heaven and earth vision that illuminated 100 million miles. That kind of heaven and earth vision was enough to cover half of the realm battlefield. Qi Ming Demon Honorable, I spared your life back then. I didn't expect you to dare to provoke us. Today, the 5 of us will join forces to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and kill you in Sun Dance City. As soon as the indifferent voice sounded, Duan Ling Tian saw the 5 blurry figures in the sky above the inner city of Dancing Sun City began to solidify. Almost as soon as this voice sounded, Duan Ling Tian was shocked to find that the 5 of them had disappeared right under his nose. In the next instant, he heard an earth-shattering explosion. Bang! With a loud bang, he did not even have time to see what had happened. A terrifying airwave had already fallen from the sky. In the blink of an eye, it crushed all the buildings in the outer city of Sun Dance City. Only the buildings in the inner city of Sun Dance City were intact because of the protective clan formation of the 5 great clans. Even so, one could still see a resplendent light rising from the direction of the inner city. Then, that light dimmed again. It was obvious that the protective clan formation of the 5 great clans had consumed a lot of energy. Spared my life back then. Venerable Qi Ming's cold voice reverberated in and around Dancing Sun City. Back then, my venerable Qi Ming Mountain had never made things difficult for the 5 of you or your descendants. However, for your own selfish desires, you actually plotted to kill my son. You wanted to extract his heart's blood essence and refine it into a divine pill so that your descendants could be reborn. You didn't kill me back then because you wanted to spare my life or because you couldn't. You know very well in your hearts. Today, not only will I kill you, but I'll also kill the so-called genius disciples behind the 5 of you who used my son's life to be reborn. Then, I'll exterminate the clans behind you and remove the 5 great clans from the outer realm. Qi Ming Demon Honorable's voice became colder as he spoke. When Duan Ling Tian heard Qi Ming Demon Honorable's words, his heart trembled. At the same time, he finally knew why Qi Ming Demon Honorable was here. He was here to avenge his son. Back then, the 5 great clans of Sun Dance City had joined forces to plot to kill Qi Ming Demon Honorable's son and extract the essence of his heart in order to cultivate their genius disciples. Not all humans are good people. Not all demons are evil demons. Duan Lingtian's ears rang again. What his master, Feng Qingyang, had said to him in the past. In fact, he had long felt this in his heart. In fact, he had felt this way when he was still in the mundane realm. Chapter 4404. What? The old ancestor did such a thing? He actually took the initiative to provoke this person from the Qi Ming Mountain? Killed his son, extracted his blood essence, and nurtured the next generation of prodigies? So that's how it is. I was wondering why the Qi Ming Mountain and our Dancing Sun City had always stayed out of each other's business. So this is the reason why they suddenly came to kill us. This great demon from the Qi Ming Mountain has been lying low for many years. Now that he has come to kill us, he must be confident. In the inner city of Dancing Sun City, the people from the 5 great clans were shocked and they heard the Qi Ming demon venerate's words. It was not until now that they knew there was such a grudge between the 5 great clans and the Qi Ming Mountain. Most importantly, they did not know about it beforehand. At this moment, most of them could not help but complain. After all, they did not have any vested interests. Now, they had to bear the danger together. When there were benefits to be had, they were not. Now that they had to take the blame for someone who came looking for trouble because of some benefits, how could they be willing? Of course, they knew it was useless no matter how unwilling they were. They had no say in the clans and could only be manipulated by others. At this moment, their hearts were filled with worry. Although the Qi Ming Mountain was a great demon force, they must be confident since they dared to come to their doorstep. Moreover, the demon venerable from the Qi Ming Mountain had declared that he would annihilate the 5 great clans. No matter how they looked at it, it did not seem like he was joking. However, they felt that it was impossible for the demon venerable to defeat the 5 strongest people from the 5 great clans on his own. However, based on the demon venerate's strength, it seemed like victory was in his hands. Qi Ming Demon Venerate, although your strength has improved compared to before, it's still impossible for you to defeat the 5 of us together. I'll give you one more chance. Quickly take your great demon and leave. If you do that, the 5 great clans will let bygones be bygones. An arrogant voice suddenly sounded in the sky. Clearly, this was the voice of one of the 5 supreme powerhouses of the 5 great clans. After the terrifying energy dissipated, the turbulent clouds in the sky also dispersed. Everyone, including Duan Ling Tian, could see the scene in the sky clearly. A tall figure was standing opposite the 5 people. Among the 5 people, there was an old man, a middle-aged man, a young man, a beautiful woman, and an old woman. Obviously, they were the 5 powerhouses of the 5 clans. At that moment, the person who spoke was the middle-aged man. Unlike the calm and tranquil atmosphere high up in the sky, the dust within the dancing sun city had dispersed. Duan Ling Tian, who was flying up with the three great yaos beside him, looked down and saw that the dancing sun city's interior was littered with corpses and broken walls. It was a complete wasteland. At this moment, there were still many survivors, but they were all being hunted down by the greater demons. In the huge outer city, Duan Ling Tian was the only human left. No great demons attacked him. This was because the three great yaos beside Duan Ling Tian were all well-known great yaos in the Chiming Mountain. Perhaps they were not the strongest under the Chiming Demon Venerable, but their backgrounds were the most shocking. Not to mention others, the great ape Ta Meng Shah's adoptive father was one of the three strongest great yaos under the Chiming Demon Venerable. In the Chiming Mountain, even the great yaos who were stronger than him did not dare to provoke him easily. Therefore, seeing that the three great yaos did not have the intention to attack Duan Ling Tian, even if the other great yaos did not understand, they did not intervene to deal with Duan Ling Tian. This is a fight between supreme powerhouses? Duan Ling Tian looked at the city below his feet, his eyes filled with horror. At this moment, except for the confinement light that enveloped the city, the entire outer city walls of the Dancing Sun City were all knocked down. They were either turned into dust or broken walls. Blood flowed continuously in the outer city. It might be an exaggeration to say that blood flowed like a river, but it was not an exaggeration to say that blood flowed like a stream. If it was not for the Supreme Demon Venerable of the Chiming Mountain's power that enveloped the Dancing Sun City, the destruction just now would not have been limited to this. Moreover, they must have held back just now. Or rather, they tried their best to concentrate their power during the fight. After all, there were not only the people from the 5 great clans below them, but also the demons of the Chiming Mountain. They must have taken the safety of these people and demons into consideration when they fought. They must not have let too much of their power fall. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian thought of many things. At the same time, he was further aware of how terrifying the supreme powerhouses were. After all, today was the first time he had seen a fight between supreme powerhouses. Of course, to be honest, he could not say that he had seen a fight between supreme powerhouses. This was because when the 6 supreme powerhouses were fighting just now, the terrifying power swept out in all directions. Although he tried his best to see the situation clearly, he could not see it clearly at all. Or perhaps, even without the interference of the power, his eyesight could not keep up with the speed of their fight. However, Duan Ling Tian raised his head and looked at the 6 supreme powerhouses in the sky. Finally, his gaze fell on the Chiming Demon Venerable of the Chiming Mountain. Although it seemed that the 6 of them were fine now. However, when Duan Ling Tian observed carefully, he was shocked to find that the aura of the Chiming Demon Venerable was obviously much more disorderly now. Although the aura of the supreme powerhouses of the 5 great clans was also somewhat disorderly, it was far from that of the Chiming Demon Venerable. Just now, the Chiming Demon Venerable must have been at a disadvantage. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Humph. Suddenly, a cold snort sounded in Duan Ling Tian's ears. It was the voice of the Bat Great Demon. Do these 5 old fellows really think that the Demon Venerable came alone? What a joke! As soon as the Bat Great Demon said that, Duan Ling Tian's pupils contracted subconsciously. From what the Bat Great Demon said, the Chiming Demon Venerable had helpers. As soon as this thought appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind, Demon Venerate Qi Ming's voice rang in the air again. That's easy to say. You don't want to continue fighting with me because you are worried that you will be injured in the fight with me. I have to say that although the 5 of you have not improved much over the years, there are still some small improvements after all. As soon as the Chiming Demon Venerable said that, the faces of the 5 supreme powerhouses of the 5 great clans darkened slightly. After the fight just now, it was not difficult for them to realize that their improvement over the years was far inferior to that of the Chiming Demon Venerable. Not to mention a one-on-one fight, even if any 3 of them joined forces, they would probably only be able to fight to a draw with the Chiming Demon Venerable. If the 5 of them joined forces, they might be able to take down the chiming demon venerable, but they would definitely have to pay a huge price. It was certain that everyone would be injured. In fact, one or two of them might even die. To them, even if they were injured, they would not allow it, let alone die. How would they deal with the next heavenly tribulation if they were injured? Big Brother Frost King, please come out and help me kill these 5 people. Just as the supreme powerhouses of the 5 great clans were looking gloomy, the chiming demon venerable suddenly shook his body and bowed slightly to the sky in front of him. Almost at the next moment. A hearty laughter sounded from the sky. Following that, a frightening cold chi also descended. In the next moment, white snow floated in the sky above the entire dancing sun city. Gusts of cold wind raged, as if this huge city had entered winter. Chapter 4405. White snow covered the sky and cold wind blew. It was as if winter had arrived. Moreover, this bone-piercing coldness was unlike the coldness of an ordinary winter. Even with Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base and strength, he still felt the coldness enter his body and penetrate his heart at this moment. The other 3 great monsters beside him had already used their divine power to expel the cold. Clearly, they were under more pressure than Duan Ling Tian. Is this a supreme master who specializes in the law of ice? Duan Ling Tian used his divine power to expel the cold as he looked up at the sky. As Qi Ming Demon Venerable spoke, the figure of the blue-clothed young man gradually appeared with the white snow and cold wind. This was a young man who was about 1.8 meters tall. His face was handsome and resolute, and his eyebrows were dashing. He was wearing a long blue robe, and his long hair danced in the wind. It was also green in color. He appeared with a hearty laugh, and in the blink of an eye, he was already beside Qi Ming Demon Venerable. Even though he was not as tall as Qi Ming Demon Venerable, his aura was not weak at all. In fact, it felt like he was even stronger. Frost King? At this moment, the 5 supreme masters of the 5 great families in Dancing Sun City who were facing Qi Ming Demon Venerable had already changed their expression slightly when they heard Qi Ming Demon Venerable call out to the newcomer. At this moment, when they saw the blue-clothed young man standing in front of them, their eyes narrowed almost at the same time. Then, fear appeared on their faces. Frost King? At this moment, Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered slightly. Judging from the reactions of the 5 supreme masters in Dancing Sun City, this person did not seem to be an ordinary person. There was no doubt that he was a supreme master. Perhaps he was even more powerful than Qi Ming Demon Venerable. Otherwise, why would Qi Ming Demon Venerable be so polite just now? Moreover, when Qi Ming Demon Venerable asked the other party to come out, his expression and actions were clearly very humble. The only person who could make him behave like this was a supreme master who was not weaker than him. Your Excellency, austere king. The old woman of the Dancing Sun City looked at the frigid king and squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. We, the 5 great clans of the Dancing Sun City, and even the 5 of us, have no grudges with you in the past. You wouldn't help Qi Ming attack us, would you? Han Wang. She had never expected that Demon Venerable Qi Ming would invite this person over. Even though this person was only a rogue cultivator, his strength was stronger than Qi Ming's martial highness. Although she had long heard that the other party had been living in seclusion for the past few years, and she had once wanted to get close to him, she had never imagined that their first meeting would be under such circumstances. Your Excellency, austere king. Another old man among the 5 most powerful masters of the Dancing Sun City slightly bowed to the icy king. Today, as long as you don't interfere with the matter between us and the Qi Ming Mountain, our 5 families are willing to give you a generous gift that will satisfy you, Your Excellency. Just a moment ago, he had already communicated with the other 4 people by his side. If the icy king was willing to back down, their 5 families were willing to give him a generous gift. Otherwise, if the icy king's strength was as terrifying as the rumors said, even if he couldn't kill all of them by joining forces with Qi Ming, he was still confident that he could kill 1 or 2, or even 2 or 3 of them. Moreover, Once the Icy King and Qi Ming joined forces, the 5 great clans of the Dancing Sun City would definitely be destroyed. Even if some of them could survive, they would only be able to survive by running away. Is that so? Hearing the old man's words, the Icy King took a step forward with a gentle smile on his face. He didn't look like a supreme master who brought cold winter to the Dancing Sun City at all. Instead, he looked like a gentle and refined person. Of course. Seeing the Icy King step forward with a smile on his face, the 5 powerful masters of the 5 great clans were stunned at first, but in the next moment, they all revealed brilliant smiles. The Icy King was tempted. This was a good thing. Your Excellency, as long as you agree today, our 5 great clans are willing to open our treasure vaults and even our storage rings, and let you take whatever you want. Yes, Your Excellency, our 5 great clans are very sincere. The 5 supreme masters all expressed their views. The Icy King laughed out loud. Then, his figure flashed and directly flew towards the 5 supreme masters of the 5 great clans. At the same time, he laughed heartily and said, Qi Ming, the benefits they offered have moved my heart. I'm sorry. In the blink of an eye, the Icy King was already not far away from the 5 supreme masters of the 5 great clans. And the 5 supreme masters of the 5 great clans naturally wouldn't be so stupid to approach the Icy King without any precautions. Although the Icy King took the initiative to show goodwill, they still maintained their vigilance. Because everything was going too smoothly. It was so smooth that they found it unbelievable. Icy King, Qi Ming's expression changed greatly. Then, his eyes turned cold as he stared at the Icy King with a gloomy expression. Don't forget, you also took my things. As his voice fell, he looked at the 5 supreme masters of the 5 great clans. The 5 of you, don't tell me you really believe that the Icy King is willing to help you at the last minute? Now, if he can break his promise to me, he can also break his promise to you. The current Qi Ming was rather flustered and exasperated. Roar, a woo. At the same time, seeing that their demon venerable was so angry, the group of great demons from Qi Ming Mountain were also enraged. Even the 3 great demons beside Duan Lingtian had faces full of anger. Their eyes were cold. If looks could kill, then the Icy King would have been killed countless times by them. Only Duan Lingtian was stunned by the scene in front of him. A supreme master seemed to be no different from an ordinary person. At this moment, the lofty and glorious image that the supreme master had built in the depths of his heart publicly collapsed. Of course, at this moment, he still felt that something was wrong. If the Icy King was really someone who would change sides so easily, why would the demon venerable Qi Ming take the risk to invite him here? Now, if the Icy King really stood on the side of the 5 great clans of the Dancing Sun City and joined forces with the 5 supreme masters of the 5 great clans, it would be impossible for the demon venerable Qi Ming to escape even if he wanted to. Just now, he heard from the giant ape tower, Meng Sha, that this Icy King was a reclusive supreme master. His strength was even stronger than Qi Ming's. It was also because of this that Qi Ming had the confidence to attack the Dancing Sun City and point his sword at the 5 supreme masters of the Dancing Sun City. When the 5 supreme masters of the 5 great clans saw that the demon venerable Qi Ming was flustered and exasperated, their originally tense faces relaxed a little. But only a little. Even now, they did not dare to completely trust the Icy King. The 5 of you, open up your storage rings and your clan's treasury for me to search. Once I get what I want, I will leave immediately. The Icy King looked at the 5 supreme masters of the 5 great clans and said straightforwardly. When the 5 supreme masters heard this, 2 of them hesitated, but the other 3 did not hesitate at all. They immediately took out the treasures of their clans from the depths of the inner city of the Dancing Sun City. Although it was called a clan's treasury, it was actually a divine artifact that could store items. Then, they directly opened up their clan's treasury in their storage rings in front of the Icy King, allowing him to search. Your Excellency Icy King, please kindly accept this. The remaining 2 did not hesitate at this time. They waved their hands and took out their clan's treasury, together with their storage rings, and opened it in front of the icy king. At this moment, the group of people in the 5 great clans, although they were a little unwilling, they knew that there was no other way. The 5 ancestors, as supreme masters, would definitely not be the ones to suffer losses. To be able to make them act like this, it must be this supreme master who had just arrived that made them feel fear. The clan's treasures. I'm afraid we will lose a lot this time. This time, the price is not small. Many people sighed in their hearts. As for the icy king, when the 5 supreme masters of the 5 great clans opened up their clan's treasury and storage rings, he did not hesitate to extend his divine sense and search for the treasures he wanted. I'll take this. Cold dust grass, not bad, I'll take all of it. And this, high up in the sky, the icy king was there picking the treasures he wanted, and he did not hold back in the slightest. When Duan Ling Tian saw this scene, even if he had more than enough worries, he could not help but covet it. I don't know when I'll be able to have the strength to make 5 supreme experts allow me to look through their belongings and plunder their treasures. As a bystander, I find it satisfying to watch this kind of thing. How great would it be if I were the person involved? Duan Ling Tian sighed in his heart. He did not know what Duan Ling Tian was thinking. Otherwise, the 5 supreme masters of the 5 great clans of Dancing Sun City would probably kill him at the first moment. To them, Qi Ming and the Icy King were tyrannical opponents, and it was difficult to defeat or kill them. However, the current Duan Ling Tian was no different from an ant in their eyes. All right. After the Icy King obtained everything he wanted, he did not care about the ugly expressions of the 5 supreme masters and nodded his head in satisfaction. His face was filled with a smile of harvest. The 5 supreme masters of the 5 great clans had never imagined that this icy king would be so ruthless. He had plundered all the valuable treasures in their clan's treasury and storage rings. If it wasn't for the fact that their respective clans had other hidden treasures, all the treasures of their 5 great clans would have been taken away by the icy king today. Your Excellency Icy King, since you've obtained everything, can you leave now? Although the young man among the 5 supreme masters spoke politely, his voice was faintly trembling. It was obvious that his emotions were on the verge of losing control. At this moment, the gazes of the other members of the 5 great clans all landed on the Icy King. If the departure of this supreme master could be exchanged for the survival of the clan, it would be worth it to give up some worldly possessions. However, in the next moment, the Icy King's words caused them to be stunned. After being stunned for a moment, they all flew into a rage. Why should I leave? The Icy King's indifferent words drifted through the Dancing Sun City. Following which, the entire city fell into a deathly silence. Chapter 4406. Why should I leave? As soon as King Han finished speaking, not only were the 5 supreme powerhouses from the 5 great clans silent, but even Duan Ling Tian and the group of great demons from the galloping Nether Mountain were stunned. Did the frigid king want to go back on his words? Qi Ming, do it. In the next instant, King Han's voice sounded again. It was earth-shattering. When everyone, including Duan Ling Tian, heard this, the first thought that appeared in their minds was, how could a powerhouse do such a thing? Obviously, the frigid king was trying to cheat the 5 families of their treasures. Frigid king, how dare you? The 5 supreme experts of the 5 great clans also came to their senses at this time and retreated together. At the same time, they shouted at almost the same time. Their eyes were filled with anger that seemed to be able to burn everything. At this time, they also realized what had happened. They had been tricked by the frigid king. Ha! Frigid king, my acting skills are not bad, right? The 3-meter-tall giant, who was the master of Dark Qi Mountain, Demon Venerate Qi Ming, laughed complacently as a small mountain suddenly appeared in his hand. He then casually tossed it out. Whoosh! The small mountain instantly enlarged in the air and turned into a huge mountain. It covered the sky and blocked the sun. It even blocked the sunlight of the entire Dancing Sun City. Compared to me, you are still not good enough. The frigid king smiled faintly. Then, he shook his hands. Instantly, waves of cold air raged. In the next moment, a shocking scene appeared. Streaks of terrifying ice swept out from under the dancing sun city, freezing both the inner and outer parts of the city. The outer part of the city had turned into a city of ice, while the inner part of the city was protected by the 5 great clans' clan protecting formation, which had not been broken yet. Whoosh! 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 Numerous icicles and pillars emitting a terrifying aura swept out from beneath the dancing sun city. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in the form of a formation, enveloping all 5 of the strongest experts of the 5 great clans. Ice sealing the 9 heavens. The frigid king spoke again. Although his voice was not loud, it was clearly heard by everyone present. Frigid king, you tricked us. The 5 strongest experts of the 5 clans were startled. They never would have thought that the Frost King would actually send his power into the depths of the dancing sun city without them noticing. Then, it directly exploded. Moreover, the power that swept up formed an array diagram in the void, forming a great ice-sealing array that trapped them within. Haha, Venerate Qi Ming laughed heartily. Today, none of you can escape. In just one battle, I have killed 5 great powerhouses. This will be the greatest glory of my, Qi Ming's life. Qi Ming the demon venerable made his move. Not only did the exquisite hill transform into a towering mountain, but his entire body also swiftly swept towards the 5 supreme experts of the 5 great clans like a ghost. In the next moment, the group of people, including Duan Lingtian, heard a series of earth-shattering sounds coming from the horizon as a terrifying power wreaked havoc before their eyes. At the same time, a terrifying ice-sealing power spread from the void and descended upon them. Go! Tameng Shah's warning rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian came back to his senses, and only then did he realize that as the terrifying power from the horizon swept down, the group of great demons of the Qi Ming Mountain all rushed out of the dancing sun city. At this moment, the cage-like power that was blocking the great demons of the Qi Ming Mountain outside of the dancing sun city had disappeared. To be more precise, the cage-like power in the outer city had disappeared. The inner city was still there. Obviously, the demon venerable Qi Ming had intentionally let his group of great demons of the Qi Ming Mountain leave the dancing sun city. As for the reason, it was obvious that he was worried that the great demons of the Qi Ming Mountain would be affected by the battle between the 7 strongest experts. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's face lit up with joy. Today, he was finally free. As long as the supreme experts did not interfere, although there were still 3 unfathomably powerful great demons of the Qi Ming Mountain, it was impossible for them to stop him. Duan Lingtian was still very confident in his current strength. However, as he followed Tameng Shah out of the city, although Duan Lingtian also noticed the 3 great demons of the Qi Ming Mountain looking at him, the 3 great demons clearly did not have any intention of targeting him. In fact, one of the great demons of the Qi Ming Mountain looked at him with a hint of friendliness. Thank you for showing mercy to my godson. I have already asked the demon venerable for permission. As long as the Qi Ming Mountain does not lose this battle, you can safely leave the dancing sun city. A calm voice suddenly sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian glanced at the great demon of the Qi Ming Mountain in the distance and saw it nod at him. Clearly, it was the great demon of the Qi Ming Mountain who had sent him a voice transmission. Duan Lingtian's mood lightened when he heard this. Originally, he had wanted to leave immediately after leaving the city. He did not want the demon venerable of the Qi Ming Mountain to keep him here after the battle between the supreme experts ended. If that really happened, it would be difficult for him to escape even if he wanted to. Now that he heard the great demon of the Qi Ming Mountain's voice transmission, he was completely at ease. At the same time, he thought that there was no need to rush to leave. Although the battle between the supreme experts had caused the sky to shatter and the earth to split, the space to shatter, and the scene in the sky to be turned upside down, as if the mountains and rivers had been turned upside down, and nothing could be seen clearly, even so, Duan Lingtian still wanted to take a few more looks. It would be best if he could get a result. I'm finally out. Duan Lingtian followed Tameng Sha and the other great demons out of the Dancing Sun City quickly. At the same time, they arrived at a distance outside the city and watched the battle in the sky above the city from afar. At this moment, even the three strongest great demons of the Qi Ming Demon Venerable had come out together. What a terrifying power! Is this the power of the supreme experts? Originally, Duan Lingtian had not noticed the heaven and earth anomaly in the sky when he was in the Dancing Sun City. However, now that he was outside the city, Duan Lingtian finally saw the 7 heaven and earth anomalies spread out because of the 7 supreme experts in the city. At a glance, he could not see the end of the heaven and earth anomaly at all. The 7 heaven and earth anomalies were of different colors. Although they were not the 7 colors of the rainbow, they were as eye-catching as the 7 colors of the rainbow. I can't see clearly at all. Duan Lingtian tried hard to look at the sky above the Dancing Sun City. He could only see faint figures moving in the sky. At the same time, the aftermath of the terrifying power scattered down, further destroying the outer city of the Dancing Sun City, which had been turned into ruins long ago. In the inner city of the Dancing Sun City, Duan Lingtian could see that the protective clan array of the 5 great clans was weakening continuously. It was on the verge of collapse, as if it could collapse at any time. The 5 great clans must be in a mess now, right? We can leave, but they may not. Unless those 5 supreme masters are free to help them find a way to survive. Although Duan Lingtian could not see the situation in the inner city of the Dancing Sun City due to the distance between them, it was not difficult for him to guess the situation in the inner city. Boom! Rumble! Bang! 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 In the sky above the Dancing Sun City, the 7 terrifying powers continued to converge. Every time they converged, the space would collapse, and the aftermath of the terrifying power would wreak havoc everywhere. The mansions of the 5 great clans in the inner city of the Dancing Sun City were in complete chaos at this moment. Let's run. The Patriarch and the others obviously don't have the confidence to escape. The protective clan array is about to be destroyed, and the Patriarch and the others haven't come to our aid yet. It's obvious that they don't have the time to help us. Let's find our own way out. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. In the inner city of the Dancing Sun City, many people from the 5 great clans rushed out of their doors. However, not long after these people left their mansions and left the protective clan array that enveloped their mansions, they were swept into dust by the aftermath of the power descending from the sky. The power of the ultimate powerhouses was too strong. At this moment, if it were not for the protective clan array, the only people who could survive would be the elites among the high-level ultimate gods. Among the people who left the 5 great clans, there were some high-level ultimate gods, but they could not withstand the aftermath of the battle between the 7 ultimate powerhouses. Frost King, you'll die a horrible death. Frost King, you untrustworthy villain. Aren't you afraid of being despised by the people outside the realm? In the sky above the Dancing Sun City, while the 7 ultimate powerhouses were fighting, 3 of the 5 ultimate powerhouses of the 5 great clans in the city began to curse the Frost King. It looks like the ultimate powerhouses of the 5 great clans of the Dancing Sun City are at a disadvantage. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, however, this is to be expected. After all, if it's not for the fact that they're afraid of Frigid King and the Qi Ming Demon Venerable joining forces, why would the supreme powerhouses from the 5 great clans in Dancing Sun City be willing to pay such a high price to allow Frigid King to choose the treasures in their treasure vaults and spatial rings? Boom! Boom boom boom. The terrifying aftermath of the battle quickly engulfed the entire Dancing Sun City, raising a cloud of dust that blocked the vision of Duan Lingtian and the great demons of the Qi Ming Mountain. After about 100 breaths of time, the commotion in the battlefield seemed to have died down. Shui Zheng. A shrill cry sounded from the sky above the Dancing Sun City. It was filled with unwillingness and fear. Split up and run. Immediately after, another anxious voice sounded. It was filled with panic. If you had run when the Frost King appeared, you might have had a chance to escape. However, you gave the Frost King time to set up the formation, and now you want to leave? You're dreaming. Venerate Qi Ming's hearty laughter was filled with unbridled carefreeness. However, as the Qi Ming demon venerable spoke, he coughed lightly twice. It was clear that he had also sustained some injuries and was not as unscathed as he sounded. Seal. The Frost King's indifferent voice sounded. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian and the great demons of the Qi Ming mountain could clearly see that the dust in the direction of the dancing sun city had been swept away by bursts of frosty air. The trembling space in the sky also calmed down at this moment. Duan Lingtian and the great demons of the Qi Ming mountain soon saw that in the sky above the dancing sun city, 6 figures had appeared around the trembling spatial rift. There was also a falling figure that shattered with a loud bang, turning into ice shards that fluttered and fell. Chapter 4407. Did an ultimate powerhouse just die? Duan Lingtian was stunned by the scene in front of him. He only regained his senses after a long while. In the next moment, the giant ape pagoda, Meng Sha, and the other great demons around him started to howl. Their howls were filled with joy and excitement. Lord Demon Venerable is invincible. Lord Demon Venerable is invincible. The group of great demons opened their mouths and roared. They were like the most devout people who were looking up to their emperor. Their Qi Ming mountain had won the first victory this time. This also meant that the final victory would belong to them. After all, one of the 5 ultimate powerhouses had died in the battle against the Demon Venerable of Qi Ming Mountain and the foreign aid that the Demon Venerable had asked for. How could the remaining 4 be a match for them? Boom! Boom! In the next moment, Duan Lingtian saw a huge blood-red cloud appear in the sky. It covered the sky and the earth and continued to spread in all directions. When the blood-red cloud had gathered into a blood-red cloud that stretched for tens of thousands of miles, it started to rain heavily. This rain was different from normal rain. It was a blood-red rain. A blood-red rain fell from the sky and dyed the entire land red. The outer city of Dancing Sun City was in ruins. Originally, it was just a blood-red stream. However, this time, it was a blood-red river. Even the inner city of Dancing Sun City was not spared. Tens of thousands of miles of blood-red clouds and blood-red rain usually meant that an ultimate powerhouse had died. Today, the ultimate powerhouse who had died was the ultimate powerhouse of the Shui family, one of the 5 great families of Dancing Sun City, Shui Zheng. Shui Zheng was also the oldest person in the Shui family. He was the real antique of the Shui family. Because of his great strength, he was still alive. And now, he had fallen. Bang! In the ancestral hall of the Shui family, the soul orb that was placed in the middle of the Shui family's ancestral hall exploded. Although the Shui clan members had a bad premonition when they heard the other supreme expert's mournful cry, it was only an ominous premonition. They felt that the Shui clan's ancestor was not so weak as to be unable to withstand a single blow. And now, it was confirmed. The ancestor of the Shui clan, the backbone of the Shui clan, had fallen. Patriarch. Ancestor. Within the Shui family, the Shui family's upper echelons, led by the current head of the Shui family, all had pained expressions on their faces. Even more Shui family members had faces full of fear and panic. The Shui family was finished. Everyone from the Kuei family entered the ancestral shrine. All members of the Yang family entered the ancestral shrine. At this moment, in the sky above the Dancing Sun City, with the death of the Shui family's strongest warrior, Shui Zheng, the other 4 strongest warriors of the 5 families in the Dancing Sun City no longer had the will to fight. They all sent voice transmissions back to their families, telling them to go to the ancestral shrine. Their ancestral shrines had entrances that led to the small worlds in their bodies, which could accommodate all the people in their families. However, in the next moment, their expressions changed. As the members of the 4 great clans rushed into their respective ancestral shrines, a terrifying freezing power swept out from within and swept everyone away, turning them into ice sculptures one after another. Only a few powerful upper-level ultimate gods managed to escape. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, and the ancestral shrines of the 4 great clans collapsed, shattering many of the ice sculptures. One by one, those who were still alive a moment ago died in an instant. The expressions of the remaining 4 strongest warriors of the 5 great clans in the Dancing Sun City changed. Only now did they realize that the Frost King had not only set up a formation to deal with them, but he had also cut off their escape route. Run! We can't save them. Let's split up and run. I don't believe that the 2 of them can kill the 4 of us. No matter who survives, we must find a way to avenge them in the future. This is an irreconcilable grudge. The remaining 4 strongest warriors of the 5 great clans in the Dancing Sun City hurriedly sent voice transmissions to each other. Frost King, the grudge of the annihilation of our clan is irreconcilable. I'll definitely seek revenge from you in the future. The old woman of the 4 was the first to shout. Then, her body swayed, and a bloody light wreaked havoc around her. In the next moment, she seemed to have disappeared into thin air. You want to run? The Qi Ming demon venerable sneered disdainfully. Then, he punched the void thousands of miles away from the Dancing Sun City, and the old woman who was in a sorry state was knocked out. Because she had forcefully used her blood essence secret technique to break through the Frost King's formation, the old woman was already severely injured. Now that she was even more injured, she did not dare to stay any longer and continued to run away. When the Qi Ming demon venerable saw this, he was about to chase after her when he realized that the other 3 people had also risked their lives to break out of the Frost King's formation. Moreover, they were all fleeing in different directions. The Qi Ming demon venerable and the Frost King looked at each other and chased after 2 of the remaining 3 people, killing them one by one. When the other party forcefully broke out of the formation, he was already severely injured. When he fought with them again, he did not even last 10 moves. Another 2 strongest warriors had fallen. Boom! 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 High up in the sky, the blood clouds that were just about to disperse gathered once more. The blood rain that had just stopped poured down once more, dyeing the ground even darker. Patriarch! Patriarch! In the inner city of the Dancing Sun City, the people from the other 2 clans were also in despair. As for the people from the other 2 clans who had successfully escaped, they were not any better. All of them were in despair. It's over, it's over. Although the patriarchs of the 2 clans had successfully escaped, they did not have the time to save them. It was obvious that they had abandoned them. Of course, they knew that the patriarchs of the 2 clans had no other choice. If they did not abandon them, none of them would be able to survive in the end. I only hope that the patriarch can avenge us in the future. I thought that there might be many ways to die in the future. Maybe I'll be killed by the heavenly tribulation, or I'll be killed by someone outside, or I'll be killed by someone outside. However, I never thought that one day, I would be killed by the strongest warrior. Most of the people from the 5 clans in the inner city of the Dancing Sun City were prepared to die. There were also many people who tried to escape, trying to take advantage of the chaos and escape. However, just as they moved, the voice of the Qi Ming demon venerate had already spread across the sky of the Dancing Sun City. Little guys, I don't want any human to leave the Dancing Sun City alive. As soon as the Qi Ming demon venerate finished speaking, the group of Qi Ming demon venerate who had been guarding around the Dancing Sun City roared and charged into the city. Some of the people from the 5 clans who had just left the city directly faced the group of Qi Ming demon venerate. They had already lost their will to fight. Coupled with the fact that they were outnumbered by the group of Qi Ming demon venerate, none of them had the strength to resist at all. One by one, they were killed by the Qi Ming demon venerate. Tameng Sha, where's that human? At this time, in another place outside the Dancing Sun City, the Bat Qi Ming demon venerate did not see the human beside them. It seems that you don't trust the Qi Ming demon venerate. You think that the Qi Ming demon venerate will let you, Tameng Sha, go. It's good that he's gone. The giant ape Tameng Sha grinned. Otherwise, if the demon venerate really wants to let him go, even though I owe him a favor, I can't help him. Ta Meng Sha, you should have known when he left, right? The Bat Chi Ming demon venerate looked deeply at Ta Meng Sha and asked, just now, you took the initiative to invite us to meet your adoptive father. Was it to give him a chance to leave under our watch? Ta Meng Sha could not help but rub the back of his head when he heard this. He grinned and asked, was it so obvious? You even found out. Forget it. The Bat Chi Ming demon venerate shook his head. Let him go. He obviously isn't from the 5 clans. Even though he's stronger, the demon venerate won't care too much about his departure. Duan Ling Tian had already teleported out of Dancing Sun City before the other 2 supreme powerhouses from the 5 great clans of Dancing Sun City died. When he left, it was just when the 4 clans of the city had entered their respective ancestral shrines and were killed. At that time, he knew that the remaining 4 supreme experts of the 5 clans of the city would either fight with their lives on the line or flee in different directions. And this also meant that the battle of the Dancing Sun City had come to an end. Once the battle ended, if he did not leave, he would be noticed by others. He might even be noticed by the demon venerate of the chilling Nether Mountain and the supreme expert, Frost King. Even though he had no enmity with them, who knew what supreme experts were thinking? After that lesson from the Crimson Demon of the Crimson Demon Ridge, he only had one thought about supreme experts. He could not afford to offend them, but he could hide. Too strong. Duan Ling Tian sighed as he fled. That Chi Nether Demon Venerable and Han Wang from Chi Nether Mountain joined forces and easily defeated the joint forces of the 5 supreme powerhouses from Dancing Sun City. Moreover, they even managed to kill one of them. Even though the 5 supreme experts of the Dancing Sun City were careless and allowed Frost King to take the initiative. This is enough to show how terrifying Frost King is. I wonder if that Frost King is a human, a greater demon, or some other life form. The scene he saw today had a great impact on Duan Ling Tian. This was the first time he had seen a battle between supreme experts. Moreover, it was a battle to the death. In this battle, he had personally witnessed the fall of a supreme powerhouse. As for what happened after that, even though he did not witness the fall of the other ultimate experts, the blood clouds that gathered once again, and the blood rain that had just stopped, were telling him that, this time, there was more than one supreme expert who had died. A supreme expert who stands at the peak can die in just a blink of an eye. There's a huge gap in strength even between supreme experts. I wonder how strong Yun Qin Yen is compared to the other paragons. Zhang Xian muttered to himself. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed coldly when he thought about this. A hint of fear could be seen in his eyes. Next, I'll head to the city where Wang Yiyuan's clan is and fulfill his last wish. That way, I'll be able to return the favor of the treasure he gave me before he died. After leaving the Dancing Sun City, Duan Lingtian did not wander aimlessly. He planned to head to the city where Wang Yiyuan's clan was located. When he was in the Dancing Sun City, he had already found out where Wang Yiyuan's clan was located. It was not close to the Dancing Sun City. Even with his current strength, it would take him at least 3 months to reach the city if he traveled at full speed without any obstacles. Fortunately, Duan Ling Tian had spent a huge sum of money in the Dancing Sun City to exchange for a map that included the city where Wang Yiyuan's family was located. On the map, the locations of the supreme powerhouses were marked. Even the Crimson Devil Ridge was on the map. Chapter 4408. With the map in hand, Duan Lingtian was confident that his journey would be smoother and safer even though it was further than any other journey he had taken in the outer realm. With his current strength, as long as he was not attacked by a supreme expert or a group of top high-level ultimate gods, he would be able to escape unscathed. Whoosh! After Duan Lingtian left Dancing Sun City for a period of time, he took out a divine flying ship as a means of transportation. In the outer realm, many people usually use divine flying ships as a means of transportation. However, whenever they neared a city, the divine artifact would be put away. That was because in the outer realms, there were some experts who couldn't bear to see someone drive a divine artifact into a city. It was too ostentatious. It was just a divine flying ship, what was there to show off? In the outer realm, divine gems were also a common currency and the most basic cultivation aid. When he was still in the god-defying world, Duan Lingtian had accumulated a huge amount of divine gems. In addition, he had used the divine elixirs he had refined for cultivation, and now he was using the divine condensation spring for cultivation, so divine gems could not be used for cultivation at all. Now, the only use of divine gems in his hands was to trade and to provide power for the divine flying ship. Of course, in the outer realm, not everyone was willing to accept divine gems even if it was a trade. Most of the people bartered for items. Duan Lingtian had experienced this when he was in Dancing Sun City and even earlier when he was in the ruined city. Although divine gems could be used as a currency, both parties had to be willing to accept it. If the other party was not willing, there was nothing one could do. Take the items in Duan Lingtian's possession for example. If they were only ordinary items that he did not care about, he would be willing to sell them to others for divine crystals. However, if it was something of high value and was priceless, he would not sell it no matter how many divine gems others offered. He only wanted to exchange for something that was also priceless but he urgently needed. Because of this, in the outer realm, it was difficult to determine the value of high-value items in terms of divine gems. It was completely dependent on the value and status in the eyes of the person who needed it. For example, if a person urgently needed a treasure and the other party wanted to take advantage of the situation to raise the price, the transaction would often be overpriced. Whoosh! With the divine flying ship as a means of transportation, Duan Lingtian was happy and leisurely. He only needed to order the divine flying ship to turn after flying for a distance. In the outer realm, the divine flying ship could not fly in a straight line all the way to the destination because it would pass by some supreme expert's forces. As for those ultimate powerhouses, they would often treat any life forms that trespassed into their territory as an enemy and deal them a heavy blow. When I was in the god-defying realm, the supreme expert was a legendary existence. Even I only saw the supreme expert before I left the god-defying realm. Lingtian's gems, Lingtian, gems of Lingtian's Lingtian, gemses, Lingtian's gems. Gems Lingtian's to gems. Gems to Lingtian, to gems Lingtian, gems. Of course, he knew that the supreme experts who ruled gems of Lingtian's Lingtian were basically natives of the outer realm. There were very few supreme experts from the 10,000 worlds. Apart from those who did not have a sense of responsibility to their home domains and might have the time to rule gems of Lingtian, the supreme experts from the 10,000 worlds basically stayed in their respective domains to guard their homeland. Try, Ahmad 1, Gad 2, even the supreme experts of the 10,000 worlds' three great domains, who were recognized as the strongest, basically stayed in their domains and would only occasionally come to the outer realm. Of course, even in the outer realms, the top supreme experts of the three realms were top-notch, heaven-defying existences. Wang Yiyuan's last wish was simple. He wanted his sister to settle down properly. According to him, if his sister were to stay at home without his protection, she would only be a tool for marriage in the future. He hopes that I can help his sister settle down so that his sister can live a carefree life. This was what Wang Yiyuan had entrusted to Duan Lingtian before his death. Now, I'll see what his sister thinks. As long as it's within my power, I'm willing to lend her a hand. Duan Lingtian murmured to himself. With Duan Lingtian's speed, it would only take him 3 months to reach the city where Wang Yiyuan's family was located. However, even with the speed of a divine weapon spaceship, which was comparable to an ordinary upper-level ultimate god, it would still take more than half a year to reach the city. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Along the way, the divine weapon spaceship flew by ostentatiously and attracted many people's attention. Some even blocked the way and robbed them. However, all of the intruders were killed by Duan Lingtian without exception. The strongest among them was an upper-level ultimate god who had just consolidated his cultivation base. In front of Duan Lingtian, he was no different from a lower-level ultimate god. Of course, although he killed many people, he did not gain much because the spatial rings in their hands were self-destructed. Only their divine weapons ended up in Duan Lingtian's hands. There were a few people who removed the ownership of their spatial rings for the sake of survival. However, that little bit of gain was nothing to Duan Lingtian. It was nothing to him. After all, why would those who were really rich in the outer realm go to the extent of robbing people halfway? Sir, judging from the direction you're heading towards Lanshao City. I wonder if you can give us a ride? Suddenly, a voice came from outside the divine weapon spaceship. It was the voice of an old woman. Her voice was old and frail. It was clear that she was injured. Cough cough, a few coughs were heard. Duan Lingtian looked up and saw an old woman with a delicate young woman walking side by side with his divine weapon spaceship. The old woman coughed up blood and looked at his divine weapon spaceship with a hint of hope. The young woman was in a hurry and her eyes were filled with concern and worry. She's right in front. Go after her. It's not easy to wait for this little girl to leave the Ya family. Quickly go after her, capture her, and present her to the chief. A few voices came from behind the divine weapon spaceship. Although Duan Lingtian was not a person who liked to meddle in other people's business, he could not help but stand up when he saw this. Although he did not know what was going on, the people behind seemed to be the kind of people who would kidnap women. He could not turn a deaf ear to them. Granny, they're catching up. Let's keep a distance from this divine weapon spaceship, lest the owner of this divine weapon spaceship is related to us and implicate him. Outside, the heavily injured old woman, who was carrying the flying girl, said anxiously when she heard the voice behind her. Try, mad one, gad two, cough cough, you little girl, you're just too kind. The old woman coughed up a few more mouthfuls of blood and then took the young woman away from Duan Lingtian's divine weapon spaceship. Obviously, she wanted to cut ties with Duan Lingtian. However, what they did not expect was that as soon as they moved to leave, the divine weapon spaceship stuck close to them. Then, they saw a purple figure at the top of the divine weapon spaceship. It was a handsome young man in a purple robe. Come in. Duan Lingtian looked at the master and servant in front of him and said lightly. Big brother. The young woman looked grateful. Thank you for your kindness. However, I think it's better if we don't implicate you. This place is not far from Lanshao City. We should be able to reach Lanshao City before they catch up. Once we reach Lanshao City, they won't dare to mess around anymore. The young woman said optimistically, but the old woman with her had a bitter expression on her face. It seemed that her young mistress did not see that she was an arrow at the end of its flight. If not for her lack of confidence, she would not have taken the initiative to ask for help when she saw this spaceship on the way. With her injuries, I'm afraid she won't be able to bring you to Lanshao City before the people behind us catch up with us. Duan Lingtian said lightly. Naturally, he could see that the old woman in front of him was an arrow at the end of its flight. It could even be said that it was not bad that she could hold on until now with such serious injuries. When the young woman heard this, her expression changed drastically. She quickly glanced at the old woman beside her and saw the bitterness on the old woman's face. All right, you don't have to leave. I'll help you get rid of this tail. Duan Lingtian glanced at the old woman. Then, his body swayed as he left the flying divine weapon and kept the flying divine weapon. At the same time, he stopped in mid-air and turned around to look at the few black dots in the distance that were getting closer and closer. Young mistress, it seems like this person is more powerful than I thought. The old woman was pleasantly surprised. Since this person dared to say that, it was obvious that he was confident in dealing with the people behind them. At this moment, she also stopped in her tracks with the young woman in tow. At this moment, the few black dots in the distance continued to grow bigger. In just a dozen breaths' time, they had already arrived in front of them and were staring at them covetously. 2 old men and 3 middle-aged men were dressed casually, but their eyes were on Duan Lingtian at this moment. Who are you? Do you want to help them? One of the 2 old men had white hair and white brows, but he looked like a middle-aged man. He stared at Duan Lingtian vigilantly and asked in a deep voice. I'll give you 3 breaths time to disappear from my sight. Duan Lingtian did not even look at the old man. He just casually glanced at the 5 people in front of him and stood with his hands behind his back, waiting for their response leisurely. Sir, I'm the left guardian of Dharma of the Blood Sea. The old man said in a deep voice. The Blood Sea was also a large mobile force around Lanshao City. They had been active around Lanshao City for more than 1,000 years. Due to the fact that their leader had the strength of a peak upper ultimate god and did not have a fixed base camp, even if some ultimate powerhouses wanted to encircle and annihilate them, they could not do anything unless the ultimate powerhouses were personally involved. Chapter 4409. You have 2 breaths of time left. Just when the old lady and the young lady thought that this kind-hearted purple-clad young man would back off after hearing that he was from the Blood Sea, the young man's next words were completely out of their expectations. They did not expect the young man to be so aggressive. Were they not afraid of the Blood Sea at all and did not put it in their eyes? Or were they from other places and did not know what the Blood Sea meant? Left guardian of Dharma, why are you wasting your breath on him? Just kill him. Among the other 4 people, one of the 3 middle-aged men snorted coldly, and the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian was filled with icy cold killing intent. Since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame us for being merciless. The old man who claimed to be the left guardian of Dharma was furious. Even if the young man was a descendant of an ultimate expert, the Blood Sea was not afraid of him. So what if he was killed? After all, the Blood Sea would have to move away after achieving their goal. By then, even if an ultimate expert wanted to find them, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Boom. 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 The 5 people from the Blood Sea vibrated with divine power and the power of law. The heaven and earth phenomenon also appeared. They were the best among the upper ultimate gods. Even the 3 weaker middle-aged men gave Duan Lingtian a feeling that they were not any weaker than the giant ape great demon that he had encountered in Dancing Sun City. The 2 old men's strength was comparable to the personal demon guard of Crimson Demon Ridge. Is there an ultimate expert behind the Blood Sea they mentioned? Duan Lingtian asked the old woman behind him through voice transmission when he saw the 5 people charging toward him and displaying their strength. When the old lady heard this, she quickly regained her senses and replied instinctively, the Blood Sea organization doesn't have a supreme powerhouse. However, the leader is a powerhouse who has comprehended the law of death to the perfection stage. Comprehended the law to the perfection stage. Duan Lingtian had encountered many such existences since he came to the outer realm. The first one was Crimson Devil's personal devil guard, Wuxia. Later on, in Dancing Sun City, they saw 3 great demons who had comprehended the laws to the lesser perfection stage. They were the 3 strongest great demons under the Qi Ming demon venerate of Qi Ming Mountain. When they attacked, they also used the power of law of the lesser perfection realm. However, the difference between comprehending an ordinary law to perfection and comprehending one of the 4 supreme laws, the law of death, to perfection was completely different. Because if one wanted to step into the minor perfection of a supreme law, it was more than 10 times more difficult to step into the minor perfection of an ordinary law. And its power was even greater. Even if one had just stepped into the realm of minor perfection, they would still be stronger than those who had been stuck in the realm of minor perfection for many years, or even those who were close to great perfection. If it was an ordinary law that had been comprehended to lesser perfection, then the 2 old men from the Blood Sea before him had already comprehended the laws of fire and the laws of metal to that level. It illuminated 100,000 li. Compared to the space and time laws that Duan Lingtian currently possessed, it could be said to be much stronger. Moreover, the divine weapons in their hands were all supreme divine weapons. They don't have any supreme experts behind them, nor are they the leaders of their respective organizations, but they all have supreme divine weapons. 5 people and 2 supreme divine weapons. This Blood Sea organization does have some skills. While Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart, his expression was as calm as before. He had asked the old woman if there were any supreme experts in the Blood Sea organization because he wanted to confirm if he should hold back. If there were any supreme experts, holding back and defeating them would be the best choice. He did not want to offend a supreme expert. Now that the other party did not hold back at all and went for the kill as soon as they attacked, he no longer had any concerns. If it was before I became a higher ultimate god, even with the help of the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements, I'm afraid I would only be able to fight them to a draw. Now, although the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements can't help me for the time being, with my cultivation base as a higher ultimate god and the 7 orifices exquisite sword that has transformed into a supreme divine weapon, I'm not any weaker than when I was a medium ultimate god with the help of the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements. After leaving the small world in the Crimson Demon's body, the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements had consumed a lot of energy. Only the world-cleansing divine water was in better condition. If it was not necessary, Duan Lingtian did not intend to borrow their strength. Whoosh! The 7 orifices exquisite sword flew out from Duan Lingtian's hand. Its aura was much sharper than before. Before arriving at Dancing Sun City, Duan Lingtian had traded with the people from the outer realm in the ruined cities mainly for the 7 orifices exquisite sword's transformation. With his current strength, the 7 orifices exquisite sword's grade could not keep up. Therefore, he had traded for many good items to forcefully upgrade the 7 orifices exquisite sword. The consequence of doing so was that the sword soul of the 7 orifices exquisite sword, Huang, could not leave the divine weapon like other supreme divine weapons. Huang needed to cultivate in seclusion within the sword for a period of time. She could only leave the 7 orifices exquisite sword after reaching a certain level of cultivation. However, this did not affect the 7 orifices exquisite sword's power. The 7 orifices exquisite sword was now a supreme divine sword through and through. Supreme divine weapon? The 5 people from the Blood Sea were shocked and Duan Lingtian took out his supreme divine sword. However, on second thought, they felt that it was reasonable. After all, Duan Lingtian did not panic when the 5 of them took out 2 supreme divine weapons. However, in the next moment, when they saw Duan Lingtian use the law of space to illuminate thousands of miles, they sneered. How dare you meddle in our business with such strength? At this moment, in their eyes, the purple-robed young man in front of them was already a dead man. Even the old woman behind Duan Lingtian was filled with despair. She had thought that the person in front of her would be strong since he dared to meddle in their business. She did not expect him to be so weak. With such strength, he was definitely not a match for the 5 from the Blood Sea. The expression of the young woman beside the old woman changed when she saw this. Then, she hurriedly shouted in alarm, "Run away quickly. You are not their match." Although she wanted to live, she knew that Duan Lingtian was not going to survive. If Duan Lingtian did not run away, he might become her scapegoat. This was not what she wanted to see. She did not want to implicate the innocent. It's over. The old woman's eyes and face were filled with despair. She was completely disheartened. How dare you stick your neck out with such strength? You are digging your own grave. One of the middle-aged men from the Blood Sea could not help but mock. The 5 of them charged toward Duan Lingtian. 5 against 1. They didn't even use their bloodline power or law avatars. Seeing the 5 of them charging forward as if victory was in their hands and did not even use their bloodline power or law avatars, Duan Lingtian knew that the 5 of them did not feel the need to use their bloodline power or law avatars to deal with him. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 law avatars flew out of Duan Lingtian's body. They were his space law avatars and time law avatars. Even with 2 laws of nature avatars and your true body, your outcome won't change. The old man who claimed to be the left guardian of Dharma of the Blood Sea said indifferently. Then, he slashed out with his saber. Flames burned the sky and swept toward Duan Lingtian's time law avatars. In his opinion, his saber could easily destroy the opponent's law avatars. Chapter 44:10. In the eyes of the young woman and the old woman, although the purple-clad young man was strong, he would definitely be defeated or even killed by the 5 powerhouses from the Blood Sea organization. The young woman, in particular, regretted not stopping the old woman from asking the young man for help. Based on the current situation, not only would she and the people around her not be able to escape, but the young man would also be implicated by them. I did try to persuade him to leave, but why did he stay and fight them head-on? The young woman could not understand why the young man in front of her was so stubborn. In her opinion, the young man was facing a crisis. Unless he could summon a supreme expert to help him in a short time, he would definitely die. After all, the young man had not even comprehended the law of profundity to the small perfection stage. Among the 5 people, 2 of them had already comprehended the law of profundity to the small perfection stage. Are you looking down on me? Duan Ling Tian could not help but sigh inwardly when he saw that the 5 people from the Blood Sea organization did not intend to use their bloodline power or their law clones even though they were about to fight him. Did he, Duan Ling Tian, look so easy to bully? Since you look down on me, then let's end this quickly. If there's an afterlife, I hope you'll remember not to underestimate anyone. Even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. After sighing inwardly, Duan Lingtian's 2 law clones attacked and displayed their sharp sword principles. His original body took the lead and used the law of space, which was close to the small perfection stage, to merge with his sword principles and directly faced the 3 weaker middle-aged men. The 2 powerful old men were now targeting Duan Lingtian's law clones. Whoosh! A sword light seemed to illuminate an area of 10,000 miles. The 7-colored sword light was dazzling and seemed to make everything around it pale in comparison. The more beautiful something was, the more dangerous it was. The 7-colored sword light perfectly illustrated this point. No. How is this possible? The 3 middle-aged men who were not weak were elites in the Blood Sea. They were the cream of the crop among the higher ultimate gods. However, when Duan Ling Tian swung his sword at them, they could not defend themselves at all. In other words, their resistance was futile. Under the sword light of Duan Lingtian's true body, the attacks of the 3 were completely shattered. They did not even have time to mobilize their bloodline power or law clones before they were drowned by the sword light. The 3 powerful auras were instantly annihilated. The 2 old men who were currently fighting Duan Lingtian's law doppelganger were also shocked after the initial confrontation. This was because they discovered that although it was only a law clone, the sword Dao that it displayed shocked them. Even if it was a one-on-one battle, it would be difficult for them to take down the law clone. The stalemate lasted for a moment, but it was only a slight advantage. However, just as they gained the upper hand, they were even more shocked to find that the other 3 people on their side were killed in the blink of an eye. In one move, he had killed 3 people. What kind of terrifying strength was this? Even if the 2 of them joined forces, they wouldn't have such terrifying strength. The 2 of them looked at each other in the eye and reached a tacit agreement. They quickly retreated and fled, run. At this time, they realized that the purple-clad young man in front of them was an iron plate that they could not kick. His strength was so terrifying that he might not be weaker than the leader of their Blood Sea organization. A peak upper ultimate god. This was definitely a peak upper ultimate god. If an invincible upper ultimate god who had comprehended the laws to the great perfection realm did not appear, no one below the supreme realm could take him down. Trying to escape. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly in the face of the 2 old men who had decided to escape and executed it in an instant. He did not seem surprised at all. Then, his true body teleported and stopped one of them. Meanwhile, the 2 nomological law clones, the nomological law of space and the nomological law of time, blocked the other person's path. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, the 2 old men who had not exerted their full strength were surrounded by blood chi. It was obvious that they had activated their bloodline power and did not dare to be as careless as before. However, even though they had activated their bloodline power, they did not have any intention to fight. Your Excellency, we admit defeat this time. The old man who was stopped by Duan Lingtian's true body said gloomily, "Just now, I've already sent a message to our leader. If you kill us, you'll become an enemy of the Blood Sea organization. Our leader won't let you go." He then added, "Our chief is close to being an invincible higher supreme god. An invincible upper ultimate god." In the past, Duan Lingtian did not have any concept of this. However, after coming to the outer realm, he had heard of an invincible upper ultimate god more than once. He knew that they stood at the top of the upper ultimate gods and were almost invincible unless an supreme realm expert appeared. An invincible upper ultimate god was either an expert who had comprehended the laws to the Great Perfection Realm or someone who had comprehended the laws to the Great Perfection Realm and had mastered other amazing techniques. An invincible upper ultimate god? Duan Lingtian did not mind the old man's words at all. With his current strength, only an invincible higher ultimate god would be able to threaten his life apart from a supreme powerhouse. As for an invincible upper ultimate god, perhaps there were many who were stronger than him. However, even if they were stronger than him, he was confident that he would be able to escape unscathed without being entangled with them. Even if it was an invincible upper ultimate god, as long as his opponent was not an invincible upper ultimate god who had comprehended the laws of space or time to the Great Perfection Realm, it would not be easy to kill him with his mastery of the laws of time and time. Moreover, the leader of the Blood Sea organization was only an invincible upper ultimate god. If he comes, I don't mind sparring with him. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he did not stop attacking the old man even though he was injured. Although the old man was only one person, his strength was much stronger than the previous three people. Moreover, the previous three people did not use their bloodline power or law clones at all. However, the old man in front of him had activated his bloodline power and his strength had increased even more. Therefore, Duan Lingtian only managed to kill the old man after nearly 10 moves even though he did not have enough fighting spirit to do so. At the same time, the other old man from the Blood Sea organization, who had previously said that he was the left guardian of Dharma, was entangled by Duan Lingtian's 2 law clones. He wanted to escape but could not. He wanted to defeat Duan Lingtian's law clones but was unable to do so. If it was only a law clone, he was confident that he could defeat it given enough time. However, the 2 law clones joined forces with the extremely powerful sword principle and were evenly matched with him. It's over. When the left guardian of Dharma of the Blood Sea organization saw the other old man being killed by Duan Lingtian, despair appeared in his eyes. The old man's strength was on par with his. He was the right guardian of the Blood Sea organization. Even if I die, I won't let you off easily. In the next moment, the old man who had suppressed the despair in his eyes suddenly shot out a vicious light. At the same time, an extremely terrifying force began to rise from his body like a primordial beast that had been dormant for a long time suddenly erupted. Chapter 44:11. In fact, it was no longer easy for an ultimate god to self-destruct the small world in one's body. Although it was still possible to do so, the price to pay was correspondingly higher. At the ultimate god realm, one's spirit and body had already become one. Once the small world in one's body self-destructed, it was equivalent to self-mutilation. Not only would one's body have to endure the pain of being torn apart, but one's soul would also have to endure the pain of having one's soul refined. Once the small world self-destructed, one would die in endless pain and gradually lose consciousness. One could even see one's body falling apart. It was a very cruel way to die. It was also because of this that very few ultimate gods and above would have the courage to make such a choice when they were about to lose their lives in a battle with another. Idiot. Just as the left guardian of Dharma of the Blood Sea chose to self-destruct the small world in an attempt to seriously injure Duan Lingtian and even kill him together with Duan Lingtian's voice suddenly sounded again. His tone was sarcastic and mocking. Have you forgotten that I'm an expert in the law of space and the law of time? Duan Lingtian's mocking smile was not an act. It was a subconscious sneer after he recovered from the shock. He thought his opponent had really lost his mind. The self-destruction of the small world in one's body required the use of one's own divine energy and the power of law. The speed of the process depended on the strength of the power of law and divine energy. His opponent's power of law was indeed superior to his understanding of the law of space and the law of time. However, it was only one of the 5 elemental laws. The law of space and the law of time were supreme laws that were superior to the 5 elemental laws. The other 2 laws were also extremely strange as they controlled space and time. Although Duan Lingtian's original body could not use both the law of time and the law of space at the same time, his 2 avatars could cooperate with each other. Since his original body was the leader, they could cooperate very well. Duan Lingtian's time and space laws had been comprehended with the help of a Supreme Master's Godhead. It was also because of this that his comprehension of time and space laws was close to perfection. With the 2 of them working together, even if the left guardian of Dharma of the Blood Sea had comprehended the law of 5 elements to the small perfection realm, it would be extremely difficult for him to hurt Duan Lingtian by detonating the small world in his body. Enjoy your choice. After saying that, Duan Lingtian did not dare stay any longer. If he did, even if his 2 nomological clones could still save his original body, they would definitely be destroyed. Once his law doppelganger was destroyed, even with his current strength, it would take him a long time to reform it again. After all, the stronger he was, the stronger his law doppelganger would be. It did not mean that the speed at which he condensed his law doppelganger would increase. Everything depended on his attainments in the path of laws. Whoosh! With a teleport, Duan Lingtian left his original spot and arrived in front of the old woman and the young woman. He raised his hand and a force enveloped the 2 of them. If you don't want to be dragged down by him, don't resist my power. Duan Lingtian's indifferent voice reverberated in the ears of the old woman and the young woman. In an instant, the 2 of them retracted the divine power that they had been accumulating. Originally, their faces had already darkened because they had not expected the left guardian of Dharma of the Blood Sea to be so resolute as to self-detonate the small world in his body. It should be known that not everyone had the courage to do such a thing. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian had brought the old woman and the young woman out of the range of the left guardian of Dharma's self-detonation. During this process, the power of the small world in his body had attempted to seal off a large area of the surrounding space. However, Duan Lingtian had forcibly opened a gap and teleported away. During this process, Duan Lingtian's time law doppelganger and space law doppelganger worked together to control the time in the surrounding space and to prevent the space from collapsing. In the end, before the left guardian of Dharma of the Blood Sea could self-detonate, Duan Lingtian's 2 law doppelgangers helped each other and successfully left the range of the other party's self-detonation. Bang! A loud sound reverberated in all directions. The aftermath of the terrifying power spread in all directions. There was not a single place within 1,000 miles that was left unscathed. At the same time, a mournful and unwilling cry resounded in all directions, causing one's hair to stand on end upon hearing it. This was the cry of the left guardian of Dharma of the Blood Sea before he died. In the moment before his death, he had experienced the ultimate torture that felt like a century had passed. He was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. He was filled with regret. If he had known that he could not kill the purple-clad young man or even hurt him, he would have died a normal death instead of self-detonating. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. The normal death of a high-level ultimate god would not cause too much of a commotion. It was unlike the death of an ultimate god that would cause many strange phenomena. However, if a high-level ultimate god had self-detonated and died, although there would not be any strange phenomena, it would still cause quite a commotion. At least, people within 1,000 miles would be able to hear the commotion. Oh my God! What a huge commotion! Is this the self-detonation of an ultimate god? It feels like the commotion came from a very far place. If an ultimate god had self-detonated, it would be at least a high-level ultimate god, right? I really admire this person's courage. He still has the courage to self-detonate when he has reached the ultimate god realm. I just don't know if he self-detonated and took his opponent down with him. He must have taken his opponent down with him, right? If his opponent did not take him down with them, wouldn't his self-detonation be in vain? The people within 1,000 miles began to pay attention to the commotion coming from afar. Some people who liked to join in the fun even started to search for the source of the commotion. At the same time, a middle-aged man who had just entered 1,000 miles radius suddenly stopped in his tracks with an extremely unpleasant expression on his face. He was a middle-aged man who was about 2 meters tall in a gray robe. Although his robe was loose, it could not hide his bulky body. His eyes were fierce and bloodthirsty, and at this moment, they were shooting out a murderous glare. Behind him were 2 other old men. At this moment, the 2 old men's expressions changed. Leader, this aura. It's the left guardian of Dharma? It's him. The middle-aged man in gray robe's expression darkened. Then, his body swayed and swept toward the source of the commotion like a ghost. His speed was incomparable to before. In fact, the reason why he was so fast was to take care of the 2 people behind him. When the 2 old men saw their leader moving, they quickly followed him. Even if they could not catch up, they still tried their best to follow behind him. Soon, the middle-aged man in gray robe, who was also the leader of the Blood Sea, arrived at the scene of the incident. An area of 1,000 miles around the site of the incident had been razed to the ground. In the center of the area, there was a bottomless pit. It looked extremely frightening. The self-detonation of a top upper-level ultimate god was no joke. Even those who had previously speculated were shocked, and they arrived at the scene and saw the scene. Among the upper-level ultimate gods, a self-detonation that can cause such a big commotion. It must be at least an expert who has comprehended the power of law and has reached the perfection realm, right? The strange phenomenon of the power of law spread out just now. It's obvious that there are top upper-level ultimate gods fighting fiercely. Is it here? Looking at the remnant aura at the scene, there is more than one person who died. It seems that his opponent was also killed by his self-detonation. Since he chose to self-detonate, he must be confident. The middle-aged man in gray robe and the 2 old men who followed him heard the whispers and discussions around them. The 2 old men frowned slightly while the one in the middle looked even worse. The leader of the Blood Sea, who was known as an invincible upper-level ultimate god who was close to the perfection realm of the power of law, muttered, "The other 4 people who died are the right guardian, Gu Luo, and the other 2. He was very clear about the aura of his subordinates. There was no aura of the 6th person who died at the scene. The 5 people who died were all his subordinates. They were the elite experts of the Blood Sea organization. Who is it? After the middle-aged man's face calmed down a little, he showed a strong sense of fear. Even he could only barely escape from the self-detonation of the left guardian of Dharma from the Blood Sea. Since the other party could also escape, it meant that the other party's strength was not inferior to his. How could he not be afraid of such an existence? Although there was nothing the Blood Sea did not dare to do, there was no one they did not dare to rob, even if it was the descendant of a supreme expert. However, in the face of a true expert, they would not be so arrogant as to court death. Even now, he hated the person who killed 5 of his capable subordinates, but he did not have much desire for revenge. He was more afraid of that person. No matter how strong his subordinates were, if they died, they died. He could not rashly offend an expert whose strength was not inferior to his for the sake of his subordinates. First of all, even if he met the other party, he would at most be evenly matched with the other party. It was almost impossible for him to kill the other party. Secondly, if he and the other party could not kill each other, he might be injured, or even seriously injured. This was not a good thing for him. It would be fine if he only suffered light injuries that were easy to recover from, but if he suffered serious injuries that were difficult to recover from, how could he successfully survive the next millennium tribulation? Sir Leader? The 2 old men standing behind heard the middle-aged man muttering to himself. After looking at each other, they saw the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. You mean, the self-detonation of the left guardian of Dharma did not kill the other party? At this moment, both of them were shocked. Yes. At this time, the face of the leader of the Blood Sea organization had recovered a lot. Then, he moved and walked in the direction he came from. Obviously, he planned to return to the temporary base of the Blood Sea organization. He didn't plan to kill his 5 capable subordinates. It seems, even Sir Leader is afraid of the other party. The 2 old men quickly followed their leader and could not help but communicate with each other through voice transmission. Isn't it obvious? If he was not afraid of the other party, Sir Leader would have pursued the other party. Sir Leader is not one to be taken advantage of. Chapter 44:12. Duan Lingtian naturally did not know that the leader of the Blood Sea had arrived not long after. He also did not know that the leader was afraid of his strength and retreated. Of course, even if he did not know, he could roughly guess the result. Since he could kill the 5 experts of the Blood Sea, it was enough to prove his strength. The leader of the Blood Sea was neither an ultimate expert nor an invincible upper-level ultimate god. It was impossible for him to kill him to avenge his subordinates. Moreover, in Duan Lingtian's opinion, the leader of the Blood Sea might not really want to avenge his subordinates. Perhaps, to him, the people under him were just tools. Whoosh! Inside the divine artifact flying ship, Duan Lingtian stood there. Not far in front of him, the young woman and the old woman were thanking Duan Lingtian. Big brother, thank you for saving our lives. I, Yi Qiangwei, will remember what happened today. If you need my help in the future, you can look for me at the Ye family in Yiling City. At this moment, Yi Qiangwei looked at the purple-clad young man in front of her. Her eyes were filled with shock. This was because the elders beside her had told her that the young man in front of her was not old. Although she could not tell his exact age with her strength, she was certain that he was not more than 10,000 years old. Not more than 10,000 years old, then, he was at most 9,000 years old. She, Yi Qiangwei, was only 3,000 years old. In the outer realm, experts were easily tens of thousands of years old or even hundreds of thousands of years old. Especially among the upper-level ultimate gods, it was normal for them to be close to 100,000 years old. If one became an invincible upper-level ultimate god, as long as there were no accidents, it would not be difficult for him to live for more than 100,000 years even if he did not step into the ultimate expert realm. In the outer realm, those who were less than 10,000 years old were considered young. Many places even considered those who were younger than 20,000 years old or even 30,000 years old as young. It's nothing. I just don't like them. You don't have to thank me. Duan Lingtian glanced at Yi Qiangwei and said indifferently, since you're going to Blue Dawn City, I'll give you a ride. When we reach Lan Xiaocheng, we will part ways, and we may never meet again. This time, he'd gone to Blue Dawn City for the sake of helping Wang Yuan, whom he'd met in the small world within the Crimson Devil's body, fulfill his final wish. He had no other wishes, and this was also the first goal he'd set for himself. Then, he would stay in Lanshao City for a while to learn more about the situation in the outer realm. Then, he would leave Lanshao City and go out to explore. Since he had come to the outer realm, he did not plan to stay in the city and cultivate. What he needed was not only cultivation, but also a baptism of blood and fire. His wife, Ker, could not wait for him for too long. In the past, he had been advancing triumphantly, but that didn't mean that he would be able to do so in the future. In the future, he still had to fight for himself. Even becoming an invincible higher ultimate god was not his ultimate goal. His ultimate goal was to become an ultimate god, the strongest among ultimate gods. He wanted to find the Spectre clan member who had merged with Yunqing Yan and force him to release his wife from the soul shackles. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian did not wait for Yi Qiangwei to speak. He took a few steps back and sat cross-legged on the side of the spaceship. Even when Yi Qiangwei asked for his name, he did not say a word. Yi Qiangwei looked disappointed when she saw this. This was the first time in her life that she had been frustrated by someone of the same generation. She had seen many geniuses before. Even those young geniuses who were younger than 10,000 years old and had the strength of a high-level ultimate god had tried to curry favor with her. In fact, there was more than one of them. Granny. Who do you think he is? Yi Qiangwei and the old woman walked to the other side of the spaceship. Yi Qiangwei looked at the old woman with a complicated expression. I've never heard of a young genius who's not even 10,000 years old who has the strength of an invincible higher ultimate god. I don't think he's from the heavenly sand realm. The old woman glanced at the young man who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed and said softly, I've never heard of such a talented young man in the heavenly sand realm. He must be from outside the heavenly sand realm. What a joke. How could someone who was not even 10,000 years old not have a powerful background? There were legends of people who rose from the bottom up in the outer realm, but it was impossible for someone to achieve this. He's not from the heavenly sand realm? Yi Qiangwei's eyes glinted as she muttered, I'm really curious. Which realm is he from? I've never heard of such a genius even in the outer realm. He must be a descendant of a reclusive force that rarely shows himself. Who knows, he might be a descendant of many ultimate gods. Yi Qiangwei's curiosity about Duan Lingtian was apparent. However, this is my first time meeting such a blockhead. I've already introduced myself, but he didn't tell me his name. When I asked him about it, he ignored me. Could it be that his name is so shameful? Yi Qiangwei lowered her voice as she spoke. She was obviously worried that Duan Lingtian would hear her. Young mistress. The old woman was helpless. Earlier, that young master also said that we'll part ways when I arrive at Lanshao City. We'll be strangers from now on. You'd better not provoke him. With the speed of the flying ship, we'll arrive at Lanshao City in no time. She could tell that her young mistress was curious about the young man in purple. As someone who had been through this, she knew that this was a dangerous thing. When a woman was curious about a man, it was often the beginning of her fall. And she wanted to nip all of this in the bud. Don't forget that we're here at Lanshao City for official business. The old woman reminded her. Yi Qiangwei nodded when she heard this, and at the same time, she glanced at the nearby Duan Lingtian with slight unwillingness, and she didn't lower her voice any longer and seemed to raise it intentionally. No matter what, I, Yi Qiangwei, won't easily forget the favor of saving my life. One day, I'll repay the favor of saving my life. Currently, Duan Lingtian didn't seal off his consciousness and hearing, so he clearly heard Yi Qiangwei's words. But even then, he still remained indifferent. He pretended that he did not hear what she said. It did not take long for the flying ship to arrive at Lanshao City. Lanshao City was a vast and magnificent city, and it wasn't the slightest bit inferior to the Dancing Sun City that Duan Lingtian had visited before. The Wang clan that Wang Yuan is from. I wonder what kind of clan they are in Lanshao City. When he was in Dancing Sun City, Duan Lingtian knew that most of the clans in the outer realm controlled the cities. The clans in the cities were also divided into different levels. For example, in Dancing Sun City, the 5 major clans that were overseen by experts were the first-class clans in Dancing Sun City. The second-class clans did not have an expert overseeing them but had a deep foundation. There were many godly venerable experts in the clans, especially clans that were close to being an invincible upper ultimate god. I'll keep the flying ship. I'll take my leave now. Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Yi Qiangwei. He did not wait for her to react before he kept the flying ship and flew into Lanshao City. In the blink of an eye, his figure completely disappeared from Yi Qiangwei's sight. At that moment, Yi Qiangwei found it difficult to accept Duan Lingtian's attitude. She was furious. Do I, Yi Qiangwei, make him hate me so much? Why is he in such a hurry to leave me? Humph. Since you're in Lanshao City, it's not difficult for me to find you. We'll meet again. Duan Lingtian naturally did not know that he had unintentionally provoked a petty woman. After entering Lanshao City, he began to inquire about the Wang clan that Wang Yuan was from. The Wang clan used to be one of the strongest clans in Lanshao City. They had an expert overseeing them. However, 100,000 years ago, the Wang clan's expert fell and their status in Lanshao City plummeted. They went from a first-class clan to a second-class clan. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Although the Wang clan has fallen, they're still deeply rooted in Lanshao City. They're one of the strongest clans even among the second-class clans in Lanshao City. Currently, the Wang clan has 3 experts who are close to being an invincible upper ultimate god. They're the 3 founding elders of the Wang clan and also the old antiques of the Wang clan. In just half a day, Duan Lingtian had found out a lot about the Wang clan in Lanshao City at the cost of some immortal crystals. He also found out about Wang Yuan. Only then did he know that Wang Yuan was actually the strongest person among the younger generation in the Wang clan. Come to think of it, if it was not for his outstanding talent and comprehension, why would the Crimson Demon take a fancy to Wang Yuan and imprison him in his little world as one of the candidates for possession? Speaking of which, the prodigy of the Wang clan could be considered to have died at an untimely age. I heard some time ago that he was training outside and died. Wang Yuan was the strongest prodigy among the younger generation in the Wang clan, and his sister was the most beautiful woman in Lanshao City. The reason why the latter was able to have a smooth life in the Wang clan was mainly because of Wang Yuan, the prodigy that the Wang clan focused on nurturing. Now that Wang Yuan has died, Wang Luoyu has lost her protection. In addition to her beauty, I'm afraid she'll become a marriage tool for the Wang clan. That's right. Wang Yuan and Wang Luoyu are actually only collateral relatives in the Wang family. It was only because Wang Yuan was outstanding enough that he was accepted by one of the main branches of the Wang family. Now that Wang Yuan has died, Wang Luoyu's status as a direct descendant will not be lost. Otherwise, it'll seem like the Wang clan is burning the bridge after crossing the river. However, the Wang clan will definitely use Wang Luoyu's status as a direct descendant to push her out to represent the Wang clan in a marriage alliance to maximize her benefits. When Wang Yuan was still around, some of the higher-ups in the Wang clan already had such thoughts. However, because of Wang Yuan's ruckus, the matter was left unsettled. In the end, no one mentioned pushing Wang Luoyu out for a marriage alliance. After hearing all sorts of news about the Wang siblings, Duan Lingtian finally understood why Wang Yuan had such a dying wish. It was obvious that Wang Yuan knew that it would be fine if he was still alive. However, if he died, his sister would definitely be used by the Wang clan as a marriage tool. I've more or less understood the situation. Now, what I have to do is to get in touch with Wang Luoyu and tell her about Wang Yuan's request. After that, it'll be up to her to decide. As long as she's willing, I'll do my best to find a free and pure land for her without the pressure of a marriage alliance. After walking out of the restaurant, Duan Lingtian headed in the direction of the Wang clan. Chapter 44:13. In Lanshao City, there was a clear distinction between the clans. The first-rate clans were all stationed in the best places in Lanshao City. To the east of Lanshao City was where the 4 first-rate clans of Lanshao City were stationed. Each of the 4 first-rate clans of Lanshao City had an ultimate powerhouse. Therefore, they were the 4 most powerful clans in Lanshao City. Their status in Lanshao City was comparable to the 5 clans with ultimate powerhouses that Duan Lingtian had visited in Dancing Sun City. The 5 great clans had 5 supreme experts overseeing them. They were in the limelight and were extremely powerful. However, after the Battle of Dancing Sun City, the 5 clans of Dancing Sun City were completely crippled. Although not all of the ultimate powerhouses of the 5 clans had died, those who were still alive had escaped from Dancing Sun City. However, they could not bring their clan's foundations with them. In the end, they were destined to be destroyed by the demons of Mount Qi Ming led by the Qi Ming demon Venerable. After all, there was an unforgettable feud between them. It would not be so easy to resolve it. Even ultimate powerhouses are not invincible. It's not impossible for them to be killed by others. The Battle of Dancing Sun City made Duan Lingtian witness a shocking scene. Ultimate powerhouses had fallen, and there was a phenomenon in the sky. A rain of blood poured down, and the momentum was vast. It was as if the heavens were crying tears of blood for the ultimate powerhouse's death. Although the Wang clan is only a second-rate clan in Lanshao City, because of its glorious past, it was once a first-rate clan in Lanshao City. Its ultimate powerhouse ancestor had built many connections outside. Even if it did not move its base, the 4 first-rate clans of Lanshao City did not target it and force it to move. After all, if the Wang clan was forced, it might anger the ultimate powerhouses in the outside world who had connections with the ultimate powerhouse ancestor of the Wang clan. The ultimate powerhouse ancestor of the Wang clan did not die by accident. He was taken away by the 10,000-year tribulation. His friend is also a supreme expert. Those who are still alive are undoubtedly existences that are even more powerful than him. Perhaps, none of the ultimate masters of the 4 first-class families in Lanshao City would dare to say that they are stronger than the ultimate masters who had close ties with the Wang family's ancestor in the outside world. Moreover, the Wang family only has a base in the best place in Lanshao City. The most profitable businesses in Lanshao City are all in the hands of the 4 first-rate families. The Wang family can't get involved at all, and they don't dare to. The strong are respected, and the strong are respected. This has always been the case in the outer realm. Although he had not been in Lanshao City for long, Duan Lingtian had inquired about the Wang family situation clearly. The Wang clan, as a first-rate clan in the former Blue Dawn City, had an incomparably glorious past. When the ancestor of the supreme powerhouses was still alive, it was only others who sought marriage alliances. They never had to take the initiative to find marriage alliances. However, in today's Wang clan, after not having a descendant with the talent to become an ultimate powerhouse for a long time, they once again began to form marriage alliances in order to survive. This was because they knew that as time passed, the ultimate masters that the Wang clan had connections with in the outside world would grow old one by one and be taken away by the 10,000-year heavenly tribulation. At that time, without the protection of external aid, it would be even more difficult for the Wang clan to maintain the status it currently had today. Therefore, they needed to use marriage alliances to seek other protection. In the past, Wang Luoyu, who was recognized as the #1 beauty in Lanshao City, was favored by many direct descendants of the ultimate masters in the outside world. Many of them were direct descendants of the ultimate masters, so many people in the Wang clan had their eyes on Wang Luoyu. However, Wang Luoyu's elder brother, Wang Yiyuan, had already displayed the potential to become an ultimate master. Therefore, after weighing the two sides, more people chose to support Wang Yiyuan. Wang Yiyuan was unwilling to let his sister marry, so they all supported him. Therefore, with Wang Yiyuan around, Wang Luoyu's situation was actually quite good. Even if Wang Yiyuan went missing and could not be contacted, no one made things difficult for Wang Luoyu, until some time ago, when Wang Yiyuan's spirit pearl shattered and the Wang clan confirmed Wang Yiyuan's death. The matter of Wang Luoyu's marriage alliance was once again brought up by many people. In fact, recently, there were already many powerful families from the outside world that had sent people to propose marriage. Duan Lingtian flew over Lanshao City. Not long after, he arrived outside the inner city where the Wang clan and the 4 first-class clans of Lanshao City were located. Normally, the inner city would not allow unauthorized people to enter. When Duan Lingtian arrived near the inner city where the Wang clan was located, a patrolling member of the Wang clan came forward to stop him. The Wang clan is located in front of you. Please wait. The Wang clan members were an old man and 2 middle-aged men. They were the Wang clan's elder and 2 young men who were in charge of patrolling the inner city. I'm here to visit the Wang clan. Duan Lingtian stood in the void and looked at the 3 people in front of him calmly. At the same time, his aura appeared and shrouded the 3 of them. A strong pressure from his space law and sword principle pressed down on the 3 of them. The expressions of the 2 middle-aged men among the 3 instantly changed, and their faces flushed red. Even the old man's expression changed drastically. If it was not for Duan Lingtian who immediately withdrew his aura, the Wang clan's elder would have most likely sought help from the Wang clan. Even then, his expression was still grave. "Sir, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to show off to the Wang clan? Don't misunderstand." A rare smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's calm face. "Senior, you have the strength of a high-level ultimate god and you're obviously not an ordinary high-level ultimate god. You must be an elder of the Wang clan, right? My name is Li Feng. I'm an itinerant cultivator from the outside world. When I was passing by Lanshao City, I heard that many young talents from big clans came to propose marriage to the Wang clan. In addition, I heard many people say that Miss Wang Luoyu is the most beautiful woman in the Wang clan. This junior has been wandering the outside world for many years, with no friends or family, with no one to rely on, and I'm already a little tired. If I can meet Miss Wang Luoyu and obtain her favor, this junior is willing to stay in the Wang clan and become a guest elder of the Wang clan." This was the excuse Duan Lingtian had thought of long ago. It was also one of his plans. His plan was to enter the Wang clan as a genius itinerant cultivator, get close to Wang Luoyu, and then find an opportunity to bring Wang Luoyu to the Wang clan. He could not use Wang Yuan's dying wish to ask the Wang clan to give up on the idea of a marriage alliance with Wang Luoyu. After all, the Wang clan would not give face to a dead person like Wang Yuan. The Wang clan valued benefits more than anything else. That was why he planned to sneak into the Wang clan. A young genius who was not even 10,000 years old but had the strength of an unrivaled high-level ultimate god was willing to marry into the Wang clan. To the Wang clan, this was a blessing from their ancestral graves. Why would they refuse? How could the benefits of sending Wang Luoyu out for a marriage alliance compare to this? As for whether I'm qualified, I'm willing to spar with the strongest person in the Wang clan so that the Wang clan can see my strength and my sincerity. Duan Lingtian stared straight at the Wang clan elder and said each word in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Duan Lingtian's words caused the Wang clan elder's expression to change. He could see that the young man in front of him was very strong and far stronger than him. He was also very young and definitely not more than 10,000 years old. However, when he heard that he wanted to spar with the strongest person in the Wang clan, he could not help but be shocked. Although the Wang clan no longer had an ultimate god or an invincible higher-level ultimate god, they still had two ultimate gods who were said to be close to invincible higher-level ultimate gods. These two ultimate gods were also the current pillars of the Wang clan. Their status in the Wang clan was so high that no one in this generation could compare to them. As long as they could reach an agreement, they could change the current Wang clan leader with just one word. Your matter is no longer within the scope of my concern. The old man took a deep breath and sent a message at the same time. Soon, another sagely old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion flew over. Grand Elder. When they saw the newcomer, the elder in charge of patrolling earlier and the other two Wang clan disciples bowed respectfully to him. The newcomer was the current Grand Elder of the Wang clan and also the leader of the Wang clan Elder Council. In the Wang clan, apart from the two supreme elders and the clan leader, his position was the highest. Sir, you wish to spar with the supreme elder of the Wang clan? After the Wang clan's Grand Elder arrived, the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian with was extremely unkind, because he felt that the violet-clothed youth before him was too arrogant, actually daring to say that he wanted to spar with their Wang clan's supreme elder. Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently in response to the Grand Elder's question. At the same time, he felt a sudden burst of energy from the Grand Elder as soon as he finished speaking. The energy vibrations were extremely terrifying, but to Duan Lingtian, it was like a gentle breeze. The current Duan Lingtian was so strong that even if he was slightly weaker than those existences who were closest to the invincible upper-level ultimate gods, it would not be easy for those existences to defeat him. In front of those existences, he could definitely escape unscathed. The Wang clan had two existences who were close to the invincible upper-level ultimate gods. If they were to fight, he had no confidence of winning. He might even be at a disadvantage after a few moves or even be defeated. After all, it was a spar, not a battle to the death. There was no option of escaping. Even so, He believed that the Wang clan would be able to see his potential. When that time came, the Wang clan would be very satisfied with this live-in son-in-law. Perhaps they could not wait for him to immediately marry Wang Luoyu and become the Wang clan's son-in-law. Whoosh! At this moment, the aura on Duan Ling Tian's body shot out as well. In just a blink of an eye, it destroyed the Grand Elder's aura mercilessly. In order to further prove his strength, Duan Ling Tian did not hold back at all this time. He directly caused the Grand Elder of the Wang clan to take 3 steps back. At the same time, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. This scene caused the other 3 members of the Wang clan to be shocked. It was just a collision of energy. The Grand Elder of the Wang clan was defeated in an instant. Chapter 44:14. Although the Grand Elder of the Wang clan was not close to being an invincible high-level supreme god, he was still an absolute powerhouse among high-level supreme gods. In terms of strength, he could be ranked in the top 10 of the Wang clan. Now, it was just a collision of auras. In the blink of an eye, someone as strong as the Grand Elder of the Wang clan was defeated. So strong. Seeing their first elder suffer a setback, the patrolling elder and the Wang clan members beside him all revealed shocked expressions. Although they already knew that the other party was powerful, due to the large gap between them and the other party, they did not have a deep understanding of the other party's strength. Now, however, they were completely frightened. It turned out that the other party was so strong. Perhaps, the other party was not boasting. Perhaps, he could really compete with the strongest existence of the Wang clan. Grand Elder, I wonder if I, Li Feng, am now qualified to meet the strongest existence of the Wang clan and spar with him? Duan Ling Tian looked at the Grand Elder of the Wang clan and asked with a smile. Although it was just a collision of auras, he did not hold back because he knew that he had to be decisive and let the other party acknowledge his strength. Only then would his future path be smooth. As expected. Faced with Duan Lingtian's question, the Grand Elder of the Wang clan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Duan Lingtian with a different gaze. There is definitely no young talent like you in the Sky Sand realm. I wonder where you are from? The Sky Sand realm. It was one of the regions in the outer land where Duan Lingtian was now. He had already known this when he was in Dancing Sun City. This included the sea region where he first came from, the Crimson Devil Ridge, the ruined cities that he went to, the Dancing Sun City, and the Lan Shao City that he was currently in. They all belonged to the Heavenly Sand Realm. There were a total of 36 realms in the outer land, and the Sky Sand Realm was only one of them. And it was only the Sky Sand Realm, but it was said that the number of supreme experts in the open and in the dark was no less than 100. When Duan Lingtian first found out, he was also shocked. He did not expect that one of the 36 realms in the outer realm would have so many supreme powerhouses. However, along the way to Blue Dawn City, some of the supreme experts and forces that he passed by made him realize that it was not strange that there were more than 100 supreme experts in the Sky Sand Realm, both in the open and in the dark. The city of the Dancing Sun, for example, had 5 powerhouses guarding it. Now, in Lanshao City, there were also 4 supreme masters in charge. In these 2 cities, there were a total of 9 supreme experts on the surface. In the Sky Sand territory, there were more than 10 cities like the Blue Dawn City and the Dancing Sun City. Of course, in some cities, there were only 2 or 1 ultimate powerhouse. Even so, the total number of supreme powerhouses in the dozen or so cities amounted to about 50 people. I am not from the Sky Sand realm. Faced with the Wang family Grand Elder's question, Duan Lingtian said calmly, I came from outside the Sky Sand realm and wandered here. I heard of the number 1 beauty in the Blue Dawn City, Wang Luoyu, and fell in love with her at first sight. That's why I had the idea of marrying into the Wang family. Of course, even if I marry into the Wang family, I can only guarantee that I will stay in the Wang family for a period of time. At least a few hundred years, at most a few thousand years, or even 10,000 years. However, I may not stay in the Wang family forever. After all, I am used to wandering around the world, and I also want to bring my beautiful wife around the outer land to experience the local customs and culture. At the same time, I want to train myself and seek a breakthrough. However, if anything happens to the Wang family, as long as it is within my power, I will not shirk my duty. After all, my goal is to become a supreme powerhouse. If I stay in the Wang family and work behind closed doors, I may not be able to take that step. Of course, even if I become a supreme powerhouse, as long as I am Wang Luoyu's husband, I am a member of the Wang family. When Duan Ling Tian reached the end of his sentence, there was a burning look in his eyes. When he heard Duan Ling Tian's words, the Wang family grand elder did not think much of it. In his opinion, such a heaven-defying monster could not stay in the Wang family forever. The other party's interest in their Wang family's Wang Luoyu was probably just a whim. However, compared to a marriage alliance with a supreme powerhouse's young genius, if this young man was really willing to marry into the Wang family, it would undoubtedly be much more beneficial to the Wang family. Even if the young geniuses of the supreme powerhouse's forces were in the direct line of descent, they might not necessarily be able to rise to power in the future. Although their elders were at the peak of their power, they might not be willing to do something difficult for their wives and concubines. A marriage alliance with a supreme powerhouse's young genius was actually more of a matter of reputation. For example, if the Wang family grand elder had a marriage alliance with a certain faction, they might not let the matter rest if they touched the Wang family grand elder. However, if the young man in front of them really got together with their Wang family's Wang Luoyu, it would definitely be much more beneficial to the Wang family. From young Master Li Feng's words, it's not hard to see that young Master Li Feng is a straightforward person. Although the Wang family grand elder had suffered a loss in front of Duan Ling Tian, he was still all smiles. At the same time, he sent 2 messages to the current Wang family patriarch and his grandfather, one of the 2 Wang family grand elders. "You flatter me, grand elder." Duan Ling Tian came back to his senses and smiled. "Young Master Li Feng, please follow me to the Wang family's guest hall. Our Wang family patriarch has already gone there and is awaiting young Master Li Feng's arrival." In the message just now, the Wang family grand elder had already informed the Wang family patriarch and his grandfather, one of the 2 Wang family grand elders, of the ins and outs of the matter. According to the Wang family patriarch's intentions, if this matter really came to fruition, it would definitely be great for the Wang family. The Wang family grand elder had also expressed his willingness to spar with the other party and test his strength. If the young man was really not even 10,000 years old and already had the strength to contend with him, then the Wang family would definitely not let this son-in-law go so easily. They would do their best to keep him here. The Wang family patriarch had even sent a message to the leader of Wang Luoyu's direct line of descent, instructing him to do his job well for Wang Luoyu. If that monstrous young genius was really willing to win over Wang Luoyu, it would be a great opportunity for Wang Luoyu. It would also be a great opportunity for the Wang family. An existence who was not even 10,000 years old but was close to being an invincible higher ultimate god, such a monstrous genius might be able to step into the ultimate realm and become an ultimate expert before the age of 20,000. An ultimate expert who was not even 20,000 years old, even in the outer realm and the history of the 10,000 worlds, although there were not many of them, there were definitely not many of them. Moreover, each of them had left their names in history. Among them, there was no lack of universe supremacy experts. In the Wang family's estate, in a quiet and elegant courtyard, 2 young women were sitting in front of a stone table and chatting with each other. Both of them had a smile on their faces. If Duan Ling Tian was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that one of the 2 young women was the woman who came to Lanshao City with him not long ago, Yi Qiangwei. Currently, the old woman who came with Yi Qiangwei was also standing at the side of the courtyard. Her gaze swept the surroundings vigilantly from time to time as though she was aware of the movements in the surroundings. "Sister Qiangwei, I'm afraid the next time you want to look for me, it won't be in Lanshao City anymore. Even if you intend to look for me, you might not be able to get what you want." At this moment, the young woman sitting together with Yi Qiangwei suddenly seemed to have thought of something. A helpless expression appeared on her delicate and beautiful face. At the same time, a hint of pain flashed in the depths of her eyes. At this moment, she thought of her brother, Wang Yiyuan. When she thought of how she was often willful and made her brother unhappy in the past, her heart was filled with regret. Unknowingly, tears rolled down her cheeks like pear blossoms. Sister Luoyu, I'll look for Patriarch Wang later and tell him that I want to invite you to my place as a guest. After that, I'll arrange for you to leave and never return to the Wang family or Lanshao city again. Yi Qiangwei said with a resolute expression. This was also the purpose of her visit this time. Sister Qiangwei, I appreciate your kindness. Wang Luoyu shook her head lightly. However, if you really do this, it will only drag you down. Sister Luoyu, how is this a burden between us? If you and Brother Yuan didn't risk your life to save me back then, I would have died outside. Now that Brother Yuan is dead, you're my biological sister to me. Don't worry. I've already informed my father about what I'm going to do this time. He also supports me, Yi Qiangwei said. Yi Qiangwei shook her head. When Yi Qiangwei heard this, she shook her head again. Sister Qiangwei, Uncle Yi is at a crucial point in his competition for the position of patriarch of the Ye family. If he offends the Wang family because of this, I'm afraid the people who originally supported him will waver. I don't want to implicate Uncle Yi. Don't worry. Even if I really have a marriage alliance, it's not necessarily a bad thing for me. Even if there are no feelings, we can still cultivate feelings. Although Wang Luoyu said it lightly, her heart was filled with helplessness. If possible, who would be willing to sacrifice themselves for the family's interests? Luoyu. Suddenly, a loud voice came from outside the courtyard. It was a strong old man with a head full of white hair who strode over and arrived outside the courtyard very quickly. Grandpa Ming. Wang Luoyu stood up and walked out of the courtyard accompanied by Yi Qiangwei. She bowed respectfully to the person who came. The person who came was the head of their branch. All these years, he had taken good care of her and her brother. It could be said that he completely treated them as his grandchildren. Miss Yi is also here? When he saw Yi Qiangwei standing beside Wang Luoyu, the old man smiled and greeted her. In the past, the Ye family was nothing in the eyes of the Wang family who had an ultimate expert holding the fort. However, now, the Ye family's strength was no weaker than the Wang family's because the Ye family had three existences who were close to being invincible at the supreme god level. One of them was the ancestor of the direct line of descent of the Ye family that Miss Yi was in. Chapter 44:15. Yi Qiangwei was a proud daughter of heaven in the Ye family. Her status in the Ye family was on a completely different level from Wang Luoyu's status in the Wang family. Yi Qiangwei's ancestor was one of the three strongest people in the Ye family. She was doted on by that ancestor. Moreover, there were very few female descendants in the Ye family's younger generation. Therefore, she had successfully become the proud daughter of heaven in the Ye family. Due to this, even Wang Ming, who was in charge of one of the Wang family's direct descendants, was very courteous to Yi Qiangwei. Elder Wang Ming. Yi Qiangwei nodded at Wang Ming. She had a good impression of this elder from the Wang family. According to Sister Luoyu, after Wang Yuan's accident, many people began to treat her coldly. However, this elder from the Wang family did not treat her that way. In fact, he had even comforted her a few times. Wang Ming glanced at Wang Luoyu and sighed. Luoyu, the patriarch sent a message to me. He said that there's a young talent who wants to meet you. He said that he's willing to marry into our Wang family for you. Based on the patriarch's words, it seems like he's more willing to let that young talent marry into our Wang family than marry you off. The patriarch sent me here to inform you of this matter. He asked me to wait for news. Once he sends word, I'll bring you to him to meet that young talent. Wang Ming said. A bitter smile appeared on Wang Luoyu's face when she heard Wang Ming's words. Although there was no need for her to marry into another family, what was the difference between this and an additional marriage? She still could not choose a husband for herself. Of course, she had already accepted her fate regarding the marriage, let alone this. Elder Wang Ming. Yi Qiangwei looked at Wang Ming and frowned slightly. I'm here to bring Sister Luoyu to our Ya family as a guest to relax. I hope Elder Wang Ming can delay this matter for her. When Wang Ming heard this, he looked deeply at Yi Qiangwei before he shook his head and said, Miss Yi, the fact that you're so considerate shows that you really want to help this girl. However, I advise you to give up on this idea. If this matter blows up, it won't be a good thing for your father. It might even cause your father to lose the chance to become the head of the Ya family. As an elder of the Ya family, Wang Ming knew quite a lot about them. Currently, the position of the head of the Ya family was being contested by two of the most outstanding young men in the prime of their lives. The two of them could be said to be evenly matched in every aspect. One of them was Yi Qiangwei's father. However, once Yi Qiangwei did something that infuriated the Wang family, the matter would definitely spread to the Ya family. It might even infuriate the Ya family elders, and they would favor Yi Qiangwei's father's opponent for the position of the head of the family. Hearing this, Yi Qiangwei's expression changed. She gritted her teeth and said, Then don't go to the Ya family. I'll be responsible for the whole thing. You're in charge. Wang Ming shook his head. Miss Yi, you're too naive. Even if you didn't bring Luoyu to the Ya family, as long as we can confirm that you were the one who took Luoyu away and ruined the Wang family's marriage, the Wang family will still blame you and demand an explanation from the Ya family. Don't tell me you're going to leave the Ya family? Wang Ming shook his head. He felt that this Miss Yi was too naive. Perhaps she was too worried and confused, so she didn't see the stakes clearly. As long as Sister Luoyu is fine, so what if I leave the Ya family? Yi Qiangwei's face turned slightly red as she said in a low voice. Sister Qiangwei. At this moment, Wang Luoyu opened her mouth. If you do this, Luoyu won't go with you even if she dies. Moreover, if you leave the Ya family, Uncle Yi will also be implicated at this juncture. Sister Qiangwei, don't interfere in this matter. No matter what the outcome is, no matter what the future holds, it's Luoyu's fate. As Wang Luoyu spoke, she sighed faintly. As for Yi Qiangwei, although she didn't say anything this time, it wasn't difficult to see how great a storm was raging in her heart just by looking at her darkened expression. Grandpa Ming, go sit down in the courtyard and wait for news from the family head. Wang Luoyu looked at Wang Ming and greeted him with a smile. As for Wang Ming, when he saw how sensible Wang Luoyu was, he sighed in his heart. At the same time, he felt a little regretful. If he had known this would happen, before the news of Wang Yuan's death spread, before everyone's eyes focused on Wang Luoyu, it would have been better if he had sent this girl away. At that time, it would have been easy to send her away. But now, it was difficult. Within the Wang family, a group of higher-ups who prioritized the family's interests were all eyeing Wang Luoyu, this family marriage tool. Luoyu. After Wang Ming entered and sat down, his originally serious face squeezed out a trace of a smile. Compared to a marriage outside, staying within the family is definitely a better choice. I heard from the elder in charge of patrolling today that the young talent is also a talent. Most importantly, he has astonishing strength at such a young age. In terms of natural talent and comprehension, even the most outstanding people in the younger generation of the family are far beyond his reach. Even to the extent that no one in the younger generation of the Sky Sand territory can compare to him. Such a person can make many girls crazy for him, but he only took a fancy to you. Perhaps many years later, you'll be glad that you met him. Wang Luoyu took Wang Ming's words purely as comfort and didn't take it seriously at all. If he was really such a monstrous existence, why would he take a fancy to her, Wang Luoyu? Although she, Wang Luoyu, was publicly recognized as the #1 beauty in Blue Dawn City was only one of the cities within the Sky Sand territory, not to mention the entire Outer Realm. Even in the Sky Sand territory, there was probably someone who could not compare to her in terms of appearance and temperament. Elder Wang Ming. At this moment, even Yi Qiangwei could not bear to continue watching. She felt that Wang Ming's comfort was too exaggerated. If he is really such a monstrous figure as you said, would he be willing to marry into the Wang family for Luoyu? Based on what you said, he has a high possibility of becoming an omnipotent expert in the future. Would such a person be willing to marry into the Wang family for a woman he has never met and only seen in her portrait? Yi Qiangwei was a disciple of an aristocratic family and had seen much of the world. She knew the pride of those capable young geniuses. It was impossible for them to marry into the Wang family for a woman when they knew that the family was of no help to them. Based on what Wang Ming said, that young talent did not need to rely on the Wang family at all even if he married into the Wang family. Perhaps the Wang family would need to rely on him soon. Would such a person be willing to marry into the Wang family? What a joke! At this moment, Duan Lingtian was unaware of the situation at Wang Luoyu's side. He was meeting the Wang family's current clan leader in the Wang family's main hall. The current clan leader of the Wang family was a tall and sturdy middle-aged man. His face was resolute, and there was a hideous scar on his forehead that looked like an earthworm. In fact, such a scar could be easily removed. However, since the clan leader kept it, there must be a reason for it. Clan leader, this is young Master Li Feng. After the Wang family's grand elder brought Duan Lingtian into the Wang family's main hall, he began to introduce Duan Lingtian to the clan leader. Li Feng greets the clan leader of the Wang family. Although Duan Lingtian knew that the clan leader of the Wang family before him might not be a match for him, since he was here on business, he could not afford to fall out with the clan leader. If he fell out with the clan leader, it would not be beneficial for him to take away Wang Yuan's younger sister, Wang Luoyu. In fact, it might even cause more trouble. Brother Li Feng. Although the person before him looked very young, and the result of his divine consciousness probing showed that he was also very young, the clan leader of the Wang family did not dare to slight the other party because of this. After all, his strength was not much stronger than their Wang family's grand elder. However, their Wang family's grand elder had suffered a great loss at the hands of the other party. Therefore, the clan leader of the Wang family was not only full of smiles at this moment, he even warmly welcomed Duan Lingtian. My name is Wang Kuei, and I'm the current clan leader of the Wang family. If Brother Li Feng can really get together with our Wang family's Luoyu, it would not only be Luoyu's honor, it would also be our Wang family's honor. I've already contacted the Grand Elder regarding Brother Li Feng's request to spar with our Wang family's Grand Elder. The Grand Elder's intention is that he is willing to spar with Brother Li Feng. Also, the Grand Elder's intention is that Brother Li Feng has come from afar, so he can rest in our Wang family for a few days and recover to his peak condition before you spar with him. Wang Kuei said with a smile. There's no need for that. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Clan leader Wang, tell the Grand Elder that I can spar now. If he's willing, we can spar now. Seeing that Wang Kuei seemed to be slightly hesitant, Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly as he said, after I spar with the Grand Elder, it's time for me to officially meet Miss Luoyu. To me, this spar with the Grand Elder is a demonstration of my strength in front of the Wang family. I want to let the Wang family know that I, Li Feng, am worthy of Miss Luoyu. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wang Kuei's expression changed slightly before he said with a smile, since Brother Li Feng has said so, I'll send a message to ask the Grand Elder. After a moment, Wang Kuei received a reply. Brother Li Feng, the Grand Elder asked me to bring you to see him. In order not to cause too much of a commotion, your spar with him will be held in one of our Wang family's spatial artifacts. Do you have any objections? If you want to spar outside, you'll have to find a secluded place outside the city. Wang Kuei asked with a smile. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I have no objections. If the space in your family's spatial artifact is stable enough, we'll spar there. Chapter 44:16. Sky Sand Territory. Kanglan City. Kanglan City was also a big city in Sky Sand Territory that had an ultimate expert. Its status in Sky Sand Territory was no less than Lanshao City and Dancing Sun City. Of course, everyone knew that Dancing Sun City had been destroyed. It was no longer as prosperous as it used to be. With the destruction of the 5 big clans, order had collapsed, and the rules had been broken. It had become a ruined city. Similar things often happened in the outer realms. A large city might be flourishing one day, but the next day, because of an unforeseen event, it would be completely destroyed and become one of the countless ruined cities in the outer realm. Just like the ruined cities that Duan Lingtian had been to in the past, they often had a prosperous past. However, time was merciless, and in the blink of an eye, the world had changed. Kanglan City had a total of 5 big clans, and each of them had an ultimate expert. The 5 big clans had the best resources in Kanglan City. The other clans below them, including more than 10 second clans, could only rely on them to survive. After all, they were not as strong as them, and there was nothing to complain about when they were suppressed by them. Under such circumstances, the powerhouses of the various second-rate clans were also working hard, wanting to take a step further and step into the realm of the ultimate powerhouses. Once an ultimate expert was born in a second clans, they would be directly ranked as a first clans. However, Kanglan City was not peaceful today. Boom! 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 The sky above Kanglan City was covered with dark clouds. Thunder and lightning intertwined, and it looked like it was going to rain. However, it did not rain for a long time. Suddenly, a strong light appeared in the sky, causing Kanglan City, which was originally dark because of the dark clouds, to experience the change from day to night, and then back to day again. Bang! An earth-shattering sound of thunder came from the sky. The terrifying sound wave even caused the entire Kanglan City to tremble a few times. Then, under the gaze of everyone in Kanglan City who looked up at the sky, a figure rose from a mansion in Kanglan City and arrived in the sky above Kanglan City. Thunder and lightning fell from the sky like a waterfall, drowning the figure. After that, space warped, and even the lightning and dark clouds were swept into it. This scene caused many people to be stunned. What's going on? Looking at the calm sky, a moment ago, it was still raging, but now it was incomparably quiet. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, it would have been hard to imagine that there would be such a big change. At this moment, a figure appeared in the air above each of the 5 spacious mansions in the inner city of Kanglan City. Then, these 5 figures all gathered together. I really didn't expect that the 6th strongest in our Kanglan City would be that guy from the Meng clan. One of them sighed emotionally. That old fellow is from the same generation as me. Back then, his innate talent and comprehension were not inferior to mine. If it wasn't for the fact that he experienced quite a big calamity later on that delayed his progress, perhaps he would have become an ultimate expert a step ahead of me. I have to say that this guy is pretty lucky. I heard that he was injured during the last Millennium Tribulation. Although it was only a minor injury, it's a sign of decline for a high-level ultimate god like him. If he can't break through and become an ultimate god, it's only a matter of time before he falls under the heavenly tribulation. Once he breaks through, our Kanglan City will have a 6th ultimate god. The Meng clan will also become the 6th first-rate clan in Kanglan City. Everyone, greet the juniors below. Take out some of the properties that our 5 clans are in charge of and distribute them to the Meng clan. From today onward, the Meng clan will be on equal footing with our 5 major clans. Become an ultimate god. In the air above the mansions of the 5 major first-rate clans in Kanglan City, the 5 ultimate gods gathered together to communicate. Obviously, not only did they recognize the person who had hidden in the clouds earlier and was swept away by the heavenly tribulation, but they could also see that he was about to become an ultimate god. As ultimate gods, they had all experienced a similar experience. They were taken away by the power of heaven and earth, swept into a space, and underwent a baptism to transform their strength and completely become an ultimate god. There was no danger in this process. As long as a person reached this step, they would be able to smoothly become a supreme expert. However, it was extremely difficult to reach this step. One had to meet the requirements of becoming an ultimate god in a certain aspect to receive the recognition of heaven and earth, be baptized by lightning and refined by space, and finally become an ultimate god. Currently, one of the Meng clan's second-rate clans in Kanglan City, who was close to becoming an invincible higher godly venerable, had reached this step and was taken away by the power of heaven and earth. Next, he would be baptized by lightning and refined by space to become an ultimate god. This was just a process. In the eyes of the ultimate gods of the 5 major first-rate clans, when this person from the Meng clan returned, he would be an ultimate god who could be on equal footing with them. Although he had just entered the ultimate realm, they were not necessarily stronger than him, even if some of them had become ultimate gods tens of thousands of years ago. After entering the ultimate realm, it was extremely difficult to advance further. It was precisely because of this that most ultimate gods' strength was on the same level. Even if they were stronger, it could only be because their original bodies were different and their clans were different. Humans, for example, were at a disadvantage in this aspect. Even if a human's body was transformed by the baptism of heaven and earth when they became ultimate gods, the transformation effect was not as good as those of great demons and foreign life forms because their foundation was not as good as those of other life forms. Even so, the strength of a human ultimate god's body was not something that any great demons and foreign life forms who had not become ultimate gods could compare to. In the sky above Kanglan City, a phenomenon descended. In the second-rate Meng clan, a figure flew into the sky and was swept away by the power of heaven and earth. Many people saw this scene. Some people who knew about the phenomenon of an ultimate god breaking through also realized that the Meng clan was about to produce an ultimate god. The Meng clan is going to rise completely this time. The Meng clan has produced an ultimate god. The Meng clan will become the 6th first-rate clan in our Kanglan City. Similar discussions were everywhere in Kanglan City. In the Meng clan mansion, there was already a wave of excited laughter and cheers. The ancestor has become an ultimate god. Our Meng clan has risen. I really didn't expect that our Meng clan would produce an ultimate god one day. This will be the first ultimate god in our Meng clan's history, right? Yes. Although our Meng clan has produced many ultimate gods in the past, the strongest in history was only an existence that was extremely close to being an invincible higher ultimate god. An ultimate god has never appeared before. When the ancestor returns, our Meng clan will become a first-rate clan in Kanglan City. Just now, I received a message from some friends of the 5 first-rate clans. They said that their clans have already gathered to discuss ceding some of their properties to our Meng clan. In my life, to be able to see the Meng clan today, even if I die, I will have no regrets. Everyone in the Meng clan was excited. In a spacious and luxurious courtyard in the Meng clan, a young man's face was filled with excitement, but a hint of gloominess also flashed in his eyes. The Wang clan of Lanshao City completely looked down on me when I came to propose marriage. Isn't it because our Meng clan has never produced an ultimate god and is not strong enough? Now, our Meng clan has produced an ultimate god. Moreover, it's the ancestor of my bloodline. Moreover, it's my direct bloodline. And I'm the only son of the ancestor. He was well aware of how much that old ancestor of his valued him. In the past, he lacked a rare herb because of his cultivation. It was the ancestor who went deep into the tiger's den to retrieve the rare herb for him, allowing his cultivation path to be smooth sailing. That old ancestor completely saw him as the hope of the direct line of descent that was passed down. When the ancestor returns, I'll mention to him that I'm the one who wants to marry the woman from the Wang clan of Lanshao City. Even if the ancestor doesn't personally make an appearance, he'll definitely let the clan do it. At that time, I'd like to see how the Wang clan of Lanshao City, which only produced an ultimate god in the past, has the guts to reject my marriage proposal. In the past, I wanted to take Wang Luoyu as my first wife. But now, she's only fit to be a lowly concubine. The eyes of the Meng clan's younger direct bloodline disciple, Meng Yuzheng, shone brightly. There was a hint of coldness in the depths of his eyes. Regardless of whether it was the death of one of the 5 ultimate gods in Wuyang City, the annihilation of the 5 great clans, or the birth of another ultimate god in Kanglan City, they were all major events in the Tian Sha region. News of these two major events reached Lanshao City one after another. In Lanshao City, the news of these two incidents spread like wildfire. Even as more and more people in the second-rate Wang family's mansion knew about it, the head of the Wang family and the head elder of the Wang family had already left the Wang family. Of course, strictly speaking, they did not leave the Wang clan. Instead, they entered a spatial artifact that had been passed down in the Wang clan for generations. Within the spatial artifact, a purple-robed youth stood in the air. Currently, the space around him was a vast expanse, and he could not see the end of it. Opposite the purple-robed youth was an old man with white hair and a youthful complexion. He was dressed in a light green robe and looked at Duan Lingtian calmly. No emotions could be seen on his face. You're not even 10,000 years old, but you have such strength. You can be considered a peerless genius. I wonder where you're from, little brother? The green-robed old man was one of the two grand elders of the second-grade Wang clan of Wuyang City. He was also one of the Wang clan's two existences who were close to being an invincible high-level supreme god. In his opinion, the young man before him was so peerless that there was no way he was just a lone cultivator. No matter how lucky a lone cultivator was, it would be difficult for him to reach this stage at such a young age. Senior. Duan Lingtian said calmly, if you want to chat with me, let's finish sparring first. How about that? You're rather impatient. The green-robed old man shook his head and smiled disdainfully. Then, his turbid gaze changed and became extremely sharp. If that's the case, then let me see what you're capable of. In the next moment, the old man's aura shot up to the sky. His entire person seemed to have transformed into a sharp sword and swept towards Duan Lingtian. You're tuning in to the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.